Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome, welcome to day 108 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldi Qamari.
Thank you, Armin. How are you doing today?
Really good, really good. We have now a much better understanding regarding the American Central Command's plan regarding the Strait of Hormuz and closing the ports within Iran. And we also got a beautiful, wonderful message from the head of Mossad, which I think will make every Iranian happy. So I'm feeling very well.
That's great to hear. And you know, that message from Mossad, that is going to upset and anger all of the like anti-Israel conspiracy theorists, right? Because they're going to completely they're going to deliberately misinterpret the message in order to take agency away from the Iranian people. So I would love to dive into that and talk about that as well, because now they're going to be like going crazy over this. But before we do that, Armin, I just wanted to say, in honor of you changing the name of your show, I updated the intro. And so now it says Liberty Politics. And
oh my God.
Yeah, if you want, I can actually send this image to you so that you can change like the thumbnails, like the thumbnails for your previous live streams. Because I'm going to go back and I want to change all the thumbnails. There's like 107 of them, but I want to change the thumbnails to, you know, Liberty Politics there. So there you go. I updated that.
Thank Goldie, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I don't have that handle because that handle was already taken. and I'm going to change the
Oh,
handle very
oops.
soon. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. But I'm going to change. Right
Whoopsie.
now, the handle is still Atheist Republic because I
Okay.
was playing around with the handle, and apparently you could only change it once every 14 days. So I have one more week to wait to change the handle. But once I figure out what the handle is, I will send it to you. But yeah, so right now you could just
All
put
right.
without the ad, just put Liberty Politics without the ad. But I will send you the
You know what?
handle
I'll
as
just
soon as I change.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
good. You know what? I will keep it generic for now then. So, oops, I
Yes.
got a little
But
too
thank you
excited,
so.
guys.
No, no, that was so good. That was so Goldie. I do not know how to show my appreciation for all your support. Like, I, you're amazing. Seriously.
Oh, thank
Like,
you. So are you.
thank you. Thank you. I
So
don't
are
know.
you. You're fantastic, and I'm
Oh,
really happy that we're on this journey together. Of course, with all of our viewers and this whole community that we have built, this international community. It's just such a fantastic thing. So I couldn't think of anyone else to do this with. And yeah, I'm just surprised that after 108 days, you're not sick of me.
are you kidding me? Every day I'm thinking, like, how could I help Goldie given that everything she's doing for me? Like, how could
Oh my
I?
gosh.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how do I make sure Goldie doesn't get sick of me?
Oh,
That's what I'm
absolutely
thinking
not.
of.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Uh,
Yeah.
Never, never. So, all
Yeah.
right, why don't we just dive right into it then, Armin? You
Okay.
start
Uh,
us off.
yeah, okay, sounds good. Let's actually. Oh, before I do that, actually, I found a video. I was thinking, like, where was it? Like yesterday, I told you President Trump mentioned that they are. There's no. He thinks that the Islamic Republic is going to come to the table. Like that was his prediction, right? So I was looking for it, and then I found it. Finally, it was in the Maria Bartiromo interview. It was there. So then I remember when I finally remembered when I saw it. So let me actually bring this up. Oh, here. Let's put it on the screen. So this is the place where he said that, and then we'll go to the news that we mentioned.
Bargaining table, and they haven't left. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what they
They have
want.
no cards, Maria.
Yep.
They have no cards. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone, totally gone. They have nothing. They have no ships.
Again, when it comes to President Trump predicting stuff like this, we'll go with the Mahir Tusui quote. Take him seriously, but not literally. Like President Trump keeps taking us on a roller coaster. One day he will come and say they will submit to everything and they will agree to everything and there's going to be a great deal. Tomorrow he's going to come and say they're not agreeing to anything and we're going to bomb the hell out of them. And then the next day again he will come out and like, oh, they're the most reasonable people and they're great. They're very, very reasonable and pragmatic, and there's complete regime change, and these people are going to give us everything we want. And then the next day he's going to come and say, like, yeah, we're going to bomb, like, destroy everything they have again. So this is part of the strategy, and I hope like people just understand what's going on here. But President Trump did say that he predicts that they're going to give everything. So let's go to the main good news that as Iranians, like maybe some people don't understand how big of a deal this is for us, but this is a big deal for us. I saw Emily Schrader post a video as well, but this is in Hebrew. So I'm just going to read what Iran International posted in the caption. So David Barney, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, the head of Mossad said, "Our mission has not yet been completed. We did not expect the mission to be fulfilled immediately with the subsiding of the battles, but we certainly planned for our battle to continue and to manifest itself in the post-attack period in Tehran as well." He added, "Our commitment will only be fulfilled when the extremist regime is replaced." So Israel, and guys, remember, this is not coming from a politician. So we're not playing political games here. Israel is confirming that their entire, and guys, remember, unlike in the United States where there's a divide on this, there is no divide on this in Israel. Left, right, up, down, there is close to unanimous agreement in Israel that the Islamic Republic has to go. This is why I usually say that when it comes to, I'm not talking about like President Trump, like, but it comes to, I'm talking about the people. When it comes to the people, the Israeli people are very aligned with the Iranian people regarding what we want to see happen, right? There's like some division in the United States, but in Israel, Israeli people and the Iranian people are on the same page here. And we could see like this is such a good news to us to see that the Israelis are not going to leave this. It's basically the same as the Iranian people. Whatever happens in these military operations, whether it stops, whether it continues, when it whatever happens, the Iranian people are not going to stop fighting until this regime falls. And we know the Israeli people are also not going to stop, with or without the United States. The Israeli people are not going to stop until this regime falls. So this is why this was such an encouraging message to see. Right? And then we have a better understanding of what Central Command is trying to do now. So, guys, this is not technically what the Americans are doing. Is not technically blocking the Strait of Hormuz. What is, if you want to actually dig more deeper in what the nuance is, because closing the Strait of Hormuz kind of suggests that, like for example, a tanker, if a tanker goes in and gets some oil from Saudi Arabia, and they try to leave the Strait of Hormuz, they will be blocked as well. That's not what's happening. The more accurate version of what's happening is they're blocking Iranian ports. They're not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. They're blocking Iranian ports. And I think this is one reason why Brent crude prices, crude oil prices didn't react as hard as much to what was happening, because all they're trying to do is block all the ports of the on the Persian Gulf on the Iranian side, and basically both on the west side of the Strait of Hormuz and also the east side of the Strait of Hormuz. Both. Oh, look at this! Actually, they have a good picture here. Look at this. Oh, this is actually making my point. Look, this is this red line. That's what they're blocking. They're not blocking here. They're not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. They're basically saying, so if you basically, a ship goes to Bahrain, wants to leave the Strait of Hormuz, that's not being blocked. A ship going to Qatar, wants to leave the Strait of Hormuz, that's not going to be blocked. Any ship that is basically goes to the ports on Iran, and also any ship that wants to pay a toll to the Islamic Republic on the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to be blocking. And because everything here needs to be blocked, so I guess they're going to hold on. They're going to basically stop people here, around here, to make sure, because they could track where they're coming from. The challenge to this is going to be, are you really going to stop, like, I don't know, Chinese ship, for example? Like that might escalate things. Like we're gonna see the tension between China and United States. Like, are we really going to use U.S. military ships to stop Chinese tankers who are leaving Iranian ports? That is going to be challenging. So we'll see if the Chinese are going to try to see it as a bluff and try to call the bluff, and if they do that, how would the Americans respond? So that's the main thing to see. Like, if, by the way, guys, if this blockade of Iran, so see, actually, CENTCOM is actually giving it the proper name. It's not the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. I didn't even notice that. Like, that was my understanding, and then now I see the title as well. So CENTCOM is titling it correctly. U.S. blockade of Iranian ports. It's not the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It's a blockade of Iranian ports. So that means all of the oil from Saudi Arabia, from gas from Qatar, all of this, like all Kuwait, Iraq, they're completely free to go. But Goldie, this is something I'm really getting annoyed, and I don't want to say, like, I know this might be unpopular to say, I mean, it shouldn't be, but I am really getting annoyed. And I think that, I don't know, I'm going to ask you, like, because you're the political person here, and I don't want to do anything that it goes against us. I just want to see what you like. Can we do a campaign and respectfully and politely ask CENTCOM to stop referring to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf? Like that's CENTCOM's policy is always to refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. And I don't know if people understand how big of a deal this is to Iranian people. And this is not going to politically, this is not going to help us out at all when it comes, because we want the Iranian people to continue supporting the American and military operations.
Yeah.
And CENTCOM has been very good in showing support and communicating to the Iranian people regarding how much they care about their lives. And we really appreciate that. But I don't know why this is the policy of CENTCOM to every time that when it comes to the Persian Gulf, refer to it as the Arabian Gulf. But I think like
this is one of the fastest ways to cause division in the newfound unity between the Iranian people and Americans. So whoever is doing this, they're not doing President Trump or his administration or Americans a favor, because one thing that's really important for us is respect for our territorial integrity. And for the last 47 years, the Persian Gulf countries have been trying to encroach their identity over Persian Iranian territory. And they have relied and taken advantage of the weakness of the Islamic regime to do that. So this is actually this is not harming the Islamic regime in any way. In fact, this is actually helpful to the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime can take this post and show it to the Iranian people and say, see, do you see what they're trying to do? If we go, they're going to take all of Iran's territorial integrity. They're going to, balkanize Iran. Look, they're already starting by taking over the Persian Gulf. So this is not helpful. If this is a strategy that's meant to, humiliate the Islamic regime, it's not working. This is going to backfire big time, because this is actually this is not good. This is not good. It has been known as the Persian Gulf for thousands and thousands of years. So this is not a good strategy. And whoever is doing this is not doing the United States a favor right now.
Yeah. Is there any way that we respectfully could do something about it in a way that comes off as polite and like do a campaign or something, or should we just, I don't know.
I mean, I could probably make like a short video about it and put it online or something.
Oh my God. That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will. I'll make a note of that. Let me grab a pen.
Thank you, Goldie.
Yeah. Because I know people are thinking that, this is just a way to troll the Islamic regime. No, this is not the way to do it.
Yes.
Going after the territorial integrity of Iran is not the way to do it. And this will actually backfire. This will backfire.
Yeah. You're so right, Goldie. When you said that the Islamic Republic actually loves this, that's such a good point. Too, because they will use this against us as a way to cause division. And by the way, guys, please understand that this is not an anti-Arab thing. Like, for example, as an Iranian myself, if somebody wants to go change the name of the Arabian Sea to the Persian Sea, I will oppose that as well. We already have a sea called the Arabian Sea, okay? And it should remain the Arabian Sea, okay? So keep the Arabian Sea, and keep the Persian Gulf. So don't think like we're being anti-Arab racists here, okay? It's just this has always been the name.
Yeah, it's the name. It's part of our territorial integrity.
Right.
Right? So it has nothing to do with anti-Arab sentiment, right? Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me read this, because it's very, other than that, I'm going to read this, give the proper name here when I read this, but other than this one, the rest is really good information. Okay. So CENTCOM is saying more than 10,000 U.S. soldiers, Marines, and airmen, along with over a dozen warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the mission to blockade the ships entering and departing Iranian ports. During the first 24 hours, no ships no ships made it past the US blockade. So guys, this is really good because that means that this is winning successful. If this continues to be successful, this is going to bankrupt the Islamic Republic. So this is why everybody has to keep an eye on this blockade. This will devastate the war machine of the Islamic Republic. So far in the past 24 hours has been successful because no ships made it past the US blockade, and 6 merchant vessels complied with direction from US forces to turn around to re-enter an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman. The blockade is being enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. U.S. forces are supporting freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. So this last part is very important because not only they're blocking ships that are coming from Iranian ports, they're helping and supporting all the vessels transiting through the Strait of Hormuz that are coming from non-Iranian ports. And that means that the flow of oil will be continue, and that means that's really going to help. Maybe hopefully we could keep Brent crude oil prices under 100. Yes. So yes, Goldie, I have. Do you want me to continue, or do you have anything?
I'm listening.
Okay.
It's we're almost at Armin Power Hour right now.
Okay. Wait, somebody gave me a super. Do you want me to also respond to the super chats as they come?
Well, actually, let me do that right now, really quick, while you get the next post set up. So,
okay.
Ola Silic. Oh my gosh, what a loser! This person. This person's like, long live Mossadegh. Oh my gosh, what? My gosh, it's like
Mossadegh is dead.
Mossadegh is dead. He was an opium addict, and he was like a communist traitor. And like no one in Iran likes Mossadegh. It's always like the weird, random, non-Iranian people who are trying to like Iran-splain Iran to us, and they're coming. They're like, oh, Mossadegh this. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Weird. I mean, waste of money though. Wait, was that a super chat?
Yeah,
for me or
no,
for
that was for you. But thank you for supporting an anti-Mossadegh channel, you idiot.
No. That was a super chat that was a super chat for you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for supporting an anti-Mossadegh channel again, because I'm also anti-Mossadegh.
So funny. So funny. Oh my gosh, these people are such low IQ. It's ridiculous. Right. Our favorite gunslinger of the Wild West is back. Yes, guys, I'm back. I brought my guns with me, but I'm hiding them. They're hiding under here. So there you go. I got to be extra careful. But yes, I am back. I'm still trying to figure out what happened, and I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Carla, oh my gosh, Goldie, my husband said they took you down. Happy to see you. Thank you. Great to be back. Yeah, like my day 107 live stream is still down, actually. Oh, sorry, not 107, 106. Day 106, the one where like it was taken down and I got a strike for apparently carrying a firearm. That one is still down. However, I do have every single Iran Revolution live video is available on Rumble. So I have been simultaneously streaming to Rumble since the beginning. So even though it was taken down from YouTube, it is available on Rumble. So let me just show this to you guys really quickly. Let me just pull this up really quick. So in case anyone wants to, let me just show this really, really quickly. So this is my Rumble channel. I basically use it as a backup. Like it's just basically there as a backup because, YouTube is sort of my main. But yeah, so this is my Rumble channel. It's just Gigamari. And then if you go to channel, that's my user account. And then if you go to channels, you can see that I have like the Goldie Show, and then I have Iran Revolution Live. And then on Iran Revolution Live, I've got, like, this is live streaming right now. Oh, Gold Deception. But I have like all the videos on Iran Revolution Live. If you go there, you'll just see like every single podcast is there on Rumble. So even if like things are taken down on YouTube, it is all available on Rumble. So there you go. Okay, and then the next super chat, while I bring Armin's screen back up. Okay, so the next super chat is from Ajax. I just now realized there are milestone chats. Love you all. I'll be enjoying your voices while I'm on the road today. Thank you so much. Thank you. And guys, see, so this is why, actually, this is a very good reminder of why whenever we share something in the Persian language, even when there are subtitles and people can read along, this is why I always ask Armin to also go back and read the subtitles as well, because there are a lot of people who listen to Iran Revolution Live while they're on the road or at work or driving, and they can't necessarily look at the screen. So a lot of people do treat Iran Revolution Live as sort of like a live radio station as well. So that's why we do this. And have a great day on the road, Ajax, and be safe. You have a couple of new members. I don't know which channel this is for, but Karen Fort and Aaron Berger, welcome. Senior Chief Actual. I know people in CENTCOM still from a previous tour. I'll reach out to public affairs and see what I can do. Thank you. That would be really helpful. Wyatt says, use a Rumble account as your main account. Rumble is friendly to the right. YouTube is run by leftists who hate the right and love Dems. Midterms are coming, so YouTube will attack right influencers. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I've been simultaneously broadcasting on Rumble as well, just to sort of have that backup there. But my Rumble account is not very big. YouTube is still sort of my main platform, but I do have that there as a backup. Ajax, firearm. Sean Ryan started his channel shooting. Yeah, I know. It was very weird what happened. Ange Mordechai, supporting you guys all the time. There are some numpties on Facebook, but we tried to deflect them. LOL. Thank you. And then BS Bonehead says, want to say sorry for my president in Italy to not have supported the Iranians since the war started, as Trump said. We are with you. King Reza Pahlavi arrived today in Rome, and he wait for speech. Oh, is he speaking in Rome today? I know he was in I didn't know he's doing something in Rome. Oh, we should look into that. Thank you for letting us know.
And no need to apologize, guys. Like, you are supporting us, so we are grateful to you. You're not responsible for the actions of other people, so no need to apologize. And we're so grateful to have you in this battle.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, back to you, Armin.
All right. So, Goldie, because there has been, Sohail sent me 3 videos to share from Iranian people, and I think that it's good sometimes to go back, because I was also inspired by you sharing the firefighter story yesterday, and I think all of this talk about ceasefire, uranium, oil makes us forget sometimes maybe what this all is about. So I think that maybe sharing 3 videos of what the Iranian people are going through, and they're still dealing with the scars left on them after, in the January massacre. There are 3 new videos that are going, viral that Sohail picked and sent to me. So I wanted to share their stories. Yeah. So this is a father at his, during Nowruz, but the video is going viral now, but it was at Nowruz at his son's burial ground. So I'm going to play this and translate for you guys. So he's talking to God and he's saying, hey, you. It's like, you heard my voice once. I tell you one more time. He's talking to God. End it. Like, do you understand? Do you get it? Tonight is the New Year. This boy, this handsome boy, was my young son.
چهار مدال طلای جهان آورد.
He had 4 gold medals, world gold medals. So I think he was a fighter.
کشتنش.
He said they killed him.
تو کجا بودی؟
Where were you?
بگی میگی من مهربانم.
You who say that you're benevolent, that you're so kind, you know, God, you say you're so kind. Where were you when they killed my son?
تو میگی من خدایتم.
You tell us that you are our God.
واقعا خدای منی.
Are you really my God?
شب عید.
Like on New Year's Eve,
دلمو در آوردی.
you broke my heart. You brought out my tears.
شما در آوردی. الان وایسی میرفتم دنبال.
Like I was supposed to right now. I was supposed to give my boy a wife. Like I was supposed to be holding his marriage ceremony right now instead of standing at his grave.
خودش میکردم. این مادرشه.
This is his mother.
تو خجالت نمیکشی.
Are you not ashamed?
دورت به من میرسه.
Like you have power over me. You're stronger than me.
دورت به من میرسه.
You have strength over me.
نکن.
Stop it. Don't do this.
بس دیگه.
This is enough.
عمری نمونده برام.
I don't have much more time to live.
فدای ملت ایران برس.
Do something for the nation of Iran.
یه عمر صدات کردی.
For an entire lifetime we called upon you.
تمومش کن.
End it.
کلکه بکن.
Finish the job.
ای
So my interpretation, which might be wrong, is that when he at the beginning he said one time you heard my voice, and now he's saying finish it completely, is when what he was referring at the beginning when he said you heard me once is when Khamenei was killed, and now when he says like finish it, end the job, he's talking about just get rid of the regime completely. And guys, this is inside Iran, if for context.
ای مشتی.
Like, hey, you,
چنان کن سرانجام کار.
finish the job completely,
من خوشنود باشم.
so that I could be happy,
تو رستگار.
so that you could be the savior,
برعکس گفتم.
like or the other way around, so that I could see salvation and you could be happy.
شاید بگیری حرف منو. خدایا.
My God,
تو به مطهرترین بندگان خدا.
I swear upon your best servants.
قسمت میدم. امشب شب سال نوی.
This is New Year's Eve.
دل مادرانه که شکستی.
You broke the hearts of mothers.
دلشون شاد.
Make their hearts happy.
دل پدراشون شاد.
Make their fathers happy.
هر کس در هر
And people are saying Amin.
مقامی هست. در هر دینی هست.
Everybody, whatever the position they have, whatever religion they have,
در هر کیشی هست. در هر آیینی که هست.
yeah,
دلشون شاد.
make them happy again.
ما سیاسی نیست.
We are not political people.
ما حقمونه میخواد.
We want our rights.
حقمونه به ما بده.
Give us our rights.
کی باید خوشحالی بکن.
When can we finally be happy?
شب عید خوشحالی نکن.
Like, we can't even be happy on New Year's Eve.
بس کی.
Then when? If we can't be happy on New Year's Eve, then when can we be happy?
کی باید میدی به ما.
When do you promise us to be happy?
ماندیم.
We're here.
خسته شد.
We're left over here. We're tired. Like how much patience are you going to give us? Finish it. Finish it. So I think like he's not saying it because he's in Iran, but when he says finish it, he's talking about finish the Islamic Republic. So that was one. Here's another video. Okay, so this has English subtitles. I'll just read the English subtitles. Saying, I am Elahe, the sister. The sister of Javidnam Hamed Tahirian. Hamid, and January 8, 2026 in Hafte Hoz Square. He took part in the protest. He injured injured there. They take him to the hospital. He was under treatment in the hospital after he was injured. And unfortunately, in the hospital, agents fired the final shot to his face. So he got injured in the street protest. He was shot, but when he was in the hospital, the agents come to the hospital and shoot him in the head. Somebody saying there's subtitles, Armin. I don't know if you understand that some people, Goldie already explained this to you guys. Some people are driving. Some people are not looking at their screen. That's why I'm reading it for them. Go back. Agents fired the final shot to his face. Hamid disappears, and after 6 days, my older brother finds Hamid in one of the black bags in Kahrizak. Let me see. Even his name was not written on the bag. It was very hard because I live here outside of Iran with my mother. The first moment my older brother gave me this news, the pain itself was one thing, but my only thought was, how should I tell my mother this news? How should I tell her that they killed her beloved? It was very hard. I am one of the students of Tehran University. I witnessed the dormitory incident with my own eyes. The dormitory incident, guys, is something that happened. What year was that? Like when I was still back in Iran. So more than 20 years ago, I think. That the university students were protesting and the regime came and really brutally suppressed them. So she says, like, I saw that with my own eyes when I was back in Iran. So many students were killed. So many disappeared. And I always feared we would be left alone again. And the same thing happened here. How could I tell my mother this? And how could we in exile help my mother, my sister, and myself? To get through this. It is unbelievable. As soon as my friends in Italy, in England, in Germany, in Austria, in the United States, in Canada, Japan, Dubai, as soon as they heard about this, they called us from all over the world. They filled our home and room with flowers. People kept coming and going. It was something unbelievable. A very strange scene.
انگاری دیگه
It felt like the pain was not only ours.
درد ما نبود، انگاری
It felt like we were not the only ones
فقط ما نبودیم که حامد
who lost Hamid.
دست دادیم. انگاری حامد
It wasn't only us that lost Hamid. It felt like Hamid belonged to everyone.
برای همه بود. روزهای خیلی سختی
Those were very hard days.
بود وقتی توی تجمعات شرکت
When we joined gatherings,
می‌کردیم. بچه‌ها
people kissed my mother's hands.
می‌اومدن دستای مامانو می‌بوسیدن، مامانو بغل
They hugged her.
می‌کردن، به مامان می‌گفتن
They told her we are Hamid.
ما حامدیم، ما حامد تو
We are your Hamid.
هستیم، تو حامد تو هست،
We have not lost him.
دست ندادیم. یه جورایی
In a way, this grief united us Iranians more than before.
این غم اتحاد ما ایرانی‌ها رو بیشتر کرد. حالا چه
Inside and outside of Iran.
خارج از ایران، چه حتی توی ایران
Many stood by my other brother
خیلی کنار برادر دیگه و خانواده
and his family,
برادرم بودن، فامیل، دوستان.
relatives and friends.
من فکر می‌کنم
I
که جمهوری
think the Islamic Republic
اسلامی یه اشتباه
made a very big mistake.
خیلی بزرگ کرد. فکر می‌کرد
They thought
که این دفعه مثل
they thought this time would be like before.
دفعه قبله، ولی
But none of our lives as Iranians,
زندگی ما ایرانی‌ها هیچ کدوم
as Iranians, will ever return to before January 8th.
به قبل از 18 دی بر نمیگرده. یعنی
I believe as long as we live
من فکر میکنم تا عمر هست، تا زندگی های دیگه هست،
and as long as life continues,
ما نه 18 دی نه
we will never forget the January 8th and 9th,
مستعدی رو فراموش میکنیم، نه کیسه های
nor the black bags.
مشکی. حامد فقط
Hamid was Iran.
حامد ما نبود، حامد ایران بود.
So no, the translation is wrong here. Saying Hamid was not just our Hamid. Hamid was the Hamid of Iran. And then I have this one. Let me see. Also, Goldney sent me a fourth one. Let me see if I could also get that one. Okay, thank you. I'll put that in the list. Goldie, do you mind responding to a chat a little bit, because I need to just go for 1 minute. For 1 minute, I'll be back right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We'll go to some super chats. And guys, we're taking a commercial break for Armin Power Hour. Oh my gosh. I have all the control now, guys. What should we do? What should we do? All right, let me go to some of the super chats here really quick. Goldie and Armin. Oh, so Gav says, Goldie and Armin, we need to chant this slogan at all the rallies. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the Islamic Republic has got to go. I agree. That is one of the chants that people do chant. What impact will the pipeline to Yanbu, Saudi Arabia opened have on the blockade? Very good question. I don't know yet. I don't know. Well, I mean, the thing is, the blockade, right? It's not an actual blockade for all of the oil. The blockade is only for, like Armin explained, those ships that are leaving from Iranian ports, right? So I actually don't know what impact it would have, but I can definitely look into that and do like a quick analysis on that later. Unless Armin, do you know the answer to this question off the top of your head?
So I know that, guys, pipelines will, I mean, at least not yet, they don't have the capacity of oil tankers on water, like on maritime shipping trade routes. So it definitely helps. And Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline helps get the oil from the Persian Gulf, go through Saudi Arabia, get it to the Red Sea. I think they do, I forgot how many barrels they do. It's much less than their capacity that they got through the Strait of Hormuz. So it will basically, through the Strait of Hormuz, it could go either through the Suez Canal up the, north of the Red Sea, or Bab al-Mandab, south of the Red Sea, go through there to the rest of the world, which actually helps like reduce the pressure on Saudi Arabia. However, it's not going to be able to replace the amount of oil that they get to ship through the Strait of Hormuz. So it helps. It does help, but it's not a complete replacement.
Thank you, Armin, for that. So Andy Barnes says, according to my AI research, the reason the Project Vendetta Mushtabovid has been taken down is due to wartime misinformation issues regarding our cardboard leader, not specifically a firearms issue. Okay, I mean, maybe I'm not quite sure because that's not my channel, but definitely something to take up with them. But thank you for that input. Zip Gunnell says, it is Yom HaShoah for you as well. I am so sorry. Thank you. And actually, that is something that I did want to speak about. I do have a couple of posts, both about Yom HaShoah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly, but also yesterday was International Holocaust Remembrance Day. So thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. We're thinking of you as well. And when Armin is done, I do have a couple of important posts that I want to share about this. Thank you. And then,
So, with regards to that, Goldie, there was in our discussion group, Richard, who is who is Jewish, he was thinking regarding the Holocaust remembrance. He was wondering if the better but obviously we should never forget like what happened in the Holocaust. But he was arguing, as a Jewish man himself, that the Jews have been more successful getting it's a more successful strategy to destroy your oppressors rather than asking for sympathy for being oppressed. So he was wondering if yes. So he was we were wondering if all of this Holocaust remembrance things that we have done and all of the Holocaust memorial. By the way, I'm not against it. I'm just telling you what the discussion was, right? A Holocaust memorial places that we have all over the world, it didn't do much in reducing anti-Jewish hatred. But what has saved the Jews right now more globally, more than telling the world that the Holocaust was wrong and Jews were the victims, the level of anti-Jewish hatred is so high that doesn't help that much. What really does help is for Israel to become more and more powerful, and instead of asking the world to care about the Jews, destroy the people who want to harm the Jews.
Well, I mean, I think it's a dual. It should be a two-pronged strategy because, to me, like the memorial and the remembrance is more of like an internal thing, right? It's about the Israeli and Jewish nation memorializing what happened and never forgetting the names of the people that they lost. And then, of course, if anyone else wants to, join in and participate 100%. But I mean, there's a reason why Israel is very powerful right now, because Israel is taking never again very seriously. And I
yes.
Yeah,
guys, I'm not suggesting that remembering is not important. Like I see some people saying like remembering is important. I wasn't suggesting that. I was just saying the remembering these people is mostly important for us because we don't want these people to be forgotten. And I don't want them, we should never forget these people, just like Jews should never forget the victims of Holocaust. We Iranians also should never forget our Javidnams. That is something that we do because we just must do. There is no way out of it. We have to remember the victims. But I'm just saying that's just, we do it because we have to do it. But when it comes to defeating evil, a lot of our focus should be on destroying our enemies alongside that. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
So, I mean, since we're on this topic, I might as well just share these two posts really quickly before we go to the next one. So a good friend of mine, he's a Jewish Iranian, Carmel, he posted yesterday, on this Yom HaShoah, we honor the memory of Abdul Hossein Sardari, an Iranian diplomat who saved the lives of hundreds of Iranian Jews and non-Iranian Jews living in France from the Nazi genocide by issuing them Iranian passports. There's an ancient alliance between Iranians and Jews. So yes, this gentleman, an Iranian diplomat, not a Jew, I believe, he was Muslim, like a secular Muslim. So yes, during World War II, he issued hundreds of Iranian passports to Iranian and non-Iranian Jews so that they could escape and go seek sanctuary in Iran during World War II. So that's one thing, one post that I want to share. Not a lot of people know about this, but he was, big hero. And then IDF Farsi also posted. I think they also posted about him, in fact. So they posted yesterday in Persian. Which Iranian diplomat worked to save the lives of Jews during the Holocaust? Abdul Hossein Sardari was an Iranian Muslim diplomat in Paris who, during the Holocaust, saved over 2,300 Jews by risking his own life. Sardari worked to protect Jews in occupied Paris, whether they were Iranian Jews or not. And now here's a video. I haven't watched this yet, but I'm hoping it's in English, but let's see. Okay, it's not in English, but I'll play it once. It's only 25 seconds, and then we'll go back and Armin will translate.
از آغاز سال 1942 ایران بیش از 100,000 پناهنده لهستانی را پذیرفت که بسیاری از آنها یهودی بودند و به نام بچه‌های تهران معروف هستند. همچنین یادی کنیم از عبدالحسین سرداری، دیپلمات ایرانی که کمک‌های ارزنده‌ای به یهودیان ایرانی فرانسوی کرد. ما به یاد داریم و هرگز نمی‌بخشیم.
Here, let me send this to you, Armin.
Yeah. So before I translate that, can I tell people how he helped the Jews?
Yeah.
Okay. So he basically uses legal training to argue that Iranian Jews were. So he had like a lot of empty passports. And at first he started helping Iranian Jews to get out of Europe to save them from Nazi Germany. And then after he got them all out, he still had empty passports on his hands, and then he started to fill those names with other Jews who are non-Iranians to get them to Iran as well. And there's a famous quote where they asked him, why was he helping all these Jews get out of Europe to come to Iran? And then he answered, because they're Iranian. And then they said, like, but you also help non-Iranian Jews. And then he said, because they're human. So he said that. So he was basically, they call him Iran's Schindler because, and this should be a movie, because the things that he went through to try to get as many Jews out of Europe as possible to Iran was like, he risked his own life. Like he was like under Nazi Germany. And one thing else, Goldie, that is very interesting is that he's part of the Qajar dynasty. And I want to say why that's significant, because he was a politician under the Pahlavi dynasty, even though he himself belonged to the Qajar dynasty, which shows the level of tolerance that the Pahlavi dynasty had. Because usually what happens historically is that when one dynasty replaces the other dynasty, they wipe out everything left of the previous dynasty. But the Pahlavi dynasty, not only they did not do that, they put so many of the people from the Qajar dynasty in charge of important political positions, which shows also the level of tolerance that the Pahlavi dynasty had.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I sent you the video so that you can translate it.
Okay. So let me go here. Okay. So from the beginning of the year 1942, Iran has accepted more than 100,000 refugees from Poland, which many of them were Jewish. And now they're famous. They were famous with the name the Children of Tehran. And let's also remember Abdul Hossein Sardari, Iranian diplomat, who did a lot of valuable help to the Jewish Iranians in France and also non-Iranian Jewish in France.
به یهودیان ایرانی فرانسوی کرد. ما به یاد داریم
We remember,
و هرگز
and we will never forget. We will never forgive.
نمیبخشیم. از
Yeah, they should make a movie out of what he did, because the details, like the details of what he did, is like really mind blowing. He prevented so many Jews from having to go through what the other Jews in Europe had to go through. So the issuing unauthorized passports. So when he realized the Nazis intended to exterminate all Jews, Sardari began issuing Iranian passports to anyone he could, often without his government's permission. I mean, he couldn't wait for that. It was urgent. He issued roughly 500 to 1,000 blank passports, since one passport often covered an entire family. This saved thousands of lives. He purposefully omitted the bearer's religion from these documents, allowing them to pass through Nazi checkpoints safely. Helping non-Iranians. Although his official duty was to protect Iranian citizens, he also provided documents and affidavits to non-Iranian Jews from countries like Russia, Georgia, and Syria. Guys, look at this. He wasn't, let me put his picture, bring back to the place. Like, yeah, he was not a Jew, and he was Iranian. And he helped Jews to go to Iran for refuge from Russia, from Georgia, from Syria, from all the places. Like, he wasn't just helping Iranian Jews, he was helping all Jews get out of the places that they needed to get out of. Personal sacrifice. Sardari stayed in Paris. Look at this. Sardari stayed in Paris to continue his work even after being ordered home by his government. He even used his own personal funds to keep the consulate running when official funding was cut off. Later in life, he faced disciplinary action from unauthorized activities and died in relative obscurity in London. So when he died, people didn't even know that he had done all of this. Like, people even didn't know why he's doing so many of these things. Like, all of this came out much later after he died. And people didn't know that he was a hero. And so if you please, like, share his name and share what he did and share his sacrifice, because, a lot of people don't know this. Yeah. So let's go to this video.
Where is this? Where and when?
Okay, let me actually see if I could see the caption of the original post where I downloaded this from, if it gives me any information. But
Okay.
this is a recent video that is going viral.
Okay.
But he's talking about صحبت‌های پدر جاویدنام سام افشاری 17 ساله در تجمع 22 فروردین برلین. This is Berlin.
Okay.
And this is the father of Sam Afshari, a boy that died in the protest, and he was 17 years old. And this is his father. So let's see what he has to say about his son.
So this is April 11. This was on the Global Day of Action, where Iranians rallied around the world, and this is in Berlin.
Okay, yes.
من پدر سام افشاری از کرج هستم.
He's saying, I am the father of Sam Afshari.
Really quick, I'm getting a lot of this, guys. So yes, we didn't play the Q&A for King Reza Pahlavi yesterday. I will play it today when Armin is gone. Absolutely, I will do that. We will get to that. It's on my agenda, on my list to do. So we'll get to that for sure. All right, sorry about that, Armin. Please continue.
No worries.
من پدر سام افشاری از کرج هستم.
I'm the father of Sam Afshari from Karaj.
که
People are saying ba sharaf.
شرف شمایید که پای کار وایستادین تا الان.
He's saying you are ba sharaf, you are the honorable ones because you have stayed and you're stayed here, like you're continuing to work up even till now.
اه،
So they're saying qasam be khune yaran istadaim ta payan, which means we swear upon the blood of our friends that we will keep fighting until the very end. We will keep standing until the very end.
من کمی از سام و جاویدنامه صحبت کنم که
Like I want to say something about Psalm and the Javidnams,
بعد زحمت رو کم کنم.
and then I will stop bothering you.
سام من 18 دی 1404
So my Psalm on January 8, 2026,
با فراخوان شاهزاده رضا پهلوی
in response to Princess of Pahlavi's call to action,
میره بیرون تو تجمعات
he goes out into the protests
با یکی دو تا از دوستاش میرن بیرون برای
with one or two of his friends. He goes out into the gatherings
اعتراضات برای اینکه حقشون رو بگیرن از این
so that they could get their rights
دیکتاتور جمهوری اسلامی
from the dictatorship of the Islamic Republic,
و نذارن مردم رو قتل عام کنن.
so that they could stop them from massacring the people.
پسر من سام یکی از باشرف‌های جاویدنامه ها،
My son Sam was one of the honorable Javidnams.
یکی از این جاویدنامه ها بود که 18 دی ممنونم 18 دی میره بیرون
On January 8, he goes out
واسه اعتراضات
for the
که
protest,
متاسفانه تک‌تیرانداز از بالای ساختمونی میزنه پهلوی این
and unfortunately a sniper hits him from the top of a building.
بچه
This
با اون حال
this child,
زنده بوده خودشو
even though he was shot by a sniper, he didn't die, and he dragged himself
میکشونه یه مقدار جلوتر که بتونه فرار کنه. حالا یه
He dragged himself so that he could run away after he was shot by a sniper,
جوری بتونه قصر در بره از دست این حرومزاده های تروریست سرکوبگر جمهوری اسلامی
so he could survive these terrorist bastards of the Islamic Republic.
که متاسفانه این بچه رو سرکوبگرا میگیرنش
But unfortunately, the suppressing units, they capture him
و منتقلش میکنن به بیمارستان
they take him to the hospital,
یکی از همون نزدیکی
a hospital close by
عظیمیه کرج.
in Karaj.
بعد از مدتی
After a while,
بچم در حالی که سون تو دهنش بوده
after a while, my child, while he had these hospital tubes in his mouth,
سرکوبگرا هجوم میارن تو
the regime forces, they raid the hospital
بیمارستان و بچه منو تیر خلاص میزنن تو سرش.
they shoot him in the head while he's on the hospital bed. They shoot my son and they shoot my child in the head. Yeah. That was that one. And Goldie sent this one. Goldie caption sent me this one to also share with you guys. Goldie says, a boy in occupied Iran, Arsha, celebrates his birthday beside his father's grave. Abbas Keshavars was murdered by the terrorist Islamic Republic during the January 9th protest. They directly fired a military bullet at him. He's just one of more than 40,000 murdered. So let's watch this. This is his birthday. He's celebrating it with his dad next to his burial ground.
فیلم بگیرم آره بشماریم برابره بچه یه کوچولو دیگه بیایم داریم میگیریم بگو خب بشینم بشین بشماریم
Like said next to your dad. Countdown. They're counting down. Whew. Okay. So that was that. Let's go back to some news updates. So let's watch this clip. Hold on, let me make this big. No, this is less important, so I'm not gonna start with that. So I just wanted to share these with you guys before we go back to news updates, because I don't want us to forget what all of this is about. So I hope you guys, that's okay with you guys. And now that we covered that, we could go back to saying where we're at with the news. Yeah. All right. So let's watch this. We're going to give you a couple of updates.
Challenging it will be eliminated. Matt Finn is live in Dubai with the very latest for us. Matt?
Good morning, Ainsley. So far, no reports of any major incidents or confrontations out on the Persian Gulf behind me where that American blockade is happening. Now, Fox's...
So this is, guys, the reason why this is significant, because if there is no major issues with the blockade, it means that the American blockade is being successful. And guys, if the American blockade ends up being successful, the Islamic Republic is really, really screwed. That's why when they say there's no major incidents, that means the Americans are going unchallenged. And if the Americans are going unchallenged, it might be the Islamic Republic is unable. It means that the Islamic Republic is unable to challenge the U.S. blockade. This is why, like, you might seem like, okay, so how is this news? Like, the blockade is going unchallenged. This is really significant, because if this continues, it might bankrupt the Islamic Republic.
Lauren Simonetti reports that a Chinese-owned ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz today with the U.S. blockade in place. It's an oil and chemicals tanker that was turned back yesterday, the first day of the blockade, but got through today with success. Now, this tracks with what the president and CENTCOM is saying, which is that the entire Persian Gulf is not blocked. Rather, the U.S. is preventing ships from entering or exiting Iranian ports. And Iranian...
Ooh, guys, the Chinese ones, the Chinese ones complying, that's the most important part. Because if the Chinese comply with the U.S. blockade and they don't go on Iranian ports, but they do go to Saudi, Qatari, Bahrain, Iraqi, Kuwaiti ports, if even the Chinese comply, that is a huge win for the United States. Huge win.
Or exiting Iranian ports. An Iranian military spokesperson has been threatening possible retaliation for all this, writing, if the security of Iranian ports is threatened, no port in the Gulf or the Sea of Oman will be safe.
So this is the thing. We're all waiting to see if the Islamic Republic is able to cause any problems for the U.S. blockade. By the way, guys, this is very genius, because a lot of people were saying, like, holding a blockade is easy and opening a blockade is hard. So now the Americans were like, oh, because it's so easy to hold a blockade, United States, even with its military might, is not going to be able to do anything about it. So the United States are like, okay, well, let's also, if it's easy to hold a blockade, well, let's us do the same thing, but on our terms. And now we'll see if the Islamic Republic can do anything about it.
The latest report this morning from the International Energy Agency says continued attacks on energy infrastructure here in the Middle East and ongoing restrictions to tanker movements throughout the Strait of Hormuz has led to the largest fuel disruption in history. Initially, these deep
but Brent is still under 100.
cuts in oil came from the Middle East, had a huge impact on sectors like jet fuel. But if things remain as is, this new report says scarcity and higher prices will persist. Ainsley?
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, so far it seems to have minimum impact on the economy so far. Let's see some more people talking about the blockade. I wanted to also highlight this, see what they're saying here.
We put our 2 destroyers through. Minesweeping operations are ongoing, John, and you're absolutely right. What President Trump has done is taken that leverage, taken Iran trying to hold the entire world's economies hostage, has taken that off the table now with this action. I mean, we cannot, I can tell you from the United Nations standpoint, live in a world where 2 parties have a conflict, regardless of whether you agree with the conflict or not, and you have, I don't know, a country trying to shut down the Strait of Gibraltar or the Bering Strait or any other international waterway as leverage in a conflict. We've taken that off the table, and that isolates the whole issue to what President Trump has been consistent on since the 1980s, even since before he was in politics. We cannot have a genocidal regime with its finger on a nuclear button, period. And I've got to tell you, I'm just thankful that finally we have a president who's actually taking bold, decisive action to take care of a problem before it's an absolute crisis and before we have zero options.
Yeah, actually, let me show you something. One thing that we need to pay attention to, if I could get a map here. Okay, this is a very low res map. Let me see if I could find a better map. Maybe if I just click on it. Nope, that's not good. Here, let me copy link. Here, maybe this will be better. Nope. Copy image address. No, copy image address. There we go. Okay, this is better here. So guys, look at this. This is the Strait of Hormuz here, right? And this is Bab el-Mandeb down here, right? So the Islamic Republic thinks now they could have more leverage over fuel prices, like energy prices around the world, by threatening to close the Bab el-Mandeb as well, right? So remember, people were talking about the pipeline that the Saudi Arabia has that goes through Saudi Arabia, connects the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. They call it the East-West pipeline, and I think it could carry like 7 million barrels a day from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. So the Islamic Republic is saying, well, if we also threaten Bab el-Mandeb down here, maybe we could also cause even more disruption in world energy supply. But the issue is that is so far away from them. However, the Houthis are here, and the Houthis might help the Islamic Republic close down, block the Bab el-Mandeb. But this is very interesting because the Houthis have been kind of absent. I mean, they have participated a little bit when it comes to shooting like at Israel, but that has been very small. And so far, it seems like they're basically not getting involved as much as many people expected. It is important to note that, you know, we talked about the USS George H.W. Bush airstrike carrier group coming to the region to potentially add to all the Navy assets that we have around the Persian Gulf. It's interesting to see that the George H.W. Bush carrier strike group didn't come through the Strait of Gibraltar to Mediterranean and then the Suez and the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. They didn't go through all of this to come to the Persian Gulf. They're going all the way down through, you know, south of Africa, Horn of Africa, coming all the way up. So they're taking the long route to get to the Persian Gulf. And it seems that they're trying to avoid having to use interceptors against the Houthis, because I bet you if the George H.W. Bush airstrike carrier group was going to come this route, the Yemenis, the Houthis will shoot some missiles at them, and that would be a waste of money, wasting some interceptors maybe on them. And you know, the Houthis would love to be able to shoot at like a, you know, carrier airstrike carrier strike group. They would love to do that. So that's why maybe they took the the scenic route, and that's why it might take a little bit longer for them to get to the region. But again, this is what we're dealing with. These are the two straits that we need to worry about right now. But yeah, but I don't know if the Houthis don't get involved. I suspect that the Islamic Republic is not going to be able to do much about the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. But we'll see. We'll see. Going back to Islamic Republic State TV now. This is Ramadan. I think you guys all know Ramadan. He had a recent appearance on the Islamic Republic State TV. If you don't know Ramadan, let's go to our bingo card. We haven't had like a new cutlet for a while, so hopefully we could get some soon. Hopefully Ghalibaf might be removed from the no-kill list soon. But guys, remember, without after Ali Khamenei, right now the biggest kill that we could get is not Ghalibaf, is Ahmed Vahidi as the head of the IRGC right now. Okay, so this is the biggest prize that we could get. Yes.
So really quick, speaking of Ghalibaf, did you see that video where Morad Vaisi, someone asks him about Ghalibaf, and then he almost says something that he shouldn't?
But that no, I mean, show me.
It's really, really funny. That's how you can tell he's one of us, but he was trying so hard to be professional. Okay, just see if you catch it, because I caught it right away, but see if you catch it, and then we'll explain.
یا گفتن که آمریکا دنبال اینه که باقر قالیباف رو بیاره و باقر شاه و اینا. نه، به نظرم به زودی میزنن قالیباف رو هم به احتمال زیاد میکنه. یعنی
Goldie, I listened to his show, but I didn't catch that. I didn't catch it.
که باقی
میزنن Oh no! God, oh my God, Goldie, when I was watching the show, I didn't notice that. I'm so glad you showed me. One more time.
یا گفتن که آمریکا دنبال اینه که باقر قالیباف رو بیاره و باقر شاه و اینا. نه، به نظرم به زودی میزنن قالیباف رو هم.
I'll explain. I will explain so that I can keep it clean. So guys, someone is asking him, a lot of people.
یا گفتن که آمریکا دنبال اینه که باقر قالیباف رو بیاره و باقر.
So he's like, a lot of people are saying that like America is looking to like get Ghalibaf and maybe like negotiate with like Ghalibaf and then he's like no.
به نظرم به زودی میزنن قالیباف رو هم.
He's like no, in my opinion, America's gonna hit them very hard and then this is the part. So he says he says I think America's gonna hit them really hard. And then when he starts saying kh, like you can hear him say kh, and then he changes to Ghalibaf really quick. Just listen to this part. So he's like Ghalibaf. So he caught himself because he was basically just about to say America is going to hit Ghalibaf and basically like F him up. So the kh was like him. It's like the equivalent of someone catching themselves saying, oh no, Americans are going to hit them and do something else, right? So the kh was him because we knew exactly where he was saying with that in the context. So that was just very funny because he's very professional, but he basically kind of like, one of us. That's why Armin was laughing so hard at that. Wait, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm saying it's so much worse than F him up. It's like we're not even gonna.
I know.
We're not gonna even mention what he was gonna say because I don't think non-Iranians would understand.
That the equivalent is F him up. That's the equivalent.
Yeah. Goldie's like, Armin, stop explaining. Stop.
That's why I'm explaining, not you. But that's like the there. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Don't worry, Goldie. I'm not gonna say it.
I know, but that's the equivalent there. So here, I'm downloading the video right now, so I can send it to you, so you can have a copy.
Thank you. Yes. By the way, guys, in 8 minutes, I'm going to be in my discussion group. So I'm going to post the link to my discussion group, Liberty Politics Discussion. So if you want to come and ask me any questions and talk about what's happening right now, especially if you want to talk about the blockade and the ongoing internal divisions within the Islamic Republic, the situation with the Iranian people, all of that, you could come and ask me in the discussion group. And again, I'll post the link one more time in the chat. So come and talk to me over there. Do I have time to talk about the Ramadan thing before I go?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still Armin Power Hour until you leave.
Okay. Let me just do it really quickly. So for people, because I want to show you this video, but this is Ramadan, and I need everybody to know, guys, people who watch Iran Revolution Live, they are way more informed about what's going on in Iran than people elsewhere, right? So that's why I want to keep like reminding you who's who, so that you're very well informed. Okay, so this is one of the top 6 people that we want dead more than anyone else is Ahmad Reza Radan, or just remember him as Radan. He's the main chief of police right now, and he is the main person now responsible for suppressing the Iranian people. And that's why killing him is going to give the Iranian people a huge both boost in morale and a huge advantage in whenever the call to action comes for the next uprising. Ahmad Reza Radan being dead will really help the Iranian people. Okay, so let's see. He just had a TV presence in the Islamic Republic State TV. Let's see what he says. There's no translation here. Let me read the caption first. Yeah, so this guy is actually making a good point, whoever is posting this video, because so many people are asking, why aren't the Iranian people protesting if they hate the regime? First of all, the main answer is because we haven't received a call to action from Princess of Pahlavi, okay? But also because Radan, head of the regime's police, is saying if people take to the streets to protest, we will do to them what we have done to the enemy. Our hands are on the trigger. So that's his warning. Let me quickly play this.
ما اینجا دیگه اگر کسی به خواست دشمن بیاد
So now at this point, if anybody comes out at the request of our enemy,
ما معترض غیره نمیبینیم اونو ما دشمن میبینیم.
Like we're not going to consider them people who are just protesting. We're going to consider them to be the enemy.
و آنی میکنیم که با دشمن میکنیم.
And we will do to them what we do to our enemies.
برخورد میکنیم که با دشمن میکنیم.
We will respond to them the way we respond to our enemies.
همه بچهای ما دست به ماشه آماده.
All our guys have their fingers on the trigger and they're ready.
در حراست از انقلابشون.
So by the way, the fact that they're showing this on state TV, this means that they're worried about an uprising coming up soon. And guys, remember, like you can see that so many times when we show you footage from the state TV, you see two. You always see, like, not always, but many times you see two smaller screens on the left, live feed from the streets in Iran, because the Islamic Republic constantly is trying to encourage its own people staying to occupy the streets so that they prevent an uprising. So you always see this live feed, like you can see, like this is a live feed from Zahedan, and this is a live feed from Yasuj. These are pro-regime people in many streets and different streets inside Iran. Every night for the past 44 days, they're outside occupying the streets because they don't want our people to come and do an uprising. And the state TV constantly encourages that by celebrating these people and putting live footage from them being in the streets, right?
حراست از انقلابشون در حمایت از مردمشون.
So he's saying our people, our guys, in defense of our revolution, in defense of our people and their nation, they will basically shoot you if you come into the street.
ما جانمون رو فدای میهنمون میکنیم.
Saying we will sacrifice our lives for our country.
جانمون رو فدای مردم میهنمون میکنیم.
We will sacrifice our lives for the people of our country. Guys, remember, whenever they say people, they're talking about the 5%, the less than 5% of regime supporters. They're not talking about the vast majority of the Iranian people who are anti-regime.
کنیم و جانمون رو فدای مکتبی میکنیم که این میهن و این مردم را اینجوری.
Oh, he's saying we also will sacrifice our lives for the teachings that of our country, meaning Islam. He's talking about Islamic teaching.
پرورش دادا کار کرد.
So it's like the way our country has brought up the teachings that have made that possible. We also give our lives for that, meaning that we will give our lives for Islam. Guys, remember, look at this. Oh my God, Goldie, did you notice that? Look at this. Because we're living under, so guys, a lot of Iranians are noticing that on state TV, they're mentioning Iran more than before, and they're mentioning Islam less than before. Every time the regime needs more support from the people, they start saying Iran, 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 and they stop saying Islam as much. Right? And then as soon as the war or military operation or conflict ends or an uprising ends, they go back to mentioning Iran less and mentioning Iran more. And it's very interesting because I think he wants to say Islam and he might say it again here, but here he's saying like a country, country, country. But when he wants to refer to Islam, he says maktabemun, meaning our school of thought. So he doesn't use the word Islam because I think it's now it's a bit taboo to mention Islam. I mean, I'm pretty sure he might say it at some point, but the fact that he's saying maktabemun shows to me that they're trying to avoid saying Islam as much as before. This is very interesting. Let me see.
و جانمون رو فدای مکتبی میکنیم که این میهن و این مردم را اینجوری پرورش دادا کار کرد. لذا در این بخش هم بچهای ما شبانه روز در
So sacrifice, we will sacrifice our life for our country, but he didn't say we will sacrifice our life for Islam. He said we will sacrifice our life for the school of thought that brought our country like this.
مستقرن چندین وقت هست بچهای ما بدن عزیزشون رو با اسفالت خیابون‌ها با موانع در مرز روشن میکنن و آشنا میکنن. و این را هم برای
So he's just saying he's using a poetic way to say our guys are in the streets.
خودشون افتخار میدونن و عبادت.
And they're proud of this.
میدونن.
And they consider our people being in the streets, they consider that to be an act of worship.
بچه‌ها گفتم مردم قدر خیابانی شب‌های قدر خیابانی دارن عمل میکنن. شما هم قدر خیابانی دارید با امنیت مردم که اینجا هم مردم مطمئن باشن ما در کنارشون و
the video finished. No mention of Islam. So guys, we're not used to this because when the Islamic Republic comes on TV and says we will sacrifice our life for, usually in that for list, it's usually like Hussein, Ali, Allah, Islam, crap like that, right? But he's like, he mentioned sacrificing for country, and even when he was referring to Islam, he didn't use the word Islam. He said the school of thought that has brought up our country. So you can see this like so many people, even Murad Vaisi, for example, reported that when he watches like state TV, he's not seeing these people talk about Islam. They avoid using the word Islam as much. And when I come back, I will show you more videos of some new desperate measures that the Islamic Republic is trying to promote the Islamic Republic with more hijabless women.
The regime hose.
Right. I don't want to insult hoes because they're worse than them. So that's why I don't call them hoes. Because that is actually what they're doing is way worse than that. Anyways, guys, one more time. I'm going to put the link to our discussion group, Liberty Politics discussion, in the chat. And I'm going to go there now. And I'll see you guys there. All right, Goldie. I'll see you guys soon.
Okay. Sounds good, Armin. Enjoy.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, you are stuck with me. Mwahaha. Okay. So yesterday I did play the speech from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi when he spoke to Swedish parliamentarians. That video that he provided was only about 24 minutes long, and it was basically just his speech. But there's also a Q&A session that happened afterwards with the press. So let's watch this because I heard that it was a little bit disrespectful, and it was like a little bit annoying because apparently there was like a bunch of lefties there who just kept on like asking about his father. It's just like ridiculous stuff, right? And I actually saw this post by an Iranian person in Sweden who was there. Let me see if I can find it actually, because he wrote something really interesting and it popped up on my X feed. Did I save it? I think I did. I think I did. Right. Okay. I'll find it. I'll see if I can find it. But anyway, so he was basically just, he was pointing out the hypocrisy on the left, and he was pointing out why he is like, he used to be left, but now he's no longer a leftist, and he's joined and he's supporting King Reza Pahlavi because he was apparently just shocked at how the left seems to have lost their moral compass when it comes to Iran and what's happening in Iran. And he couldn't believe it. So he was like, I'm a former leftist, and pretty much now he feels abandoned. Maybe I liked it. Did I like it maybe? Let's see. I thought I had it somewhere. Nope. Nope, I lost it. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. I thought I bookmarked it, but I guess not. Well, hopefully it'll come up again on my timeline. But anyways, here, let's go to the speech, and we already saw the speech yesterday. So we're going to now watch the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Your Highness, for the great speech. And now the members of Parliament have an opportunity to pose their questions to His Highness Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. When you are posing your question, please state your name and party affiliation. So, Member of Parliament Rashid Farivar.
Rashid Farivar from Sweden Democrats. I start Farsi and English. با عرض درود و خیر مقدم حضور بزرگوار شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و همچنین تشکر صمیمانه از دیدار جناب عالی از پارلمان سوئد ریکستاگ. شاهزاده رضا پهلوی، شما بارها از کشورهای دنیا خواسته اید که به رژیم فاسد، جعلی و جنایتکار ایران فرصت بقا ندهند و به قولی طناب نجات برای آنها فراهم نکنند. Don't throw them a lifeline. و در عوض از مردم ایران پشتیبانی کنند و آنها را قربانی رژیم نکنند. Don't throw Iranian people under the bus. در شرایطی که بخش قابل توجهی از مردم ایران به ویژه ایرانیان ساکن اروپا عملکرد اکثر دولت‌های اروپایی را نوعی تسهیلگر بقای این حکومت تلقی می‌کنند، توصیه‌ها و راهکارهای مشخص شما برای مردم ایران و جامعه ایرانیان خارج از کشور به ویژه در اروپا.
You know what I'll do? Like, I don't understand why that guy is asking the question in Persian. It's actually kind of rude. Like, you're in the Swedish parliament. Like, you should ask your question in either Swedish or English, right? Anyways. When I was a politician, I never did that. When I was a politician, I would never, I never spoke in Persian when I was in my capacity as a parliamentarian, right? I would only speak the official languages. So I don't know why he's speaking in Persian. Like, there's a time and place, and I just don't know. We're all entitled to our own opinions, right? But I personally don't think that was pretty, like, I just don't think that was respectful of everyone else there, right? Like, when you're in official, like when you're in like a, parliament of a country and there's parliamentarians there, it's just respectful to speak the language of that country. My 2 cents on that. But I don't know, maybe there's a reason for that. Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Your Highness, for the great speech. And now the members of Parliament have an opportunity to pose their questions to His Highness Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. When you are posing your question, please state your name and party.
Oh, does he repeat the question? The exact same question in Swedish and English? Okay, if he's repeating the question in Swedish and English, then I won't translate then, because if he's repeating the same thing, then we can just wait. All right, okay, no problem then.
Party affiliation. So, Member of Parliament Rashid Farivar.
Rashid Farivar from Sweden Democrats. I start Farsi and English. با عرض درود و خیر مقدم حضور بزرگوار شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و همچنین تشکر صمیمانه از دیدار جناب عالی از پارلمان سوئد ریکستاگ. شاهزاده رضا پهلوی، شما بارها از کشورهای دنیا خواسته اید که به رژیم فاسد، جعلی و جنایتکار ایران فرصت بقا ندهند و به قولی طناب نجات برای آنها فراهم نکنند. Don't throw them a lifeline. و در عوض از مردم ایران پشتیبانی کنند و آنها را قربانی رژیم نکنند. Don't throw Iranian people under the bus. در شرایطی که بخش قابل توجهی از مردم ایران به ویژه ایرانیان ساکن اروپا عملکرد اکثر دولت‌های اروپایی را نوعی تسهیلگر بقای این حکومت تلقی می‌کنند، توصیه‌ها و راهکارهای مشخص شما برای مردم ایران و جامعه ایرانیان خارج از کشور به ویژه در اروپا و مشخصاً در سوئد چیست تا بتوانند به طور مؤثر در جهت تغییر این وضعیت اقدام کنند. May I read the English version, please? Thank you. With due respect and a warm welcome to His Excellency Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and with sincere appreciation for your visit to the Swedish Parliament, Riksdagen. Your Excellency, you have repeatedly called on countries around the world not to grant the corrupt, illegitimate, and criminal regime in Iran any opportunity for survival. In other words, not to throw them a lifeline. Instead, you have urged them to support the people of Iran and not to throw Iranian people under the bus. At a time when a significant portion of the Iranian population, particularly exiled Iranians in Europe, perceive the actions of many European governments as facilitating the survival of this regime, what are your specific recommendations and practical strategies for the people of Iran and for the Iranian diaspora in exile, especially in Europe and specifically in Sweden, to act effectively toward changing this situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly, especially now that we have witnessed over a month of complete silence as a result of the total internet blockage and limited information coming out of Iran, to the extent that members of the diaspora can't transmit any message they receive from back home for the attention of the international community, whether it is government, media, or other instances, they play a critical role of maintaining that level of information to still come out. It shouldn't be anything new to the world by now what this regime has done for decades. But the timing of the issue is so critical because we are now, in my view, facing an opportunity for ultimate change in the sense of a total collapse of the regime that has been severely weakened as a result of the recent military campaign. And if you notice, the ask of the Iranian people, whether at home or abroad, was help us equalize the playing field. So as defenseless citizen, rather than facing a brutal repressive reaction by the regime, we have an actual fair chance to claim back our streets and ultimately liberate the people. As I mentioned in my speech, we are the boots on the ground, we the people, but we need a little bit more support so that the moment the call to action comes, people are actually, within reason, much safer to take the streets into their own hands as opposed to face the regime thugs. Now, there are many different ways that the international community can respond. I know most countries will not get engaged in actual military conflict. That's not what we're asking, particularly Europe. But Europe can do many things at the same time. You can continue on the process that already started. It was not a minute too soon when you finally decided to prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. As you know, this is something we've been calling for a long time. And many parliaments did agree to it, but many governments refused to decide it. I don't know how much of it had to do, again, with submitting to hostage blackmail, but at least it was finally done. You are beginning now to put more pressure on the diplomatic corps by limiting them or expelling them, including elements that are not being deported because having strong ties with the regime and the separatists. One thing that I can openly urge everyone, and what Europe in particular can, is to focus, number one, on the issue with the internet and access for information. Number two, call for a stop to executions in Iran, which is happening every single day, and do call for freeing all of the political prisoners in Iran. Whatever way it is, that should be the strongest ask and solidarity of the free world. Whether or not the regime implements it, at least you're sending a strong message to them and to the people of Iran that this is not subject to negotiation. This is a demand. This is a matter that this regime cannot dodge yet again. It's important in the equation. So this is one of the things that I'm sure the diaspora will heed, will call, and we hope we'll get a firm, positive answer from both legislative side of various governments, and hopefully more courageous leaders in government will also decide that this is the time to finally call it for what it is and recognize that liberation is the ultimate campaign that is valid, necessary, and it is win-win in the sense that the people of Iran are liberated, but the world will finally be rid of all the threats that this regime has posed ever since its inception. This is the kind of timing that is critical while the momentum is going on, and these are the first elements that I will indicate will be part of what the diaspora could certainly do, but the kind of support we hope to obtain and the kind of measures that certainly Europe can take on this note. Thank you.
Okay, Member of Parliament from Finland, Peter Östman.
Yeah, Your Highness Risa Paslavi, I'm Peter Östman, Chair of the Christian Democratic Parliamentary Group in the Finnish Parliament. After we met in Washington, D.C. at the Interparliamentary Security Conference in December, much has happened. We have seen how the current dictator regime has killed tens of thousands of demonstrants, and the war has been going on for a while. Since many politicians, especially within the left-wing bloc, as well as many journalists, doubt the possibility of a regime change, I had like to ask that, is your hope and your vision for a regime change still as strong as it was in December in Washington, D.C., or has it even grown stronger? And another question, many Iranians living in Finland are also waiting for a regime change in Iran. Would you consider visiting Finland if an invitation were extended? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, look, I think it's not just me saying it, but many Iranians were heartened and encouraged by the degree of sacrifice and courage that millions of Iranians displayed inside Iran. For the past few months, Every single week, there have been demonstrations in the four corners of the world by members of the diaspora in support of their fellow compatriots, demonstrating for various reasons and occasions almost every week, all over the place, including here in Sweden. That shows the level of commitment and belief we have in our struggle for liberty. As I said in my speech, we don't have the option to quit. We have to win. Hopefully, we'll do it quicker, at less human cost, by having the full support of the free democratic world. And as far as the invitation, absolutely, I'd be more than happy to visit Finland. Hopefully we won't have any foreign ministry blocking it. Hopefully don't have any hostages in Tehran. But I'm just saying it outside of kidding that unfortunately, the regime has demonstrated that it has learned that it pays to take hostages and using them as leverage or human shields with our own population. This is a somber reminder of what we have to deal with. And I think we need to show the kind of strength that people of Iran on their end are willing to sacrifice life and limb. I hope that there's enough resolve and strength and moral conviction that today we hope democratic governments will back us up and not, give in to those kind of pressures that the regime will ultimately, of course, try to exercise to intimidate. But we need that. And in that light, I hope that I can carry on the message of millions of my compatriots to your government and your citizens, which is what I'm doing here and in the rest of countries here in Europe and around the world. Thank you, sir.
Member of Parliament, Mikael Oscarsson.
Thank you very much. And I want to, from the Swedish Parliament, say welcome to Sweden and thank you for standing so bold for the Iran people. I want to ask you, how can Sweden take a lead to stand together with you and take a policy within the EU against the mullahs and for freedom in Iran? Can you conclude? You've been saying things, but can you conclude? What can Sweden do to take a leading role to stand with you and with the Iranian people? Thank you.
Well, I mean, this is obviously the most critical shift in policy and vision and a diplomatic reset as to what hasn't worked, which is appeasement. And therefore, until when do we want to follow the same path, hoping to obtain a different result? This is the opportunity to say, look, we know who are our friends and we know who are our enemies. The Iranian people are your natural allies, but they are the first captive. They are the first hostage of a regime that has occupied us. When some people talk about war as an intervention, we look at it as a necessary act of liberation. I'm thinking of the French during the Second World War, when the Allied forces landed on the beaches of Normandy. That was a moment they started feeling the end is near and we may get liberated. This intervention was to us an act of liberation, or at least equalizing the playing fields. But it needs to be carried out to the very end. This is not the kind of issue you will stop halfway. Why? Because now you have the regime at its weakest, but at its most dangerous. It's willing to take revenge. It will take its revenge, first and foremost against our own citizens, but also against anyone who dare them in the process, which is why it's so critical that much more important than the price of a barrel of oil or midterm elections, what's at stake is this regime has to go. That's the only way to put away nuclear threat, belligerence, threatening commerce, continuing proxy wars, bringing terrorism on European soil, the Ukrainian war. Every aspect that you can think of is singularly packaged into one problem that continues to stand, and that's the Iranian regime in Tehran. We have the opportunity, when I say we, I mean a collective we, Iranians and the free world, to put an end to this madness. This is the quickest path, not only to ensure that the threat is gone, but you also have a stable alternative that replaces it. People who, unlike this regime, want to work with you. People unlike this regime, share the same values of human rights and liberty and equality, and you find us as your natural partners. We are ready to act. We need a little bit more help, And this is the moment for more proactive action by governments. It's beyond issuing declarations, it's beyond issuing resolutions. It's time to act. And ultimately, what will be the judge of all this is what kind of actions weakens the regime even more, while simultaneously strengthen the Iranian people's ability to carry out the final fight. As I said in my speech, we are not counting from the outside world to liberate us in the sense of doing the war for us. People will rise again, and the time will come. But we need a little bit more done to ensure that when the call to action comes again, and for people to rise again to take over the country, there won't be a bunch of thugs that the regime is either importing from neighboring countries or have the ability to fund them so they can start shooting people on the streets again. That's really what is at stake in the calculation. I think it's a much quicker path to putting an end to the solution than worrying about blockading naval traffic or doing a whole bunch of other things. This is the quickest, least lethal way of dealing with the problem. Hopefully we can persuade governments that this is the kind of actions that will precipitate the regime's collapse in favor of both Iran once liberated, and I think after that, being a big sigh of relief for a lot of you that are concerned about the continuation of this situation.
Okay, Member of Parliament Jakob Risberg has a question.
Thank you. I'm Jacob Risberg from the Green Party, and thank you for your statement, Mr. Pahlavi. You spoke very much about the current terror regime, and I agree with a lot of things you said, but you didn't speak very much about the regime that came before that. So I would like to know, do you denounce or do you distance yourself from the way that your father ruled Iran, with hundreds or even thousands of opposition figures that were jailed and dissidents were persecuted and tortured by the Savak? Thank you.
Right.
What a loser. What a loser. Like the fact that we still have to deal with this BS, like propaganda nonsense from these idiotic lefty politicians, it baffles my mind. It baffles my mind. Everything has been debunked. Like everything has been already discussed. How come he's more concerned about fake news from 50 years ago than he is about the fact that the Islamic regime slaughtered over 45,000 innocent Iranians in 2 days, right? Like it's just utter nonsense. And honestly, like our Shah, he has the patience of a saint. He has the patience of a saint because it's constantly, it's like the same question over and over again. And honestly, you have to have the patience of a saint to just stand there while like these idiotic lefties are literally trashing his father, right? With fake news and narrative that was pushed by the communists, by the jihadis, by the Islamists, right? Oh my gosh. And you know what? By the way, we love Savak. We love Savak. Savak's only problem is that they didn't finish the job when they could have.
Well, first of all, a read on exactly what happened in terms of historical revision has already occurred in Iran. And
see, he mentions it, historical revisionism. Everything that's happened, it's false. It's historical revisionism. Historical revisionism, and that idiot is just, spouting jihadi propaganda.
I can invite you to talk directly to the people who at the time were arguing many points that today have had an evolution in thinking and assessment. So as far as the writing part of history is concerned, I would certainly encourage you to look a little bit deeper into what the read was. But having said that, I think the reason people respond to my call is because they have observed my track record for the past 46 years. They've seen what it is that I'm committed to, what is my vision of the future, and what I look to do for the next 50 years of our country is a look forward and not a look back. And in that way, if there's a distance, it's between what was and what we want to have. I think the best lesson is that you take the best that was done and discard the worst that happened as a means of learning through trial and error. But let me also tell you one thing. Today's Generation Z of Iran are people who say that without knowing him, we love him, we appreciate him. Today, people in Iran are tattooing my father's autograph on their arms. People are chanting his name. Why? Because they know that whatever mistakes that happen, people make mistakes, but the intention was to serve the nation. Iran was progressing. Iran was liberating itself. And during the Cold War, we were examples of a country in the Middle East ahead of the curve with liberalizing women, giving people in society opportunities to prosper. Iran was on a path of progress. Iran had at the time 5 times the GDP of South Korea. Today it's half of that. And the reason is because Iran could have been the next South Korea of the Middle East had it not been for the revolution. Instead, we have become the North Korea of the Middle East. Now, irrespective of our political affiliation and viewpoint, Iranian secular Democrats from the left, middle, and right understand that the only way for Iran to survive and have political stability is through having an absolutely clear secular democratic alternative to this clerical regime. That's what unites us today. That's what puts yesterday's enemies to be today's allies. In fact, I have broadened the scope of our national crusade for liberty by having the widest, most diverse example of Iranians working together, that have come together. Former enemies are today's allies, and I'm working with them directly. So this is representative of people who have been on both sides of the equation. Those who were with the regime before, those who were against the regime before. And today we're finding a common solution for our future. This is something that I urge you to be focused on. Not what people thought happened 50 years ago, but what we think now and what we are thinking for our future. And this is why we have appealing to world democratic societies to recognize the ability for Iranians to work together on a common agenda. And yes, when we disagree on things, that's why we want to have a ballot box. That's why we want to have free and fair elections. That's what will determine the will of the Iranian people. And my role in all this, as I said in my speech, is to make sure that the transitional government that I propose to lead would prepare the stage so we could have a constitutional assembly, which will decide by means of people voting for, by means of several referendums, what kind of government they want to have, what will the future constitution be, and ultimately ratify that proposal in a referendum so we can have the election of our first new parliament and our first government of that future democracy. This is the path and the engagement that we have right now. So I urge all of you who are truly interested to make sure Iran gets to be a democratic country to help all of us who are today working together as Iranians to bring that about and help us through because of the experience you have, because of the tradition you have. And I'm sure you've discovered within our diaspora that a lot of people are committed to that. And there are people you can work with and reason with, and hopefully we'll have your support in that.
Okay, Member of Parliament Yusuf Aydin has a question.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for visiting and also for addressing us here in Riksdag. 2 questions. Once, you mentioned Iran being a proud civilization, and I did agree. And it has also a great desire, will, and also courage for liberty. The first part of my question is, how can the Western countries, European democratic, increase or strengthen the ability of the people so that they can do the change they need, especially also what you said previously. My second part is about the future. Myself, I'm from the Aramaic origin, from Middle East, also a civilization from that region. And we have seen that the regime, through its proxies, have brought a lot of devastation, chaos, instability to many neighboring countries, also affecting negatively many minorities living in the region. How is your view about both Iran and the region about having a more inclusive Iran with religious, ethnical minorities also as a part of the societies? Thank you.
When I traveled to Israel a couple of years ago, one of the objectives was to bring about the symbolism of what Iran stood for 25 centuries ago, when the first declaration of human rights in practice was what Cyrus the Great did at the time when he liberated the slaves in Babylon and helped them rebuild their temples in Jerusalem. When you look back at the heritage of Iranians who are proud of their history and the fact that as the children of Cyrus, we turn around and tell that this is now Israel's chance to pay back the favor, the spirit of understanding the importance of an Iran where religious liberties will once again be observed and guaranteed. The rule of law, the Constitution will be protective of that. But it's not just a text, it's an actual, declaration of people's intent. Iran has been a natural nation state for centuries. Until the advent of this regime, I remember when I was growing up in Iran, I looked at everyone as a fellow Iranians. I didn't look at to whether they were Azeris or Arabs or Kurds or Baluch or whether they were Christians or Muslims or Zoroastrians or Baha'i or Jewish. We were all Iranians. And keep that in mind that the beginning of this regime started to bring the immediate aspect of discrimination. First victim were the women in Iran. And of course, shortly thereafter, we saw what this regime did to our minorities, whether ethnic, particularly religious, when the Jews had to flee, when the Baha'is had to flee. Today, one of the fastest growing religions in Iran is Christianity. And you know how much now Iranian priests are persecuted when they have to go and torture them and execute them and discover more than 1,000 underground churches. This whole demonstrates that this is a nation that is very diverse in terms of its cultural heritage. The only way that we can guarantee the equality of all citizens is to make sure that as citizens, regardless of their ethnic partners or religious faith, they have equal rights, and that's guaranteed by the law of land. And it can be implemented because, as I said, it's not just having it in the books. It's actually what Iranian people like to see each other back again at. The same kind of relationship, living together in peace side by side, can happen again and even better. And that's something that is not me saying it. I can guarantee you that this is the desire of 90 million Iranians who, once this regime is gone, can tell the whole world, unlike this regime, we love each other as brothers and sisters, not just us among us as Iranians, but anybody who respects our sovereignty across the region. We have no problem working with the Arabs. We have no problem working with the Israelis. We have no problem to work with our neighbors. This is in our national interest to be able to be a country friendly and willing to work in peace with everybody on us. That's the Iran I'm talking about. That's the future we are all dreaming of, and it is quite achievable. If only we can first be liberated from this regime. That's why I keep saying, as long as this regime is in place, none of this will come true. But the minute this regime is gone, you will discover immediately the true face of Iran and Iranians.
Member of Parliament Marcus Wiesel has a question.
Well, first of all, warmly welcome, Your Highness, to Sweden and to the Swedish Parliament. And thank you so much for your tireless effort and struggle for the Iranian people. My name is Marcus Wiesel. I'm a member of the Sweden Democrats representing the people of Sweden, of course. And I do have a question regarding what mechanisms that you have in order to make sure that there are mechanisms in place in order to prevent the concentration of powers once the Islamic Republic is dismissed and once you've managed to give the freedom back to the Iranian people. Thank you.
Yes, this is a very good question because I think look, separation of powers is obviously the most obvious. So the judiciary, the executive, the legislation, they have to be like a checks and balance system. In fact, as part of our transition plan, we already have created instances that are in some way already acting separate in that checks and balance system. We have the equivalence of what would be a temporary parliament that is forming. We have the legislative, a judiciary part that is an independent panel of specialists in matters of law, transitional justice, that are looking into how to address those aspects. And of course, ultimately, the temporary executive team that acts as the government in transition to make sure of two things. Number one, to stabilize post-collapse the situation in the country, making sure that the most critical aspect of our governmental institutions continue to function, to draw a contrast to what happened in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, which was a complete mishandling and a disaster. We're looking to maintain as many of those instances intact. My position has been anyone who doesn't have their hand soiled with the blood of the Iranian people should survive regime change and be part of the solution, both in terms of the military and security forces as well as the civilian bureaucracy, that we need to make sure the country continues to be operated while we prepare the grounds for the elections of the Constitutional Assembly, as I mentioned, when all the constitutional debates and the final form of the regime and the constitution will be worked on. All of that, hopefully, in a process that should not take more than 2 years to get done. So all of these are the focuses that we have, and each entity will play its own respective role in overseeing that process. Naturally, one thing that will be critical in all this time in how much the transitional government can, A, get the necessary support from the outside world. We're talking about unfreezing of assets. We're talking about removal of sanctions and all those elements that will facilitate the task of the transitional government to be able to do its job to bring about a very stable transition to that ultimate democratic conclusion.
Member of Parliament Magnus Jakobsson has a question.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for a very strong speech about democracy and freedom. My name is Magnus Jakobsson. I'm from the Christian Democratic Party, and in my education, I'm a historian in Middle East and international relation. And I totally agree with your point about 1979. It was a catastrophe for all the Middle East, and it was a catastrophe for Iran. But I have also a question. As a politician, we will be working with politics, and we will be listening to what you have proved today, both in the European Parliament and in the Swedish Parliament. But you also was mentioned the relation with Ukraine. And we are a lot of people here in Sweden that have been supporting Ukraine, but we are doing it in two different ways. One is in the Parliament and also the civil society. And here is my question then. As a parliamentarian, of course, we have the parliamentarian work to do, but how do you see on the possibility that the Swedish civil society could in a different way be helping the Iranian people? Because Sweden have a very strong civil society, and we have showing that in the very big traveling with material to Ukraine and so on, and I have been very active in that. So my question is, how do you see how could we also strengthen the civil society and the civil relation between Sweden and Iran just now, but also for the future? Thank you, sir.
Well, this is, of course, a very, very important point. And I think the obviously absence of communications with Iran makes it very difficult to directly access. But hopefully when this digital curfew is finally removed, because I doubt that this regime can forever shut down the internet, the manner the connectivity is reestablished. And I think with the help of the diaspora to identify the civil society actors within Iran, whether it is at university levels, whether it is activists, lawyers, doctors, I mean, whatever it is that constitute Iran's civil society, they have a very crucial role to play. As a matter of fact, and while we're on the subject, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the mobilizing the political opposition in Iran is not a matter of identifying groups or political structures that would currently exist, because they don't. That's what it's been very difficult for all of you looking at the Iranian political spectrum to see exactly what constitutes the opposition. I think the opposition manifests itself much more in exactly the point you said, that within various sectors of society and through our civil society, you'll be able to identify people who are maybe different viewpoints, but are more practically engaged with the streets, with the people on the ground. And through them, you'll be able to connect with elements that are more active in a political, organized sense. This regime has always created an element of asphyxia, which never allowed for Iranians to be able to organize themselves in terms of political structure. And while on the subject, as a matter of fact, since I'm talking to people in parliament here in Sweden, one of the things that will be crucial is to help us while the transition is happening for the formation in structure of future Iranian political parties. Now, I understand that within the Iranian political spectrum, there are people of different persuasions, more conservative, more liberal, socialist, what have you. And again, it has nothing to do with the final form. Whether people opt for a republic as opposed to a parliamentary monarchy, that's a different subject. But we are doing all this so one day we can organize elections in Iran. If all of this is done, even with the best constitution, if we don't have the political parties ready to organize elections to form the future governments, then we still have failed. So while there's time to already think about it, one of the issues I wanted to propose to various governments and political parties is to work with us through workshops, through long-distance information, so Iranians, not that they don't know anything about it, but will be better served by having practical suggestions how to organize themselves under various party lines, whether it's the development of their charter, whether it is the means by which they can organize themselves. This will buy us a lot of crucial time so that our future political parties are ready to act immediately when they finally get the chance to form the future governments. That, in fact, is one way to engage us practically in terms of what will be helpful to Iranians to be organized politically to be able to tackle that experiment. So that's one of the things I'd be very interested to talk to parliamentarians and various political parties and put them in touch with whoever within the Iranian diaspora that are active outside, but those inside, so you can connect with them. Hopefully by then we'll have more of our political activists or political prisoners for that matter released because they would like to be part of that equation. And so there's a lot of work to be done. We don't have to wait necessarily until this regime is gone before we start thinking about it, but that will be a good trend. That will be a meaningful way to engage with the Iranian people to say beyond just showing solidarity in words, we are actually taking measures that are actually helpful. And we need a lot of help in that area. And this is one proposition I wanted to take the advantage of this opportunity to share with you. And hopefully other countries in Europe could also join in and help us out. So again, regardless of what angle of the political spectrum you represent as MPs or your political parties, I imagine Iran will probably be a multi-party system in the future. So again, regardless of which spectrum they are, work with our conservatives, work with our socialists, work with our people in the center. So this becomes a multi-partisan approach and not necessarily privy to one particular party. I think that will be a very healthy way to tackle the democratic challenge of Iran in the future. So I would welcome any help that any of you could do in that respect.
There is one last question from former Member of Parliament, Hanif Bali.
Thank you, Your Highness. This is maybe a specific question for the Swedish, especially during the medial coverage of this event, where my impression that the big change now compared to other uprisings and opposition works during previous years is that there's a new generation of Iranians, not, let's say, not, that doesn't have the carriage or the baggage of the revolution, the guilt of doing something wrong and trying to, as I look at my parents and their generation, the guilt of doing something wrong and actually failing in their revolution. And this has, of course, created different kind of sentiments throughout the years. One of those is isolation. The Iranian opposition has isolated themselves against other diaspora Iranians And for now, this is the first time I'm actually seeing people from the left and right, the children of those who made the revolution, actually kind of rally behind your flag. And one word keeps popping up in the Swedish media when describing your movement. And one is nostalgia, which is very strange because it's actually the other way around, how I see it, when the younger generation is actually more supportive of your movement, and the older, maybe failed leftists who saw the revolution being snatched from their hands, or even were naive in thinking that they could, vote for Islamic Republic and then it will be happy clappy democracy after that. So I would ask you to please respond to this idea of, that medial pundits have here in Sweden, that the movement you have is fueled by nostalgia.
That's also a very good observation you just mentioned. And like anything, with the passage of time, people tend to evolve in their thinking or revising whatever it is that they thought right or wrong at a particular era. I've maintained contact with diverse group of people, including the opposition of yesteryear. As most recently, I had some meetings in Paris with former leftists. When I say former, because they say we are former leftists ourselves. They were member of the Tudeh party or were active in the Mujahideen Khalq organizations or Fedayan Khalq organizations and so on and so forth. And they said that whatever we thought at the time as Marxists or Leninists or Maoists, today we've come to the conclusion that that was the wrong thinking, that today we describe ourselves more in a liberal democratic discourse than the classic Marxist viewpoint, and the belligerence against the West and whatever it is that they called imperialism or whatever is beginning to fade in their minds, and they look at things a different way. All of this to say that, to be very honest with you, I think that we have a world where there are basically two categories of people. This is not just particular to Iran. I think it's all over the world. The first category are the people who still continue to be part of the problem. And it's very hard to even try to reason with them. They're just blocked in one thinking, unable to be willing to recognize in a realistic way that things are different and they may need to reconsider some of their thinking. And the second category are the people who want to be part of the solution. What I meant earlier about former enemies could be today's allies is precisely for that reason. And I've seen the kind of people who may have been completely on the other end of the spectrum 50 years ago, who now have completely shifted position. Whether it is observation of what was, what could be, whether some of it might be nostalgia, because when today's Gen Z looked at the picture of Iran of the 70s and the way Iran was like, as opposed to what it is now, that by itself, just a picture, tells 1,000 words. But it's also because they've been robbed of an opportunity and they want to regain their power. My struggle all these years was to do it by means of national reconciliation, as opposed to revenge. We are not here to retaliate in a vengeful way. We're here to call for national solidarity by means of national reconciliation. It is important because when you're working on such a massive national project, there's no time for bickering. There's no time to basically argue over past conflicts. We have to be able to bury the hatchet and move on. Now, this is something that I discovered in the demeanor of today's Gen Z in Iran, but also their demands. They're saying two things. A, we're not hostage to our parents. We want to have our own say in all this. So we don't want to inherit their mess. That's how we detach ourselves from the past. And at the same time, they say, whoever wants us to succeed as your children, as your next generation, don't dictate us what's good for us. allow us the freedom to choose for ourselves, because we've learned to do our own due diligence. We've learned to go and study for ourselves rather than to be brainwashed into thinking something, which is what happened to their parents and their generation who were part of the 1979 revolution. And that's where things begin to change. And I think that's exactly what in practice we learn every day engaging with today's generation. And I remember some of the parents who felt culpable for having done what they did. And some of them told me very bluntly that, we should be damned by today's generation. And I always tell them, it's never too late, because whatever lessons you've learned, pass it on to the next generation so they don't make the same mistakes some of you did. Be the wisdom of carrying on your experiences so history doesn't repeat itself yet again. So everybody can be involved. And this is in the spirit of national reconciliation that I'm talking to everyone to say, whatever you did before, what's important is what you're willing to do now. This is our agenda. This is our future. Whoever can help, then help. And I think you will find that this is the only thing that would resonate with today's generation, but leave them with the ability to choose for themselves, as opposed to be dictated to an alternative that is not their own free choice. That's really the purpose of this conversation, these engagements, this campaign, so that ultimately Iranians will be able to know that the only measure to determine what the majority wants is the ballot box, but we need to get there first. That's our common path to freedom, and that's exactly what we're doing in practice. And hopefully we'll be able to work with people in the world that are willing to help us in that process. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Your Royal Highness, it has been an honor to invite you to the Swedish Parliament. I, with my colleague from the Sweden Democrats, Nima Gholam and Magnus Bangchan from the Christ Democrats, we were planning in silence. And we were going to all these protests. I know they are standing now in the King's Garden. Tens of thousands of Iranians. My mom was one of them who lost her liberty during the revolution. And my mother is here. And since I was born, and it's good for the media to know that there are also Christian recognized minorities in Iran. I belong to one of them. I am Armenian from Iran. I'm born in Sweden, but I'm very proud of my Armenian heritage from Iran, because we have lived there for 700 years. One of the most oldest Armenian churches are in Iran. The same way my colleague Yusuf Aydin, who is Aramaic, which we call Assyrian or Chaldean in Iran, which is also a recognized minority in Iran.
Oh, I love that. So guys, this shows like how like we're all Iranian. We're all Iranian first, right? And we all take a lot of pride in our Iranian identity. And yeah, Iranian Armenians are fantastic. But like we're so intermingled, right? Because we've been living together for hundreds, if not thousands of years, that when you look at an Iranian, you usually can't tell, right, like what they are. I mean, you could typically tell, like, I mean, sometimes you could, like, if someone has really, pale skin and, blonde hair and blue eyes, usually they're like more from the north. Although even that's not accurate, because I actually have cousins in my family who live in the southwestern part of Iran, like in Khuzestan. Some of my cousins literally have blonde hair and blue eyes. right? So like it's really hard to just look at an Iranian and tell like, you know, what their ethnicity is, because we're so intermingled. Like if someone told me to guess, I would have never guessed Armenian. But do you see how proud he is of his Iranian Armenian identity? Like that's just how amazing our society is as Iranians.
But I also want to thank my colleagues, our members of European Parliament, especially Charlie Weimers, who introduced me to you 2023. And I said, the Crown Prince of Iran is the only game changer. I want to say thank you to the staff. I want to say thank you to everybody in Kungsträdgården, the King's Garden. We promised you, we did this together. The Crown Prince is here. I want to thank the staff and to the young people of Iran. And I told media during my interviews, imagine if 30,000 Swedes were killed in one night when they shut down internet. And the rest of us who wakes up 9th of January, what would we think? And what did we want the world to do? Before we criticize this movement, because this movement is the people's revolution. The Iranian youth, more than the half of the majority of Iranian population, haven't seen anything else than the Islamic Republic of Iran. And they're paying the biggest price with their lives because their parents, their generation made the biggest mistake ever. And now it's up to us who really stands up for the free world and our value to stand with the Iranian people. And Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, I will tell this in front of the media, you're the only one who can lead a transition government to a democratic, secular, and non-Islamic Iran. Javid Shah. Thank you.
Good for him. Amazing, amazing, absolutely phenomenal. Okay, guys, just in time, 2C is about to start, which is great because that's going to give me a little bit of a break. So guys, make sure that you go in, to go to
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have decided to beg the United States to stop doing the blockade of Strait of Hormuz as they are getting suffocated economically and also strategically in general. They now want a second and final round of talks before the official end of the ceasefire. We're going to be talking about all this. We're going to get your reaction. As you can see, I'm once again not at our 2C TV studio. We are back in France as we are expanding our 2C TV operations in Europe. Also, there are other things happening as well. All right, let's talk about the IRGC's surrender to the second ceasefire talks. So we're also going to be talking about what the Iranian people are doing on the streets in Iran. The anti-Islamic occupation Iranians continue their guerrilla warfare campaign, taking out the IRGC personnel on the streets, assassinating them. We have a couple of videos on that, about that issue. Mossad in Israel have also confirmed that their final goal and the ultimate plan is regime change in Iran. Of course, it's different to what the Americans want. The United States objectives were quite clear from day one. It was to eliminate the threats when it comes to nuclear and ballistic missiles and the proxies, of course, of the IRGC. And finally, speaking of proxies, we're going to talk about the direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. the first direct talks in decades. Okay, let's talk about what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz first. There are a few things. We have some, obviously, information coming from our sources in the Middle East that confirms the data is quite clear on the fact that economically, and when it comes to resources, the Islamic Republic are getting suffocated. And it's only been a couple of days since we've had the blockade of Hormuz. So, thanks to CENTCOM, we also have this. More than 10,000 US sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with over a dozen warships and also dozens of aircraft, are still executing their mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. During the first 24 hours, no ships made it past the US blockade, and 6 merchant vessels complied with direction from US forces to turn around to re-enter an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman. The blockade is being enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. US forces are supporting freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. Again, we have had vessels going through this blockade, but those are the only ones that obviously go to the non-Iranian ports. So the Arab ports, they're fine. But obviously those who were going to even be leaving the Iranian ports, they've been stuck there. And the result has been quite clear. We're going to give you guys some data on that and how quickly the Islamic Republic are running out of money because they can't even fund their own ongoing war. Now, despite all this, despite the threats coming from the IRGC, if you guys remember, they said we have all these red lines. If the Americans begin the blockade of Hormuz, then we're going to cause chaos. We're going to start destroying the US naval assets. Well, everybody was like, that's very interesting. We are looking forward to this. But the reality was, this is also the live feed we have from the Strait of Hormuz right now. The red ones are tankers, oil tankers, and the green ones are the commercial vessels. Despite all that, the Islamic Republic have now decided to give in. They want one final round of talks, or in this case, the second round of, it's not really the second round because they already had 4 rounds. Technically, this is the 5th round, but second attempt at multiple rounds in Islamabad in Pakistan again. Despite the fact that they said, we don't need the talks anymore, we are fine, and we will no longer negotiate, and if you do a blockade, we will destroy you. None of that happened. In fact, they realized that, it's probably best for them to come back and do a surrender deal with the Americans. Earlier on, there were speculations that the venue for the talks could change. Now, they are saying, nothing is confirmed, but they are saying that the talks might happen this week, later this week, over the next couple of days, but we'll get the confirmation on that. Earlier on, speculation suggested the talks might not be in Islamabad, might be in Ankara or Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, or even Geneva. But I personally still think that it's probably going to be Pakistan again. The US wanted initially Geneva as a new venue. Obviously, the Islamic Republic said no, because they prefer Pakistan. And any other location that is not Pakistan, the IRGC feel that this is a security risk for them, and they might get assassinated on their way there. So we're probably going to have Pakistan again as the venue for the final talks. In terms of the suffocation of the IRGC, the data we now have suggests that in about 10 days, or between 10 to 14 days, so less than 2 weeks basically, the Islamic Republic of Iran will max out the oil storage capacity, which means that at the end of that, all the oil wells must shut down. Now, there will be a massive economic chaos. That's already literally 2 days of blockade of Strait of Hormuz has obviously caused that in Iran, the Islamic Republic are not able to transfer anything that they have currently. And it doesn't really help their own ongoing finances, because if they can't even fund or pay the salaries of the terrorist members that they have, then they're not going to show any more loyalty. And that this is a big problem. That's why they had to basically now beg the Americans, saying, please just stop the blockade. Let's talk again. We'll basically come up with some sort of agreement. At this point, it is likely that the Islamic Republic might actually say, we'll give up our enriched uranium and we will no longer enrich uranium for a few years. There will be a number on how many years they're talking about. It's not going to be permanent. They're not going to agree to that unless they want to lie again, like they did to Barack Hussein Obama. Now, the US Navy have also been moving multiple minesweeping ships from the Pacific towards the Middle East in order to double check to see if there are actually any sea mines in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. So far, there hasn't been any indication that we are actually seeing any sea mines, despite what the IRGC were talking about. Vessels have been going through and everything has been absolutely fine. So that might have been another bluff. Now, let's talk about what's going on inside the country. The anti-Islamic occupation Iranians continue their covert operation and guerrilla warfare that they have. The first video is actually from the armed Iranian groups in the country who once again targeted a car. They chased it down. This was an IRGC vehicle. They opened fire on the roads. Let's watch this quickly and come back. That's the car at the front. They're right behind him. And now, getting there. Now. Yeah. And the car's down. So it's only Tuesday. Things are going smoothly. The blockade of Strait of Hormuz, a massive success so far. The Iranian people are not giving up the fight. Of course, those who have access to arms, they are continuing their rebellion against the Islamic occupiers. We also have another evidence video has now come out from inside the country, showing that the IRGC are so desperate. As you guys know, they have recruited child soldiers, teenagers, as young as 12, 13. They put uniforms on them, and they are basically telling them that you're in charge of checkpoints on the streets of the cities in Iran. Watch this. It's crazy, absolute insanity that this is allowed to happen. But again, this is also, apart from the fact that it shows desperation, as I've been saying for the past few weeks, it's not really a threat. Apart from the fact that obviously this is also child abuse, it's not really a new threat. The threat is actually coming from the Arab proxies who've come from Iraq and also those who've come from Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's mostly the Iraqis that you have to worry about because those guys are professionally trained as terrorists. The ones from the Fatemiyun from Afghanistan and the Zainabiyun from Pakistan, they are less of a threat. Obviously, they are armed. So if you approach them unarmed, then yes, you're going to get killed. But if you have to fight against them, they are even less professional than the Houthis. But the Iraqis, they are ruthless. And they've been trained for a very long time, and they have been causing a lot of chaos in Iraq, in the eastern parts of the country. So those guys are more of a threat than these kids. These kids, obviously, the whole future is now ruined because they've been completely abused and brainwashed by the IRGC and their families in order to do this. This is this classic Islamist tactic that's been used for decades and decades. They are now using them as human shields, and it's completely chaotic. There's also the problem with the civilian sites in Iran because the war has not ended, and they know that there are two problems. One, if the negotiations, well, first the negotiations have to happen first, and they probably will happen. If the negotiations don't go well, then obviously at the end of the official ceasefire, which will be a week from now, we're going to have the Americans and the Israelis attacking the IRGC in Iran. That's one problem. Second problem for the Islamic Republic is also, even if that doesn't happen, even if the conflict technically ends, the Iranian people are ready or on standby to take to the streets. That's why they have all these people, but that's why they're also using civilian areas right now. We have the next video for you guys showing that the IRGC are hiding missile launchers, ballistic missile launchers, inside a middle school in the south of Iran, near the Persian Gulf. I think we have the footage. There we go. Yeah. So this is one of the schools in the south, not far from Bandar Abbas, the main port in Iran. And they are now basically putting, there we go, the missile launcher on the left-hand side in the schoolyard. So obviously, if the Israelis or the Americans or anybody decides to hit them, then they could basically cry and say, look, the enemy is once again targeting our schools and our children, even though the schools are closed and kids are not going to school. There are no kids there, but they continue to claim that civilians are getting hit. Now, we're going to talk about Mossad as well. Before we continue the issue around the updates about the Strait of Hormuz and the talks, Mossad and the director of Mossad, David Barnea, has now also confirmed that the Israelis, their plan hasn't changed. Their final ultimatum is still about the regime completely surrendering and is about replacing the regime change in Iran. Let's quickly go to the director of Mossad and listen to what he had to say, and then come back.
טועים התמימים כי השואה היא נחלת העבר, כי במציאות של ימינו לא ייתכן רצח עם, כי לא ייתכנו קריאות להשמדה ולא תצמח שנאה המאיימת על קיומו של עם. האיום האיראני הלך והתעצם מול עינינו, לנגד עיני העולם, כמעט באין מפריע. התרענו פעם אחר פעם על סכנת הגרעין, קיום קיומי. התרענו פעם אחר פעם על כמויות הטילים הבליסטיים שמאיימות על אזרחי ישראל בכל מקום בארץ, ועל הסכנה הנשקפת לנו מהמשטר האיראני. ולבסוף לקחנו את גורלנו בידינו, ויצאנו לשתי מלחמות כורח. במלחמת שאגת הארי הוביל צה"ל בסיוע המוסד מתקפה חסרת תקדים שהנחיתה מכה קשה על המשטר האיראני, נגד מי שחרת על דגלו להשמידנו, נגד מי שתלה שעון ענק הסופר כביכול לאחור את קיומנו. לצידנו, בברית איתנה ובשיתוף פעולה היסטורי עם המעצמה החזקה ביותר בעולם, נלחמנו יחד למען ערכי הצדק והחירות. 40 ימי לחימה עצימה הביאו להישגים משמעותיים ביותר, ובראשם פגיעה במטרתו המרכזית של האויב, השמדת מדינת ישראל. המוסד פעל פעם נוספת בלב טהרן, הבאנו מודיעין מדויק עבור חיל האוויר, ופגענו בטילים שמאיימים על אזרחי ישראל. אך משימתנו טרם הושלמה. לא חשבנו שמשימה זו תושלם מיד עם שוך הקרבות, אך תכננו גם תכננו שהמערכה שלנו תימשך ותבוא לידי ביטוי גם בתקופה שלאחר התקיפות בטהרן. מחויבותנו תושלם רק כאשר יוחלף המשטר הקיצוני הזה. אותו משטר שרוצה את השמדתנו חייב לחלוף מן העולם. זו משימתנו, לא נמשיך להביט מנגד על איום קיומי נוסף, מתוך ציווי ברור, לעולם לא עוד.
Yes, never again. And it's about time that the Israeli governments, successive Israeli governments, finally learn from the previous mistakes. Compromise after compromise, patience after patience. We've had so many issues over the last few decades, definitely the last 50, 60 years, where the Israeli governments continue to offer so much to the Islamists, whether it is when it comes to the so-called Palestinian state and the two-state solution, whether it was about the existence of Hezbollah being allowed to be created and accelerated in the south of Lebanon, and also not dealing with the threat coming from the Islamic Republic, which they have only one main mission, which is to wipe out the state of Israel and the Jews from this planet. They finally learned, and they obviously now are acting pretty quickly, and they know after everything that's happened this time round, last year during the 12-day war, and since October the 7th, if they don't deal with the Islamic Republic in Iran, they're going to be in trouble, because the IRGC are not going to give up. They're going to regroup. They're going to spend the next few years building up, and they will hit once again. Now, the Americans are also continuing their operation despite the ceasefire. One of the main things that they are doing is that the American government obviously puts the American citizens' lives first. Their job is to keep them protected. And this is exactly what they're doing. One of the main things that we are currently seeing is that ICE agents being extremely proactive in hunting down the IRGC members and the IRGC affiliates, essentially, and detaining them and deporting them. We have another good news that the ICE agents have managed to arrest the Islamic regime apologist and a so-called BBC Persian commentator, Youssef Azizi. He has been taken into custody from his home and has been transferred into a detention facility in Louisiana. Azizi is a PhD candidate at Virginia Tech, and he has been supporting the regime in Iran while living a privileged life in the United States of America. And he is the latest in a whole list of people who have recently been arrested and also deported by the US government. And that is exactly what you do, because the threat is not just outside of your countries. And this is a message to all Western countries, including especially the Europeans, the Western European countries, and Australia and those countries too. It's also in your land. You have to eliminate the threats, not just in the Middle East, but in your countries. If you're going to put your people first, you have to get rid of the problem. Deport every single one of them. They don't need to be there. It's not that difficult. Now, one big problem that we currently have is that the US Democrats continue to make things harder for the ICE agents to do their job. And there have been many opponents who are at this point essentially defending the protection of the IRGC supporters and members in the United States of America. They are literally fighting against their deportations. Now, this is a whole new scandal, which the US Democrats, until a couple of decades ago, didn't really have, because even they were in favor of strong borders. But when it comes to the enemies, it seems like they're becoming extremely soft. Let's quickly go back to the Europeans and what President Trump said earlier on in his latest statement. He said, Europe is desperate for energy, and yet the United Kingdom refuses to open North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. Tragic. Aberdeen should be booming. Norway sells its North Sea oil to the UK at double the price. They are making a fortune. The UK, which is better situated on the North Sea for purposes of energy than Norway, should drill, baby, drill. It is absolutely crazy that they don't. And no more windmills, President DJT. It's a good point that the UK is right next to the actual treasure that they have. But no, the Norwegians go there, take the oil, and then they sell it back to the UK, double the price. And it's been going on for decades now, especially the last few years when, in the name of net zero, the British governments, again, successive British governments over the last 15 years or so, have continued to sell out the British resources. It's fascinating stuff. And again, you really expect these European governments to look after their people when they don't even know how to. It's a completely embarrassing situation. Now, quickly, in terms of the Islamic Republic, while they are begging for the second round of talks, if we could call it that, and essentially the final round, because we don't have many days left until the end of the official ceasefire. We have about 7 or 8 days left. So the talks that could happen in the next couple of days will probably be the last one before that ceasefire. they are also still doing crazy nonsense. So, as you guys know, the IRGC have become the new Black Lives Matter of the Middle East. Yeah, because they want reparations. They want reparations from the Americans and from the Israelis, even though they started the war first. They literally declared war on the whole of the West since 1979, and they continued to attack Israel and US citizens, but they are the victims, right? But they're not just asking for reparations, like BLM, from the Americans and the Israelis. They now have a new target. So, as you guys know, since the beginning of this conflict, the Israelis and the Americans hammered the Islamic Republic in Iran. The IRGC's reaction was, okay, so we're going to hit, well, they said they're going to hit the US bases in the Middle East. Instead of doing that, they started to launch missiles and rockets and drones at civilian areas at the neighboring countries. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, Riyadh, many cities of the Arab countries near the Persian Gulf were hit, civilian areas and their infrastructure. So not just the US bases, right? Having said that, somehow today, the Islamic Republic have come out to demand up to $270 billion in reparations, right? But they also now want reparations from the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, basically every country that they've hit. They hit them. The IRGC hit the countries. Now they want money from those countries. It's interesting because the Arabs are not really asking for any reparations. They're coming from Iran. But the Islamic leadership, if we could even call it that, because there's not one single leadership in Iran anymore. You got different factions all calling a shot for themselves, have submitted a letter to the United Nations Security Council naming Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Jordan, accusing them of enabling strikes. And because of that, they want reparations from these countries. What about reparations from you to these Arab countries? Because you hit their infrastructure, you hit their civilian areas. Forget about Israel, forget about the Americans. They can look after themselves. I think the Islamic Republic owes a lot of money to the UAE alone. The damage they caused there in Dubai alone, just one city, has been completely devastating. Now, the rest of the proxies also continue to cause chaos. Hamas in Gaza, despite any central leadership, you have a bunch of rogue terrorists running around trying to regroup. Hezbollah from the north continue to launch rockets at Israel. The Houthis have gone back to sleep. They need to take a nap because they've worked really hard, launching a couple of rockets that didn't even actually hit Israel properly. But in Gaza, the Israeli Defense Forces had to step up their operation. And over the last few hours, we received this confirmation from the IDF that they have now dismantled 4 underground tunnel routes in Gaza with a total length of around 800 meters that have been used again by the Hamas members. Now, this has continued to be a threat because the Israelis, they are by default struggling in Gaza. They have struggled because Gaza, 1, is a small area. 2, Hamas are amongst the civilians. 3, a lot of the civilians are pro-Hamas. So they are helping Hamas. It's a very different situation, for example, to countries like Iran, where the Iranian people would easily sell out the IRGC because the IRGC are the occupation forces in Iran. Whereas in Gaza, it's very difficult and everything's booby-trapped. So they continue to play whack-a-mole around Gaza. Meanwhile, we also have this absolutely insane update earlier on. 60 so-called Palestinians were found hiding in I've gone completely American now, garbage truck, I don't know why, in an attempt to enter Israel illegally. They were literally trying to sneak into Israel, about 60 of them, and they were detained. Watch this video. It's absolutely unbelievable. Wait for it, wait for it. Imagine the smell. That's so many. One by one, as the Americans would say, take out the trash. It is absolutely crazy. What were they thinking? Also, at that point, they could have tried something at least, just push through. Like, nope. I feel sorry for the ones who are literally at the back, underneath, like beneath everybody else. Like, I can't breathe. Just take them out. It's crazy stuff. If you don't have a proper plan, don't execute it. Speaking of crazy people, we have also the latest updates from Hezbollah in Lebanon, because we're going to talk about the talks between the Israeli government and the Lebanese representatives. But while that was happening today in Washington, we had a Hezbollah drone in over the skies in Nahariya that managed to somehow hit a tree. Not really sure what happened here, but let's watch this, because they continue to launch against Israelis. Watch this. So you might just be able to see it in a minute. The drone. Not yet. Not yet. It's going to come. There we go. There we go. Launched from south of Lebanon. And then the local sources said, and it goes and it hits the tree. If you can't fly a drone, don't try. It came all the way from Lebanon. They're like, we're in Israel now. We got the drone. Oh no, tree. What do we do? Let's hit it. Crazy stuff happening from the Islamists as usual. I think we could just have a whole entertainment show just showing how the Islamists fail. I remember about, when was it? Probably about 15 years ago. Probably longer than that. Yeah, about 15 years ago. The probably early days of YouTube-ish. We had all these videos. They're banned now. You can't really post them anymore. There was all these collection of videos showing the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, their minions and their terrorists failing. Some of you, if you remember those videos from back in the day, they're kind of fun. Basically, they were filming themselves trying to launch a rocket, for example, or try to basically play with a gun and then just shoot themselves in the foot. And it was more than one occasion, quite regularly. Or just somehow having a party with a grenade. Why not? Health and safety, who cares? And then it just goes off. It's a shame that those videos are no longer allowed on YouTube, but it's basically like that. You're going to have a whole show every day just showing the Islamists fail. As I said, the Israelis and the Americans, no, the Israelis and the Lebanese, different, for the first time in decades held direct talks in Washington, D.C. With the help of Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the U.S. government. The Lebanese ambassador attended this, and of course, we also had the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Afterwards, this is just the first stage of the discussions between Lebanon and Israel. The whole idea is to finally work together directly in order to eliminate the threat that is Hezbollah, the IRGC's Hezbollah. If the Islamic Republic is being taken out, you also have to do something about their step kids. That is Hezbollah. You can't just leave Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they are talking. After the meeting, the establishment liberal media and the reporters were obviously asking stupid questions. They were going around asking the Israeli ambassador to the US that why are you guys hitting civilian areas in the south of Lebanon? And obviously, considering that the Israeli Defense Forces are essentially the only defense force that in the world that gives you a heads up in advance to evacuate before hitting, and most normal people do evacuate. Otherwise, the civilian casualty in Lebanon would have been absolute chaos. And in one or two occasions when the Israeli Defense Forces did not give a heads up, and they were still trying to do what they said they were trying to do, targeted attacks, but there were, in fact, civilian casualties, the Israeli government had to hold an investigation. That's the level of scrutiny you have over the IDF. But the Israeli ambassador said this earlier on after all the stupid questions.
When will you stop fighting in Lebanon? When will you stop firing missiles at the Lebanese civilian infrastructure? I guess that's their question.
I want to push back on your question. Okay. Israelis don't wake up in the morning and look to fire missiles across the border. The missiles are being fired at our civilians. That will be put a stop to. We will not allow a terror organization to continually fire missiles into our population centers. That has to be understood by anybody asking such a question. The Lebanese understand that. I hope the media will as well.
Do you think they understand?
It's interesting that the liberal media reporters are targeting, for example, the Israeli ambassador, when you also have the Lebanese ambassador right there next to him, and she could easily say, this is a stupid question, because obviously, while the Lebanese government at times have told the Israelis, like, please, obviously, calm down or try to give a heads up well in advance, but they all agree, both the Lebanese government and the Israeli government, that it's Hezbollah that launched rockets at civilians in Israel. And in fact, the Israeli Air Force do targeted strikes. They're not launching rockets in that sense. And the Lebanese government, if you want to talk about those who represent Lebanon, they confirm this. They confirm that the Israelis are targeting Hezbollah. They're not randomly targeting civilians in Lebanon. If they were to do that, well, there will be a lot more civilians dead in Lebanon. But there's not. It's the same in Iran or whatever else you want to talk about. Because they're trying their best not to. But it's war, and when the enemy is hiding among civilians, it makes it difficult. What are you going to do instead? Just surrender? You can't surrender. Same nonsense we're getting in Gaza all over again. Let's go back to our live feed from Hormuz. Couple of reactions here. And PC says, I am glad Goldie's back. Maya, did you hear she was off? Yes, I did hear. Fortunately, that's been fixed now. I had a dream Iran had a Shah again. Trump was at his coronation with the king too. So the IRGC is surrendering again. Again. You mean again? Oh, yeah, again. I think you mean again. They better surrender this time. They're surrendering to the talks. They're not surrendering the regime, obviously. That will be a whole different story of it. And it's a poem, darling. What? What's a poem, darling? Lemons are tart, oranges are juicy. If you are smart, you will watch TV 2C. Please read my rhyme to the whole nation. Now is the time for the Maya sensation. Okay, 2 points to Gryffindor. The Flintstones underestimated the Jetsons' latest technology. It says reserved 86. And kids should be left alone. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a surprise. They've been trying to do this for decades and decades. Same in both Judea and Samaria with the Palestinian Authority and also in Gaza. You are horrible to us Pakistanis, to see. Clown. Well, that's your problem, not mine. That's a you problem in Pakistan. Thank you for what you do. Someone's, again, he's back. You are just racist to Pakistanis, to see. For the record, Pakistanis, they're not a race. I could be xenophobic to Pakistanis. I can't be racist to Pakistanis. Pakistan is not a race. Stop trying to make Pakistan a race. It's not going to happen. And anyway, once Iran is free, do you think the EU will realize the US and Israel were right about the radical Islam is a big problem? Could you expand on China's peace plan? China doesn't have a peace plan. They're just meddling. That's the only thing I could say about the Chinese communists. The EU know. The Europeans know about the problem with Islam. Of course they know. But they, on the one hand, they don't care because they think they are being clever by making compromises. And they also think that they could benefit from it by doing multiculturalism and mass migration. It doesn't work. They know. Everybody knows the problem with radical Islam. But the approach is very different in Europe. It was very rude of you to get Goldie off YouTube. I thought you guys agreed on ceasefire. Was that my fault? Should I take credit for that? I'm going to start a new conspiracy theory that I forced Goldie off YouTube. Amazing. And do you think the EU will eventually deport the IRGC? Do you think Islamists could occupy another country, governments maybe in the West? Yeah, the Islamists will and are in the process of occupying the continent of Europe, primarily Western Europe, obviously, and that's not going to stop. So that's going to happen. That's going to continue in the UK, in France, in Germany. But despite, even if you have temporarily really right-wing governments, it's not going to stop the problem. But the European Union right now are legally obligated, their member states, legally obligated to deport the IRGC, because over the last few months, they have designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, but they still haven't fully. But deporting the IRGC is not good enough. You have to also deport everybody who is linked to the whole of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Islamic regime, not just the IRGC members, but also the clerics and anybody that who is linked to the regime. And have the Muslim Brotherhood supporting countries now turned on the Islamic Republic, or are they playing both sides, waiting for a winner and then attack Israel? The Muslim Brotherhood, their biggest threat is just long-term influence in the world, not really an imminent militarily threat. Because of the state of Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood were essentially on the same boat as the IRGC, even though they are not the same, even though the IRGC are Shia, Muslim Brotherhood are Sunni. They don't really have much in common, but they have obvious things in common, including obviously wiping out the Jews. But I don't really see any long-term partnership between the two organizations anymore. So everything, the whole game has now flipped. If Palestine exists, why is there no P in Arabic? Yeah, because they call it Palestine in Arabic. I watched Khalid Al-Hel and Peter Blexley interviews. Fantastic. I recommend 2CTV Plus. Thank you, Maya. But thank you so much. Yes, we got a lot of exclusive interviews on 2CTV Plus. So you should all check it out. If you haven't, then I don't know why you're not doing that. So you can become a member of 2CTV Plus today by scanning the QR code at the bottom of the screen, or just go to 2c.tv. The only way you can become a member is on the website. And then you can also download the 2CTV app, use the same login details to get full access to our documentaries, our chat forum, interviews, original series, podcasts, and everything else. We have a couple of things that are being added soon to the 2CTV Plus platform over the next, I think, couple of weeks, probably sooner than that, but I'll keep you guys posted. If the UK starts drilling, they will have money for the Middle East proxies. Keir Starmer funding Hezbollah. Western privilege, people born in the West and thinking they know what oppression is, then trying to tell others who fled oppression that they are the villains for wanting freedom. Perfect summary of the liberal left-wing mentality right now in the West. Dear Pope Leo, Exodus, something about Exodus, okay. And garbage truck, poetic Palestinians. Hi, Mahir Mehban. Book by a reporter notes the US government gave exiled prince money to overthrow the government when young, but he took the money for himself. I found no evidence of this. Thoughts? Yeah, there's no evidence of that. Just crazy stuff. Were weapons found on the palace? We don't have any confirmation on that. They have been questioned by the Israeli security and the IDF as well. Pahlavists should not call themselves Persians. They don't. Some of them are Persians, but a lot of them are Kurds, are Loris, other Iranians, basically. You'll find those videos of loon Muslims shouting themselves on Brandon Herrera's occasional Darwin Awards. Iran will be liberated by July, 4th of July, maybe. Islamic takeover of all countries. Some of them will succeed, some of them won't. The US won't. Maybe it's just me, but Trump seems to remain 10 steps ahead of the IRGC. I would say probably 2 or 3 steps, but yeah, not 10. That would be insane. Poor Greg is lonely during the ceasefire. I hope he will have company soon. I miss the fireworks. Anyway, there's a lot of reaction as well in the live chat. I'm just going to double check the latest from these potential final round of talks. Okay, so the US have now confirmed that more than 20 commercial ships have now passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours, obviously under US supervision. These are the commercial ships that are going to the Arab ports, not the Iranian ports. We also have this insane update from the Spanish government, the Islamic Socialist Spanish government, confirming that Pedro Sanchez has now ordered a new, it's not even a joke, a new law to bring in between 500,000 and 1 million illegal immigrants to Spain, more in addition to everything you already have, by giving them instant work permits. So Spain is going to be completely occupied voluntarily by the Spanish government giving permission to the illegal migrants primarily coming from North Africa and the Middle East. So everything's going to be absolutely fine in Spain for the next few decades, as you can tell, despite the efforts that they made a few centuries ago to eventually kick out the occupiers, the Islamic occupiers in Spain. It seems like they have become, at least the Spanish government have become a bit of a masochist, and they want to destroy their own country. Okay, we are now waiting. Okay, the United States have now set 2 conditions for any potential final round of talks in Pakistan. First, the Strait of Hormuz must be fully reopened before negotiations resume. I think that they could probably say yes to that, the IRGC. Second, Iran's delegation must have full authority from the IRGC to finalize the deal. Oh, that's going to be a problem because you have different factions right now in Iran, and different factions will also go to Pakistan again. Can they all unite? No. Will they lie? Probably. If they lie and they say, yeah, we have full authority, then obviously we're going to find out shortly after that, because even if the deal is signed, they have to be firstly ratified by the US Congress as well. And we also have to wait for it to be implemented. And by that point, you're definitely going to see a huge division and the rest of the IRGC completely destroying the same deal. So it's going to be a very interesting few days. And of course, 2C TV will keep you guys posted as usual. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya 2C, and we are the media.
All right. Fantastic update as usual from 2C TV. Now, I want to go to, while we're waiting for Armin to get back. Where was it? Okay. This was an interview on Fox News with it was with JD Vance, and it was yesterday, and we didn't watch it. So let's watch this together, because I wanted to see what JD Vance is talking about here.
Iran negotiations and maybe what went wrong in Islamabad. Joining us now, Vice President. Let's talk about the Iran negotiations and maybe what went wrong in Islamabad. Joining us now, Vice President JD Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
What happened and where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, Brett, I wouldn't just...
Wait, actually, sorry. Before I do that, let's go to some of the super chats, because there's a number of super chats here. So, okay, this was the last one that I went over. So you showed Pahlavi's speech in Stockholm yesterday. There's another 30 to 35 minutes of him answering questions. If you want to see it, could not send it with thank you so much. So we showed that earlier. Evil Black says, remember Zorha? I don't know who that is. Who's Zorha? Sorry, I don't know who that is. Hebelden says, it is human nature to hate those whom you have injured. Roman historian Tacitus, the memory of the Holocaust and perseverance, right destiny. Very true. Thank you for that. Amir says, it is a good chance to say, I'm so grateful the Shah of Iran that accepted Jews, that ran off from the Holocaust, Ruhish Shah, the honorable and kind Reza. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tusi said what? He said, my gum sucks. Start the AI war again. My gum. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's okay. Steve Fowler, Alabama, USA loves and thanks to Goldie, Armin, and 2C TV for truth and education on Iran, and most of all, Iranians. Y'all rock, and we got your back. Thank you so much. Sending love to you and everyone in Alabama and across the United States. Tony Siavash Rod says, Javid Shah, Zip Gun, Green Party. Yeah, I think you're referring to the Swedish Green Party. Yeah, I don't disagree. No Border Sports says, the only king I would ever vote for. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Interesting fact, his grandfather was actually voted in as king, right? There's this fake news going out that apparently like his grandfather forced himself to become the king. Absolutely not. He didn't force himself to become the Shah. He became the Shah through the constitution. So the democratically elected members of parliament at the time, the Majlis, actually voted in His Royal Highness Reza Shah the Great to replace the previous dynasty. So the Pahlavi dynasty replaced the Qajar dynasty through the constitution of Iran. A lot of people don't know that. So yeah, technically the Pahlavi dynasty was voted in. And you're right, that's the only Shah I would ever vote for as well. Adam says, hey Goldie, what's the likelihood Alberta becoming independent from Canada? Thoughts? I'm not going to get into that discussion. I know there's a lot going on. My focus for the last year has really just been Middle Eastern politics, geopolitics. So I haven't really paid too much attention to the internal stuff. I'm not really going to comment on internal Canadian politics right now because I don't have all the facts, but I have a feeling it's probably not going to happen. I don't know. I have no idea though. Okay. So those were all of the super chats that I see here. So let's now go to the exclusive interview with JD Vance.
Let's talk about the Iran negotiations and maybe what went wrong in Islamabad. Joining us now, Vice President JD Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
What happened and where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, Brett, I wouldn't just say that things went wrong. I also think things went right. We made a lot of progress, but we also made very clear, and I think this is part of the progress we made, what the terms where the United States could make some accommodation, what terms we were flexible on, and what things we absolutely needed to see in order for the President of the United States to feel like he was getting a good deal. And so we laid those things out. We had some good conversations. I think it was the first time that you'd ever seen the Iranian government, the U.S. government meet at such a high level, maybe in the history of the current leadership of Iran. So that's, I think, a positive. And again, we did make some progress in the negotiation. The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done.
Well, what are the red lines like for Iran and what didn't they accept? Why are we at the place we're at now?
Yeah, so back out just a little bit, Brett. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So all of our red lines flow from that fundamental premise, because it is one thing for the Iranians to say that they themselves are never going to have a nuclear weapon. They are willing to say that, and that's good. but you have to, of course, verify these things. And there are two things in particular where the President of the United States really said we have no flexibility. We have to get to the outcome that the president said. On the first of those things, what some people call the dust, which is the enriched uranium that the Iranians currently possess, we have said that we want that to come out of their country, and we would like to take possession of it. Now, why does that matter? That doesn't matter, of course, because they have access to that material now. That material was actually buried underground by Operation Midnight Hammer. But if you think about this over the long haul, the president doesn't want to leave the next president or the president after that to be worrying about this program. And so we would like to get that material out of the country completely so that the United States has control of it. That's number one. And the second thing is that, again, to this point about verification, it's one thing for the Iranians to say that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. It's another thing for us to put in place the mechanism to ensure that's not going to happen. Part of that is, of course, to ensure that they don't have the ability to enrich uranium, which is how they got so close to a nuclear weapon before. So those are really the two things where, frankly, the Iranians, I think, did make some progress. They moved in our direction, which is why I think we would say that we had some good signs, but they didn't move far enough. And so what we decided is, you know what? Given that we don't think this current team and this current timeline is going to be able to make a deal, let them go back to Tehran. We're going to go back to Washington, and that's where we are today.
So is there a next step? Are there more talks coming? Do they happen in Pakistan, and are you leading them?
Well, it's an interesting question, Brett, and I think fundamentally it's a question that would be best put to the Iranians because the ball really is in their court. We've made clear where we're willing, again, to be accommodating, and we've made clear where we absolutely need to see the nuclear material come out of the country of Iran. Now, what's interesting, Brett, about this is that in the process of doing this negotiation, I do think that we acquired some knowledge about how the Iranians are negotiating. And this is ultimately why we left Pakistan, because what we figured out is that they were unable, I think the team that was there was unable to cut a deal. And they had to go back to Tehran, either from the supreme leader or somebody else, and actually get approval to the terms that we had set. So again, whether we have further conversations, whether we ultimately get to a deal, I really think the ball is in the Iranian court because we put a lot on the table. We actually made very clear what our red lines were. We also made clear, Brett, that we actually would be very happy. The President of the United States has said he would be very happy if Iran was treated like a normal country, if it had a normal economy, if its people were able to prosper and thrive. But in order for Iran to be a normal country economically, it's going to have to be a normal country from the perspective of not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and it's going to have to be a normal country from not pursuing terrorism. And so there really is, I think, a grand deal to be had here, but it's up to the Iranians, I think, to take the next step.
I hear you talking about the enriched uranium and the nuclear weapon and the inability for them to have one in the long term. I don't hear you mentioning fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, toll-free. Is that one of the red lines?
Well, it's one of the things we talked about, Brett, is that we need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open. And this is frankly one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable. We came to the negotiation saying the United States, what we've given here is a ceasefire. We've stopped bombing the country. What we expect the Iranians to give up is a full reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen, as the president has said, some significant uptick in traffic coming through the Straits of Hormuz. That's good for the global economy. It's good for the United States of America as well. But we haven't seen that full reopening. So our expectation is that the Iranians are going to continue to make progress to opening the Straits of Hormuz. And if they don't, it's going to fundamentally change the negotiation that we have with them.
You're not surprised. I mean, the Iranians often talk about negotiations and in a different way. The Iranian foreign minister posted in intensive talks at highest level in 47 years, Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity. That does not sound like they're heading back to the table anytime soon. Does this ceasefire continue and then the war starts again?
Well, first of all, Brett, I have to give a lot of credit to Field Marshal Munir and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, both who are incredible hosts and I think incredible statesmen and helping, mediate the conversation between us and the Iranians. Again, two countries that have not really had serious discussions in a very long time. But to your point about Foreign Minister Araghchi's statement, if you see what Foreign Minister Araghchi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster. But if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have. We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to not develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians are willing to meet us there, then this can be a very, very good deal for both countries. If they're not willing to meet us there, that's up to them. That's their decision. And really, the ball is very much in their court. So you ask what happens next. I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on their oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we have a lot of cards. We have the leverage, and we're going to see what the Iranians do with that.
And so that's how the blockade works. U.S. naval ships stop Iranian-flagged vessels going to through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not just Iranian-flagged vessels, Brett, but any vessel that we know is going to Iranian ports or has come from Iranian ports. You're probably going to see some vessels try to reflag themselves. But of course, we're going to know, because we have very good intelligence, which ships are going in and which ships are coming out that are connected to Iran. But Brett, here's the very interesting thing about all this is that the only thing the Iranians have been able to do, they haven't, of course, beaten us militarily. They've had their military been decimated. They haven't been able to prosecute the case when it comes to weapons of war. What they have done is engage in this act of economic terrorism against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett, the president wants the Iranian people to thrive and succeed. He has had his negotiation team put on the table a serious proposal. The ball is in Iran's court. Did we make progress? Yes. But we're going to find out from the Iranians whether we can make that ultimate bit of progress that gets us to a big deal.
The president's also said he wants this to end soon as it can. It's being reported that you had real skepticism about this at the beginning and that you expressed that to the president. Is that true?
Well, Brett, I give my advice to the President of the United States, and we all do. And I expect that when I give advice to the President of the United States, that it's going to be private, because the president should rely on his senior advisors without them then running to the media. What I will say, Brett, is that I 100% agree with the president on the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I've seen that just in the negotiation that we've had over the last couple of days, that these are tough negotiators, but they're fundamentally the kinds of people where them having a nuclear weapon would impose terrible costs on the entire world. If they're willing to engage in economic terrorism on the entire world, what would it mean? What leverage would they have if they had a nuclear bomb in Tehran? That's not an outcome that is acceptable to us or really should be acceptable to anybody. So I 100% support the president's goals here to keep nuclear weapons, to keep the worst weapons of war out of the hands of the Iranians.
A few more things, Mr. Vice President. You say there's progress being made here and the trip to Pakistan was not fruitless. However, I'm not hearing the next step if the Iranians don't do the next step. You also campaigned for Viktor Orban in Hungary, and he lost that race, defeated after 16 years in power. Your thoughts about whether it was worth it to go support Viktor Orban in that race, considering he lost significantly, and he's one of the only European leaders who supports Vladimir Putin?
Well, first of all, Brett, I think that Viktor Orban's a great guy who's done a very good job. I think that his legacy in Hungary is transformational, 16 years fundamentally changing that country. But one of the reasons why we decided to do that, Brett, is not because, we can't read polls. We certainly knew there was a very good chance that Viktor would lose that election. We did it because he's one of the few European leaders we've seen who's been willing to stand up to the bureaucracy in Brussels that has been very, very bad for the United States. So, for example, when you see a European bureaucrat go after an American company, sometimes the only vote no, the only vote to protect that American interest has been Viktor Orban. We didn't go because we expected Viktor to cruise to an election victory. We went because it was the right thing to do, to stand behind a person who had stood by us for a very long time. So this wasn't about Russia, and fundamentally it wasn't about Europe. It was about the United States and the fact that he's been a good partner to both me and the president personally, but also to the United States. I'm sad that he lost. We'll work very well, I'm sure, with the next prime minister of Hungary. But it wasn't a bad trip at all, because it's worth standing by people, even if you don't win every race.
Mr. Vice President, stand by if you would. Special report continues with the Vice President of the United States after this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
Hey guys, sorry, a little bit distracted. Apparently someone tried to hack into my Facebook and Instagram accounts, so I'm just dealing with that. So yeah, always fun times when you're being targeted. All right, so while I'm dealing with that, let's go to the new song by Barbod. Great, he's the one that wrote Angels of Liberty and Act Mr. Trump. So let's listen to this. It's like a premiere, and then we'll continue.
The mask will fall, the diplomatic game is through. They will try to trick the world, but we see the truth in you. Gallibath will come with smiles, but his hands are stained in red. The talks are cold and empty, just like the words he will say. He's a shadow of the past and proud of that. Mr. Trump, a new regime. You call that Mr. Trump, finish the job. They're hanging the innocent, it has to stop. The Iranians want freedom, they're calling your name. And the regime break the cycle of pain. Our love for you and Bibi won't stop. Mr. Trump, finish the job. Taryn Mayer with his hands in the till. IRGC deals, corruption runs still. His son in Melbourne living rich without a trace, while people bled in streets, screaming out his name in pain. He threw students from rooftops back in '99. He gave the orders that blood stains the line. The Strait of Hormuz is hostage. Their next bombs are almost made. The talks are pointless. The debt must be paid. Mr. Trump, finish the job. They're hanging the innocent. It has to stop. The Iranians want freedom. They're calling your name. And the regime break the cycle of pain. Our love for you and Bibi won't stop. Mr. Trump, finish the job. The table is empty, the chair is pushed aside. There's nowhere left for the mullahs to hide. You gave them a chance, but they will choose the path of hate. Building their missiles, sealing their own fate. Mr. Trump, there's only one name the Iranians say. Not in fear, but in hope today. Not a mullah, not IRGC. They shouted loud, King Reza Pahlavi! Mr. Trump, finish the job. They're hanging the innocent, it has to stop. The Iranians want freedom, they're calling your name. And the regime break the cycle of pain. Our love for you and Bibi won't stop. Mr. Trump, finish the job. Millions people marched to Pahlavi's call. They took the streets to watch the mullahs fall. They filled the roads, no longer bound by fear, to tell the world the end is drawing near. With Israel and the USA, we stand among the free to take back our land and claim our destiny. Mr. Trump, finish the job. No more deals, it never will stop. The Iranians want freedom, hear their cry. And the regime, don't let them die. A free Iran stands with Israel and the USA. We're not going back. This is our day. Mr. Trump, finish the job. Finish the job.
There was that, which was fantastic. I enjoyed that. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit distracted right now because I just have to figure out and fix this. So let's go to some more music. We'll take a quick commercial break and I'll be back momentarily.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Sausage are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. امشب شب خوبیه خنده رو لمحای ما پیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده همه با هم سوت همسایه شب شده مثل رویاست دوره ترس تموم شد خامنه ای کشته شد هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده حالا با هم هیدر هیدر Trump for the strength and the lead. Thank you, Bibi, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain, you washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Coming a guide like a rat, thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he felt like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Reza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He guided us to greatness, he led us from night. But leader of our future, the heart of our land, with him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Coming a guide like a rat, thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, baby. Tommy John, Reza Pahlavi.
What like a cheerful, uplifting song. I know like the lyrics are, the lyrics are what it is, but cheerful, uplifting song regardless. Okay. Why don't I share my Sky News interview with you guys? Because I know you guys wanted to see that interview. So let me just pull it up here. Give me one moment. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, I just had it. Sorry, guys. Let me just pull it up here. Yeah, there was like it was really weird. Like something happened and then like apparently like someone was trying to like hack into like my X account or something. No, sorry, not my X account. Oh yeah, everything got sorted out, thankfully. Everything got sorted out. So yeah, like, hey Armin, how are you?
Hello.
So Armin, on top of everything else that's happened to me this week, I just got a notification that someone, I don't know how, because like I've literally had Facebook since like 2009, and I got a notification that like apparently someone hacked into my Facebook account through like some account center or something. I have no idea. Anyway, so my Facebook and Instagram were temporarily suspended, but thank God I have like very good security protocols on all my social media accounts. So yeah, so my Facebook and Instagram were temporarily suspended, and then I was just like dealing with that for the last 15-20 minutes, but now everything is good again. So
Somebody was trying to hack it?
yeah.
Oh my God.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, I was just gonna play my Sky News interview. Let me just pull it up here. If that even works. How was your discussion group?
Oh, it was really, really good. We got into so much geopolitical detail regarding the military operations. So it was fun.
Good, I'm glad. Glad to hear that. All right, okay. Just gonna do this. I'll just play a short clip of it because this was actually a very long interview. I think it was like it was about 20 minutes, so it's in various clips. So I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed speaking with her. But here's just the like the first 5 minutes, and then we can go to the news.
Over the weekend, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, he conducted talks in Islamabad between the US and Iran. But that ended without a deal after Iranian officials refused to accept the American terms. This is what J.D. Vance said.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Goldie, so look, the ceasefire is obviously fragile as it is. There's a blockade happening, as we've just discussed. No deal was able to be reached on nuclear. How do you see it playing out now?
The way I see it playing it out is President Trump is going to finish the job, and that's exactly what we Iranians want. I mean, I had a feeling that these so-called negotiations, it was basically just a front for President Trump to do whatever he needs to do behind the scenes. Ultimately, President Trump gave the Islamic regime one final chance to come to a deal. And let me be very clear about something. The deal that President Trump wants, he has been very open and clear about that. His deal has always been unconditional surrender, or we eradicate you. So basically, he gave the Islamic regime one final opportunity for unconditional surrender. The Islamic regime said no. They still, think that they have the right to nuclear and uranium enrichment, which they absolutely don't, because Iran signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty before 1979, before the Islamic regime came into power. So they have no right to do that anyway. But basically what's happening right now is President Trump is just showing the world that you cannot negotiate with terrorists. And this is exactly what we Iranians who have been held hostage by them have been saying. So we're very grateful for this. And I have a feeling President Trump is going to move forward and he's going to eradicate the Islamic regime and get rid of this cancer that has been infesting not just Iran, but the rest of the world once and for all.
And look, that's what we, hope and pray for, and we hope for a better life for Iran. Absolutely. Donald Trump actually did speak. He following those failed peace talks. I thought it was interesting what he said. Let's have a listen.
Regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country, and so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal. Maybe they don't.
Goldie, what's your take on that? Does America still win even if Iran does not come to the table on this?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, America has already won regardless. I mean, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take. I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with this brutal 7th century, weird Shia Islamic death cult that glorifies martyrdom. So there are a lot of radicals still, alive, controlling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And for them, they believe that, their purpose is to bring about the end of the, end times and Armageddon or, whatever. So they're never going to surrender. And I think President Trump has essentially shown the rest of the world how brutal and savage these people are. You cannot negotiate them. You cannot rationalize with them. But, all their leaders are dead. The current supreme dictator, Moshtaba Khamenei, we don't even know if he's alive or not. No one has seen him or heard from him. All their leaders are dead. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. They have no air defense system left. So basically what we're seeing is the last dying breaths of a collapsing dictatorship. And President Trump is absolutely right. Whether or not they come to a deal or not, America has already won.
Well, I just want to ask you about that. You mentioned Moshtaba Khamenei. There are reports that he's reportedly severely disfigured after sustaining leg and face injuries during the initial US-Israel airstrikes on Tehran back in February. I mean, we've seen statements that have apparently come from him, Goldie, but nobody's actually seen his face. Nobody has seen him in public since February. How much longer can the regime really keep up this facade that he's alive and doing so well?
Not much longer. I mean, Iranian people inside of occupied Iran already know the truth. Iranians outside already know the truth. But for some reason, there's this weird phenomena where you have these woke lefties, these Democrats, these communists, these jihadis, pretty much anyone who is anti-America and anti-Israel. they're going out there and pretending as if the Islamic regime is winning, which is the farthest thing from the truth. One thing that no one ever talks about is the fact that the previous supreme dictator, Khamenei, the father of the current one, who's disfigured or whatever, they still haven't had an official public burial for him. So they haven't even buried the first Khamenei, and that's because the Islamic regime is too afraid to hold a state funeral for the previous supreme dictator. So how is that winning when the Islamic regime is too afraid to even have a burial for the previous one? There you go. So that's that was just a clip from, like, there's like a whole bunch of clips. It was a 20-minute long interview. It was fantastic. I don't think it was my best though, because this interview, Armin, it was Saturday night. It was like right after. It was Sunday. It was Sunday right after like my YouTube account went down. So I was like a little bit out of it for that interview.
Oh, you brought up the most important point, so that was good.
Well, but it was good. Like I really, really, really enjoyed that for sure. I mean, I can let me just play you the second part of it really quickly. It's very short.
Very good points. Those are really good points. Those are also important. These are actually the more important points compared to the first one. I think this one was better.
Yeah, the second part of my interview was much better.
It was much better. I think so too. I think the chat agrees as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Armin, over to you because I know you have more that you want to share.
Okay. Okay.
By the way, Armin, I think, did I mention like my Facebook and Instagram were hacked? So just keep an eye on your social media accounts as well, because apparently there's like.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you for the warning. I love this version of the Rickroll a lot better. It's very.
Now we need just a version with like the Ayatollah.
Yeah. By the way, at this point, this is now a tradition of Iran. Like we cannot quit anymore because it has now an established ritual. So
it'll happen at the most random time.
Yeah. So. Okay. I love that you like doing that. Okay, so let's quickly go over some important stuff. First of all, I have another clip from Rodon showing up. I'm going to show you the shorter version because I have also a 1-minute version, but I'm going to just give you a 20-second version. Let me actually translate this. So Rodon, the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Republic's law enforcement forces, who had not appeared in public since calling Donald Trump, the U.S. president, mad and ignorant. Remember that, guys? About a month ago, coinciding with the establishment of a temporary ceasefire on Tuesday, April 15, in a short interview with state television, addressed regime supporters and said, "The impact of your presence in the streets is no less than that of missile launchers," he claimed. "We know what the enemy intends to do." So, guys, I'm not going to play this because I think everything you needed to know is in the caption. To me, Goldie, this suggests that the Islamic Republic is expecting an uprising to happen soon, given that now Rodon is. This is the second clip that we're seeing from Rodon coming out. So, guys, again, if you don't know who Rodon is the head of the police force. Let's go to our bingo card really quickly. He's right up here. Oh, we can't see it. Let me remove the chat for a second. There we go. He's right up there, police. And to me, the fact that he's now, before I left, I showed you a clip on state TV when he was interviewing, and he was warning the pro-regime people that if they come out into the streets, they're going to be treated like enemies and they're going to be shot and their fingers are on the trigger. That's a recent video of him. And now we have that was his message to the anti-regime people. This is his message to the pro-regime people, saying that keep occupying the streets, keep coming out every night. And your presence in the streets is as important as the missiles. I don't know what information they're getting, the Islamic Republic is getting, but to me, this it seems like they're worried about an uprising, and I don't think this has. I don't think this has to do with any information they're getting from anything that Prince Reza Pahlavi's team might be doing. I think, and guys in the chat, let me know if you agree with me. I think the reason why they might be expecting an uprising is because they're also expecting an economic collapse. That's what they're expecting, especially with the new blockade of the Iranian ports by President Trump. That if that blockade is successful, we're going to see a very fast economic collapse, and that might be a spark for another uprising. By the way, guys, I haven't seen anybody saying what I'm saying right now, so I want your feedback as well. What do you guys think the Islamic Republic is seeing that now they have, after a month, Ramadan is back and is warning the anti-regime people and is encouraging the pro-regime people to continue coming out in the streets? Do you think they're expecting an economic collapse and they're trying to just get ready for that? Do you think that's the reason? I want to know what your opinions are, right? I do want to go through. Oh, by the way, it seemed like we're getting more information regarding a possible second rounds of negotiations in Islamabad between the Americans and the Islamic Republic. That seemed like we haven't seen a full confirmation yet, but there seems to be people saying that that's going to happen. It does seem that the Americans are asking to talk to somebody more serious, somebody that actually has decision making capabilities this time. So that's what I'm hearing. They have come to the conclusion that Ghalibaf is not the main person that is making the decisions, and they're now asking for somebody that does make the decisions to be able to meet with them, which I don't know how that is even possible, because if they're talking about Vahidi, well, Vahidi is the one who attacked Ghalibaf for even meeting with the Americans, and he will lose a lot of his credibility if he meets with the Americans. So I don't know who are they expecting to meet with. Let me actually go through some more regime propaganda with regards to the hijabless women in Iran, saying, because again, guys, when I highlight these women, it's not just about just highlighting the fact that the Islamic Republic has fallen in love with hijabless women these days and using them constantly left and right as propaganda. And yesterday I mentioned, by this rate soon we're going to be able to free the NIP in Iran before the United States, because we're going to have topless Iranian women waving around the Islamic Republic flag, saying "Hey there" as a new propaganda mechanism for the regime. By this rate, that's what's going to happen. But it's not just that. It's not just making fun of them regarding this being their propaganda tactic. I also show it because I'm going to play and see what they have to say, because that's also gives us a lot of important information regarding what the Islamic Republic is trying to advertise, right? So here, let me. Look, they're asking her, "Are you married?" And she says no. Are you willing to marry a Basiji? Guys, what the hell is up with this whole dating and marrying, like, content that is coming from the pro-regime crowds inside Iran from state TV? Like, what is up with that? Are they trying to tell? Oh, guys. Because some people are like, you remember yesterday I showed you another clip of another hijabless woman who was pro-regime inside Iran that was being interviewed, and she kept on saying, "Basiji boys are my type, but I'm not their type." Do you think this is a way for the regime to tell pro-regime boys to come into the streets because there are girls there waiting for them? Do you think these girls are not just advertisement for? Oh, so guys, now that I think about it, this might serve a dual purpose. Having hijabless women advertising in favor of the regime, the first purpose, the first goal here is to show, like, look, even the people who are not religious or who also might have some complaints against the regime, and they are even supporting the regime as a way to try to appeal to more Iranians to support the regime right now. But also it might serve a second purpose, which is to the Basiji boys and the religious boys to be like, guys, the type of girls that you always wanted and that you never could have had before, they're out in the streets and they're saying they love Basijis. Come out, you might get lucky. You might get lucky. What do you guys think? You might get lucky. There's so many hijabless girls here out here for you. Oh yeah, exactly. We got a super chat saying, when I ask bro to come save the regime, and he asked, will there be girls? Yes, there are thirsty hijabless girls waiting for you, Basiji boys. Come out, come get some. Look at this. She's not married.
Foreman, let's keep it, PG. There are kids watching.
That is PG. I said literally nothing that was not PG. Okay. Okay, saying, are you willing to marry a Basiji? Let's see what she says. She's saying with military force. Oh, so not Basiji. She has higher standards, guys. Basiji is too level for her. She says with Sepahi. Sepahi means IRGC. So she wants men in uniform. She doesn't want the Basiji boys who wear plain clothes. She's like, not Basijis, Sepahi, like not a Basiji. She wants higher up. She wants IRGC, not Basiji. Do you have any problem with marrying a Sepahi? She's like, no, it's okay. I would like that. Oh my God. She's like, what about the lunchery kids, the lunchery guys? And are you willing to marry people who are active in luncher? But he doesn't say, guys, this is the translation, say active in luncher. But he's actually saying, what about the luncher boys? The luncher boys. Luncher is like the people who are in charge of the rocket launchers. Like he's saying, what about the launcher boys? It's like, what is launcher? Launcher is the rocket launcher. But بچه‌های لانچری چی? Basically, a better translation is like, would you be willing to marry a launcher boy? Oh my God, what the hell is this? Guys, I haven't watched this. This is so weird. What about a launcher boy? Like, well done, like to the launcher boys, well done to them, like really well done to them. Like, are you willing to marry a luncher boy? Oh, she's saying, oh no, it's so difficult. I know what they're gonna say. Guys, I haven't watched this. Here's what she's gonna say. It's like, because the luncher boys, they're gonna die, and it's gonna break my heart. I'm gonna fall in love with a luncher boy, and they're the ones who die more. And that's why it's like, I'm predicting this is what she's going to say. Because you know how I also can say, because the music is sad. Look at this. It's so hard. Like, it's so hard. I don't know. If you fall in love with him, with the luncher boy, it's so hard. I'm sensitive. I can't stand it. Okay, yeah, she's saying because they die and I don't want to lose somebody I love. Like, yeah, I can't stand it because, yeah, they die more. Like, military personnel are also in danger. Like, she's saying, like, so the translation is wrong. The man is saying the IRGC personnel, the people from IRGC, they're also people who risk their lives. Well, it's the translation is wrong. She's saying, I don't have the heart. Like, it's true that I'm here and I'm showing a lot of courage to be here. But but I don't have the heart to basically marry somebody that could die so easily. Have my God, he constantly talking about dating. Like, are they going to talk about anything else? Like, have military men ever proposed to you? She's saying yes. You're like, really? Yes. He's saying, like, he had difficult working conditions because he went to he went on many missions. Guys, look at this. Like, so this is not normal, because usually the Islamic Republic teaches you that the IRGC personnel, the Basijis, they're the really, really really religious Islamic people that wouldn't be caught dead with a woman who would be seen without a hijab in the streets. Like, our understanding is that the only thing an IRGC personnel would do to a woman like this is spit on her or beat her up or arrest her for not wearing a hijab in public. But now it's just getting so romantic. It's like, oh my God, I love them and I have gotten proposals from them. Like, we grew up in an Iran that a woman like this would be, grabbed by the neck and dragged in the streets and shoved in the back of a van and be taken to a place for a beating. And this woman is like, oh my God, I love them so much. And like, yes, I have gotten proposals from them. Like, it's really hard. I can't stand it. He's saying really, really great job to their families. Wow, guys, my heart can't take the sad music. Beautiful, oh my God, beautiful girls. Basiji boys, come get her. Come into the streets. You could get a girl like that. By the way, guys, this shows that these Basiji boys, they always wanted girls like this. They didn't want the religious Durka girls. They wanted these more, liberal type looking girls. They always wanted this. This is why they're advertising them like this. And the reason why they would beat them up is because they're so jealous and full of hatred for why they can't have girls like this. Like, we call them Ordei. I don't know Ordei. Guys, Iranians in the chat, how do you translate Ordei? Like, one reason why they would beat these girls up is because they were so pretty and they would never want to be with a Basiji religious boy. They want to be with like other men and boys like them, and they would beat them up because they couldn't have that. No, Ordei is not obsessed. It's like having a grudge. Like, if I can't have you, then nobody can have you. And guys, this is why, and I kid you not, I am not spiteful. Thank you. That's the best translation. This is so painful for me to say, but this has been verified. Okay. During the protests, the Basijis with their pellet guns, they aim more. This has statistically been shown that they aim more at more good-looking people, both boys and girls. Like, if you're good-looking, you are more likely to get shot. Also, when it comes to girls, you are more likely to get shot in the face or in the genitals. And this, like, I think that the psychological reasoning behind it, based on my understanding of how their minds operate, based on consuming their content, listening to their reading their comments, listening to their arguments, is that to them, they are spiteful that they're not part of this world with these handsome and good-looking, beautiful boys and girls having fun and enjoying life, and they're doing durka durka and haydar, and they don't get to be part of that. They don't get to enjoy that lifestyle. So they want to take it away from them. They don't want to, they're bitter. Yeah, exactly. They're like, if I don't get to enjoy a girl like this, other men shouldn't also enjoy a girl like this. I mean, guys, there's a reason why in Islam they promise you virgins in heaven. Okay, because they can't, because they feel like they don't have it here. Right? And the reason why they shoot these girls exactly like this when they see them in the streets in their face or in their genitals is because if I can't have you, no other man should be able to have you as well. And this is the fact that they make videos like this now when they're desperate is because they need to fill the streets, and they know exactly what the Basiji boys want, and they're trying to tempt them to keep occupying the streets with promotional videos like this. It doesn't get any more vile and disgusting. Guys, you know, a lot of you hear these, what I'm telling you, and think like, wow, that is gross. That is disgusting. This has been our life for the past 47 years. We had to live with these people side by side in Iran. We had to share a country with these people. It is sick, yeah. Let me, before I go to this next video, let me see some Goldie got the super chat. Let me respond to that. Saying, Iranian here, so glad you're back and thank you for raising awareness. Parastus are absolutely real. Yeah, so guys, these types of girls who regime uses as propaganda in Iran, they call them parastu, are absolutely real. They're mostly used to fool Westerners into thinking everything is fine. And they also hang out with regime forces. Yes. Thank you for your super chat. Yep. All right, let's go to this one. So this is very interesting, guys, because the regime, look at this. The hypocrisy has no limit. Let me read the caption. It says, a video posted on social media shows that during a nighttime gathering of supporters of the Islamic Republic, guys, remember, like, I hope everybody here is on the same page. These nighttime gatherings has been going on for the past 43 days. And the purpose of it is to stop the anti-regime people coming into the streets and doing an uprising, right? So a video posted on social media shows that during the nighttime gathering of supporters of the Islamic Republic, one of Julia Butros, let me see the Persian. Do you guys know this? Julia Petres concerts, the Lebanese female singer was played loudly for those in attendance, while in recent years, pressure on female singers in Iran has continued unabated. Like, guys, look at this hypocrisy. The regime, I kid you not, is playing hijabless concerts, video concerts of a Lebanese woman singing to regime supporters. Guys, this woman singing is illegal under the Islamic Republic law. Being hijabless is illegal right now under Islamic Republic law. Yet the regime supporters, to bring them out at night, they're playing video of these Lebanese women singing hijabless. Like, I don't even know how to, like, is the hypocrisy is an understatement for what's happening right now. They're basically using everything they possibly can to bring more people in the streets, which shows that they're so desperate. It also shows that their crowd sizes must be lowering in number, that they're going to this extent. So watch this. just insane, guys. Like, I don't know because if you haven't grown up in Iran, you don't understand how crazy this is. Just a while ago, they would arrest people for this type of look, and now they're playing it to the regime. So, I mean, the people here not realize how big of a hypocrisy this is. Also, yeah, it's upside down world. Exactly, Torah in the chat. It's upside down world. Also, you know what? Also, this demonstrates to me. This demonstrates to me that a lot of people here are not necessarily regime supporters. There's just so little entertainment available right now in Iran, and things that used to be illegal is now legal among the so-called pro-regime crowds, that some people are coming out in the streets and be like, oh my god, this is great. Like, I'm just here to enjoy the music. Like, I bet you some of these people are not even political, and there's no internet. There's no internet. So, and concerts any concert like this used to be legal. So if you tell them like, hey, they're putting out a music video out there and down the street, they're like, okay, I'm gonna go check that out. And so I think a lot of people here are just here for entertainment purposes, but the regime is just trying to get them out so that they could show bigger crowd sizes. Right? Like, there is no internet, and this is like something unique, new in Iran, that you get to watch a concert, like a hijabless concert like this. I mean, it's not a concert, it's just a video, but it's better than just doing nothing for so many people. So they're like, okay, let me go check it out. Do you get what I'm saying? I think it's just it's just a way to inflate their crowd sizes. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Somebody saying nothing makes sense, honestly. Okay, guys, but am I explaining it in a way for you guys to understand what's happening? Like, let me know if you're understanding it. Oh, you're saying, Armin, I finally got a message from Tehran. Really? I'm so jealous of you, because my dad is in Tehran and I haven't received any message from him for a very, very long time. But I'm glad for you. Like, that's great news. I hope I get a message from my dad. I left a voice message from my dad. Guys, do you want to hear the voice message I left for my dad? Do you guys want to hear the voice message I left for my dad? I could play it for you guys. I could put my phone next to the microphone. Do you want to hear? Okay. Wait, hold on.
سلام بابا میدونم
Oh,
که
wrong side of the phone.
سلام بابا میدونم که اینترنت نداری اینا رو نمیشنوی ولی خواستم این پیام برات بذارم که بهت بگم به فکرتم دلم برات تنگ شده نگرانتم و هر موقع که اینو شنیدی لطفاً برام پیام بذار خیلی دوست دارم فعلا.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear any of that? No, that's me. I didn't get a message from him. That's me sending a message to him. No, that's me. I haven't heard from him for a very long time. Let me play it again.
Yeah, we heard it, but play it again, Armin.
Oh, okay.
We always want news from your Baba.
سلام بابا میدونم که اینترنت نداری اینا رو نمیشنوی ولی خواستم این پیام برات بذارم که بهت بگم به فکرتم دلم برات تنگ شده نگرانتم و هر موقع که اینو شنیدی لطفاً برام پیام بذار خیلی دوست دارم فعلا.
I said, "Hi, Baba. I know you don't have internet. I know you're not going to hear this, but I just wanted to leave this message for you to tell you that I'm thinking of you, that I miss you. If you ever hear this, please message me back, and that I love you." And that's it. Anyways, so Last message I got from him was from New Year. So it's been a while. Okay. Next video is another one of these parastus. I haven't watched this. Look at this.
از طرف ما مردمی که 40 شب این حکومت و این خیابونا نگه داشتیم زیر بارون موش آب کشیده شدیم گرسنه
Oh my gosh, can you pause for a moment? That's like the same one from all the other ones.
Is she?
Yeah, she's like the blonde-haired woman.
Oh, so okay. So they're running out of people, huh?
Yeah, they've used her so many times. So she's the one where remember like a while ago, like there was one and then like she had like some blonde hair and then like she was like خیلی عجیب صحبت میکرد and then she was doing like this weird thing with her tongue and she was like ما نمیذاریم که ته خیابون خالی بشه or something. I don't know. Do you know? You know what I'm talking about?
Maybe.
And then she's also the one who was like in the gray sweatpants and like sweatshirt with like just no hijab, and she was like, oh, down the streets. She's like, oh no, they've killed the children. That's her.
Oh, really? Is that her?
That's her. That's her. That's the
Wow.
Pull up the video. You'll see. You'll see. This is her. I recognize.
She came over there.
They're just like they're recycling the same like 4 or 5 like hoes over and over again.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll play it.
Play it. But I just want to say, like, I recognize her.
But before I play it, though, I want to got a super chat saying, "Thank you, Armin. You and Goldie are vital in helping non-Iranians hear your people's voices." Oh, thank you. We truly appreciate you. Kharijis, we love you too. Goldie, you told them what Khariji is. Kharijis.
No, this
Oh,
person is
wow.
Iranian.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. So you know that. Okay, sorry, missed that. Thank you, Goldie. Kharijis, we love you too. So guys, Khariji means non-Iranian. Khariji means non-Iranians. So non-Iranians, we love you too. Thank you for your support. Javisha, thank you, Nick. Thank you for your support. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding at the beginning. And thank you so much.
Well, Nick sent a message earlier, super chat. I wasn't here, but he said, Iranian here. So glad you're back. And thank you for raising awareness. Parastus are absolutely real. They're mostly used to fool Westerners into thinking everything is fine. And they also hang out with regime forces.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. So let's see what she has to say here, because what she has to say here is actually telling, because of the division right now among themselves. Okay. So
wait,
there
Armin, before you go, there's someone in the chat and they're like, how exactly will the regime fall? I just want to see the logistical strategy. Yeah. Armin and I, we're the ones who are working behind the scenes to coordinate the regime falling and regime change. It's basically Armin and I that are doing everything. And we will 100% share the strategy with you, because that way the IRGC can get the strategy as well, so that they can prevent it. So yeah, absolutely. Stick around. In about, the next few hours or so, we are going to go through step by step how Armin and I, just him and me, have planned out how the regime is going to fall, because we are 100% involved. And I have President Trump on speed dial. I have Prime Minister Netanyahu on speed dial. I have His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi on speed dial. We're basically Mossad, so we're the ones that are orchestrating everything, and 100% we will share the info with you. Just stick around. We'll get to that.
Goldie, we were supposed to keep that private.
We got found out. We got found out. This person obviously knows that we're Mossad, right? Well, you're Mossad, I'm CIA, so there you go.
Yeah. But I told you privately you were not supposed to share it live on air.
I know, but he already found out who we are. So what are we supposed to do? Okay. We'll give the wrong strategy.
Okay. Fine. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go. Okay. Let's play this now.
از طرف ما مردمی که 40 شب این حکومت و این خیابونا نگه داشتیم زیر بارون.
Okay, guys, she's about to. Let me actually play this all the way through before, because I want to make sure I have the full context. This video is only 59 seconds, but it's a masterclass. Like, this entire video is going to teach you so much regarding what's happening within the internal politics of the Islamic Republic right now. Just bear with me for 1 minute, because I want to make sure I understand what's happening by listening to it all, but then I'll go back and translate.
از طرف ما مردمی که 40 شب این حکومت و این خیابونا نگه داشتیم زیر بارون موش آب کشیده شدیم، گرسنه تشنه تو سرما گرما کف خیابون وایسادیم، پشت رهبرمون، پشت سید مجید، پشت سپاهمون. شما غلط میکنی حرف از مذاکره میزنی، شما شکر میخوری حرف از مذاکره میزنی. وقتی رهبر من هنوز بیانیه نداده تو بیجا میکنی رهبر منو تحت فشار میذاری. من اجازه نمیدم رهبرم جام زهر بنوشه. من کف خیابون وایسادم. بیا میدون انقلاب، اول خونه منو بریز، بعد بیا اینجا حرف از آتش بس بزن. آتش بس نداریم. آتش بس مال اون زمانی بود که شماها تو دور بودید. الان آتش بس تموم شده. آقامو به شهادت رسوندن. آقامو به شهادت رسوندن. هنوز آقای من تدفین نشده. هنوز آقای من تشییع نشده. هنوز خونه آقا خوش نشده. چه حرف از آتش زدی؟ آقای عراقچی دختر صبح بره مدرسه ظهر برنگرده. ببینم بازم حرف از تعطیق میزنی. زن زیر آوار بمونه بازم حرف از تعطیق میزنی.
Okay, I support this woman 100%. You go, you tell them, you have been, it's you who has been keeping the Islamic Republic alive, and they should be answerable to you. Don't let Ghalibaf get away with this. Don't let Arakshi get away with this. They're betraying the blood of your supreme leader. You tell them, girl. You tell them. This is fantastic. This is beautiful.
You have to send the link to this to me, because I want to translate it at some point, like add subtitles and share it, because this is an excellent example. Because like I go on the media all the time, and I'm like, there's like internal like fractions, and like people are attacking one another. This is the perfect example of that.
Yes, exactly. Guys, this is so revealing. Okay, so this girl is pro-regime, and she thinks that Arakchi and Ghalibaf are betraying the blood of the supreme leader. And she's also exposing to us that the people in the streets, the pro-regime people in the streets, they have been convinced that the only thing that they're responsible for keeping the Islamic Republic alive. So they, so they think that for them staying, because guys, this is why the Islamic Republic keeps telling these people a whole bunch of ridiculous nonsense, and then it backfires, because you keep on encouraging them, and you keep like praising them, and they start believing your retarded BS that you feed them, and they actually start believing that they are really important and that the regime cannot survive without them. You have been telling them for the past 43 days that it is their presence in the streets that is keeping the Islamic Republic alive. So guess what happens when you do that? Well, then they have requests. They all of a sudden become they emboldened. They have the audacity to say that then we should be in charge. Then they shouldn't be listening to you. You should be listening to them if they have this much power. So listen to this. This is a major sign of division. Listen to this. Like I'm speaking on behalf of all of the people who have been in the streets for 40 nights. So we have been holding, not been in this, we have been holding the streets against people like us, against the anti-regime protesters. She's saying that we have been holding the streets for 40 nights. Well, look at this. In Hukumato. So we've been holding this regime and the streets for 40 nights. So she's saying that it's us people in the streets that has been holding the regime together. He's saying like we have been out in the streets under the rain, and we become like a wet rat, right? Like we have become so soaked in water that we have been like wet rats. It's a Persian saying.
تشنه تو سرما گرما
Like we've been here out hungry and thirsty in the heat and in the cold. Really? Both heat and the cold? It's been only 40 days.
کف خیابون وایسادیم
So heat, cold, hot, hungry, thirsty. We've still been in the streets for 40 days.
پشت رهبرمون پشت سید مجید پشت سپاهمون شما
Sayyid Majid. Who are they talking about? Sayyid Majid. Saying like we've been we've been behind Sayyid. I think he's talking about Majid Musavi. Yes. Okay. He's saying we've been behind our supreme leader. We have been supporting our supreme leader and Sayyid Majid. Guys, Iranian is in the chat. Is she talking about Majid Musavi, the aerospace commander, basically the guy in charge of the missiles? Is that what she's talking about? Oh, yep. There you go. Confirm. Sayyid Majid Farmande Havafazo. Yep. Aerospace commander. That's what she's talking about. Thank you, Cyrus, in the chat. So, yeah, whenever we hear Sayyid Majid, they're talking about that guy. So it's like we've been supporting our supreme leader. We've been supporting Sayyid Majid. Yeah, guys, the missiles won't launch unless these people are in the streets for some reason.
مجید پشت سپاهمون شما غلط میکنی حرف از مذاکره
She said, غلط میکنی. How do you say that? How do you translate شما غلط میکنی? Like, don't you effing dare talk about negotiations. She's saying we've been working so hard to support our supreme leader and Sayyid Majid. So don't you effing dare talk about negotiations.
شما شکر میخوری حرف از مذاکره میزنی
شما شکر میخوری حرف از مذاکره میزنی. Oh my God, this requires a lot of explanation. Basically, it comes down to, don't you effing dare talk about negotiations.
وقتی رهبر من هنوز بیانیه نداده تو بیجا میکنی رهبر منو تحت فشار میذاری.
It's like when my supreme leader has not yet given out a statement, a public statement, then you shouldn't effing dare put my supreme leader under pressure. This part is so revealing. She's saying there has been no statement from my supreme leader. But guys, haven't we seen statements from Mujtaba? We've seen statements from Mujtaba. Then why is she saying when my supreme leader has not put out any statements out there? What does she mean? We have seen multiple statements from Mujtaba. You know what that means? It means that she doesn't believe those statements are from Mujtaba. So this shows that in the streets, some regime supporters are not buying those statements from Mujtaba. This is big. Guys, I told you these people are retarded, but some of them are just a tiny bit less retarded. Okay? The full-on Dorka retarded people, when the regime says this has happened, they're like, okay. But there are some of them who are just a tiny bit less retarded. And they're like, we don't believe that. Like, where's our supreme leader? We're not going to believe what you're saying, right? And this is one of them. This is from the streets, from the regime supporters. They're like, and she's making two important statements. One is, we don't believe you. Like, my supreme leader has not made a statement yet. Two, she says, don't you effing dare put pressure on my supreme leader. This is a coping mechanism that the pro-regime people constantly use for Ali Khamenei. So sometimes Ali Khamenei will come and say something that it's a sign of him capitulating to the Americans. And some pro-regime people would hate so much the fact that Ali Khamenei capitulated to the Americans, that they would come and say, like, he didn't want to say that. The people around him forced him. He was under pressure. He was under pressure. So, for example, pro-regime people hate Pezeshkian, for example. And when Khamenei comes out and praises Pezeshkian, they're like, Ali Khamenei didn't want to say that. He was under pressure. This is another coping mechanism here. Every time something happens by the regime that the pro-regime people don't like, but the supreme leader is doing, they're like, you're putting pressure on my supreme leader. He would never want to do that, but he's just under pressure. You know, like who? Like Imam Ali. Ali had the first Imam of Shia Muslims who, under pressure, did a peace deal with Muawiyah, right? Back in the days, in the early history of Shia Islam, right? He was under pressure. So you see, sometimes really holy, sacred people do things that you think it's wrong, but they're not doing it because they want to, because they are doing it because they're under pressure by the evil people or ignorant people around them. So she's saying, F you for putting my supreme leader under pressure to give in to negotiations and ceasefire.
منو تحت فشار میذاری. من اجازه نمیدم رهبرم جام زهر بنوشه.
She's saying, I'm not going to allow my supreme leader to drink the cup of poison. Guys, do you want to know what this cup of poison comes from? This cup of poison is basically Socrates' cup of poison, right? That he drank, but within the history of the Islamic Republic, it became famous because Khomeini. Gonna get nerdy a little bit here, guys. I hope you don't mind the history lesson. Khomeini, the first supreme leader during the Iran-Iraq war, he wanted to continue fighting against Saddam until they capture Iraq, and then they go all the way to Jerusalem. They always said that the path towards Jerusalem go through Karbala, meaning that we will first capture Iraq, and then we will go for all the way, keep going and going until we reach Jerusalem, right? But that was the promise. That was the promise during the Iran-Iraq war, that this is what's going to happen. But at some point, Khomeini had to accept a peace deal with Iraqis and just end the war, end into the war. And he famously said that I had to drink the cup of poison, like referring to what Socrates had to do, right? And now the pro-regime people are saying that when Khomeini accepted that ceasefire with Saddam, he was under pressure by the people around him, like Hashemi Rafsanjani. And she's saying, I'm not going to let you make my supreme leader drink the cup of poison. Basically meaning that to surrender, to accept ceasefire. Does that make sense? Guys, is everybody on the same page? Because I want to make sure the curse of ignorance is not here. So because I assume, because we learned all of these things over so many years, and I try to communicate this to you in a way that is easily understandable. So I need you to communicate with me. If you got it, okay. People are saying got it. Yes, makes sense. Okay, so that's what she's referring to.
رهبرم جام زهر بنوشه. من کفه خیابون وایسادم. بیا میدون انقلاب. اول خون منو بریز، بعد بیا اینجا حرف از آتش بس بزن.
Wow. Okay. Wow. She's saying that we're in the streets. We're not going to let you talk about ceasefire. If you want to talk about ceasefire, I'm here in the Engelab Square, which means the Revolution Square. Like, she's giving her address. She's like, I'm right in the streets in Engelab Square. If you want to talk about ceasefire, come and spill my blood first, meaning come and kill me, and then go talk about ceasefire. Basically, she's saying, over my dead body. That's what she's saying. She's saying, like, here I am. Here's my address. I'm here every night in Engelab Square in the streets. If you want to talk about ceasefire, come and kill me first, because I'm not going to let you do a ceasefire to pressure my supreme leader and do a ceasefire while I'm alive. So you have to kill me first. That's what she's saying.
آتش بس نداریم. آتش بس مال اون زمانی بود که شماها تو دور بودید. الان
Ooh, so like we don't have ceasefire. ceasefire was for the times that you people were in control. When you people were in control, but there's no more ceasefire anymore. Guys, this is what Ghalibaf has to deal with. Poor Ghalibaf. He wants to deal. Okay. Poor Ghalibaf and Arakchi. They're trying to be very flexible to the Americans, but they can't because the monster, what is it called? The chickens are coming home to, what is it? What is the saying? So their own, like their own creation is now haunting them. They created these monsters to haunt the Iranian people, but it's now haunting them. Yeah, the chickens have come home to roost, basically. This is what you get. You created this. And now they're becoming a limiting factor to you yourself. This is Frankenstein's monster coming to kill Dr. Frankenstein. That's what's happening. Right? So this is why Ghalibaf is trying to give the Americans whatever they want, but he can't, because this is what he has to deal with when he comes back home. These are the regime supporters. And again, guys, this is why I say that I suspect that maybe the proxy groups, the foreign Durka forces, well, that sounds actually pretty interesting. Foreign Durka forces, meaning the Shia militias that are coming from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan into Iran. We were all talking about them as if they're coming into Iran just to suppress the anti-regime Iranian people. But I'm thinking they are coming to Iran. They're bringing them to Iran to serve a dual purpose. Not to just suppress the anti-regime Iranian people, but also to suppress these pro-regime Iranian people as well, because the Islamic Republic is done with them. They're like, like, you guys are being so annoying, right? So the Islamic Republic is like, if we're going to do a coup d'etat against the mullahs, a coup d'etat of the boots against the turbans, and turn it to shift faster from a theocracy to a military dictatorship, we might also at the same time do a coup d'etat against these retarded people and just basically make enough US dollars from selling oil and gas to pay the mercenaries, not to just suppress the anti-regime Iranians, but these pro-regime Iranians as well, because these pro-regime Iranians are not supporting the regime that the IRGC has in mind. They're supporting the Islamic regime that they wish the Islamic regime was. And that's why I think the militias might be coming for them as well. But we have to see. Anyways, let's continue with this.
شماها تو دور بودید الان آتش بس تموم شده آقامو به شهادت رسوندن
So like they martyred our Lord. They martyred our Lord.
هنوز آقای من تدفین نشده.
They still haven't buried my Lord.
هنوز آقای من تشییع نشده. هنوز خون آقا خوش نشده.
The blood of my Lord, and basically Ali Khamenei, the blood of my Lord hasn't even dried yet. If you don't you dare talk about ceasefire. She's saying, Mr. Arakchi, send your daughter to school in the morning for her not to come back in the noon, meaning like she gets killed by a bombardment or something. Would you still talk about ceasefire? Basically, she's saying, Mr. Arakchi, would you talk about ceasefire if your daughter died under bombardment? If your daughter was stuck under rubble, would you still talk about ceasefire? Okay, guys, let me see what her sign says, because I don't see her full sign ever. Muzakere Lebanon. What is her sign saying? مذاکره لبنان زیر آتشه. مذاکره لبنان زیر مذاکره پوشش لبنان زیر آتشه. Is that it?
Yeah.
مذاکره Okay. So basically that means that negotiations is just a cover. Lebanon is under fire. Not the best chant, but okay. Oh my God, guys, this is so revealing. Let me see what's the sign behind her. ما همه خون نمیدونم چی گوش به فرمان نمیدونم چی. What is the right sign on the right side say? مصنوعی به دشمن. Okay, I can't see the rest. Okay, let me see. What do we have here? Oh, okay. So, Goldie, you sent me a 10-minute video to translate. But before that, let me just show you this really crazy.
No, you know what? No. So what I sent you is not urgent. Like I could translate that myself, like later after after you leave. I just sent it to you in case you're looking for more videos, because that's an analysis with Morad Vaisi. And Morad Vaisi, Armin, did you know Morad Vaisi is very popular here? Our non-Iranian followers really appreciate Morad Vaisi. And one of the things that I do during the group discussion time that you have is I actually play Morad Vaisi's video with the English subtitles.
Nice. Oh, you guys appreciate, guys. If you listen to Morad Vaisi, you're going to have a lot of detailed information regarding what's happening.
Yeah, we're big Morad Vaisi fans here, so yeah, everyone really appreciates him, especially our non-Persian speaking followers, because he provides excellent insight from the Iranian perspective, and it's just oh yeah.
Wow. Oh my God, Goldie, they're increasing the rates of parastu creation. I'm seeing so many parastus. Look at this. Look at this, guys. This is becoming the Islamic Republic's favorite way of promoting pro-regime people coming into the streets by using girls. Look at they're giving them a military car to drive around. Look at this one.
Armin, I have no idea what this is supposed to accomplish. Like, is this supposed to what?
Want to make the boys come into the streets.
Okay, first of all, daughter of Persia, I'm not the one saying parastu, it's Armin. Please say Zainab. Whatever. The term is parastu. I've never heard of Zainab, but I mean, we can call them Zainabs. I don't really care what we call them. They're hoes.
I'm just using the word that people use.
Like, yeah, that's the common term for them. So we'll just go with the common term. And then once the Islamic regime falls, then we can definitely change the terminology or whatever. Oh no, Azizam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? Parastu is a beautiful name.
It is.
Okay, you know what? Parastu is a beautiful name. All right. Okay, so how about this? In honor of daughter of Persia, we'll call them Zainabs. How about that?
But we have Zainab Iranians who are on our side, who were named Zainab by their fathers and mothers.
All right. So what do we call them? Fatih, there you go. Fatih Commando. There you go. Fatih
Commando. Yeah, there you go. Good job. That's a good one.
Commando. That's what we'll do. That's the good one. Okay, so
thank you.
In honor of all of the beautiful parastus who support us, we'll call them Fatih Commandos.
Fatih Commando. Yes, so these are Fatih Commandos. I like that actually. Look at it. She's behind. This one is driving. This one is behind the machine. They're like, yeah, we own the streets. Come get it, boys. come to the streets. We're here. You might get a number or something.
Oh my gosh, Armin. So a lot of the non-Iranians are like, oh, Fatih Commando is awesome. What does that mean? Do you want to explain?
So Fatih is short for Fatima, right? And when when the regime uses women and young girls for any type of operations or military operations or street security, because Fatima is like a religious name, like a Shia religious name, whenever we see girls or young women being used by the regime, we call them Fatih Commandos.
So Fatima was the youngest daughter of Muhammad, and one of his wives, Khadija, or like whichever one. So she was like one of the bastard daughters of like Muhammad or whatever. And she's apparently like really important in like Shia Islam or whatever. So yeah, that's why like so basically any like crazy like Durka jihadi woman that we see, especially those who work for the Islamic regime, we call them Fatih Commando, which is short for like Fatima Commando, because they're basically like, like, I don't know, jihadi Durkas, but the women version. So yeah. And Fatih Commando. So it's spelled Fatih Commando. So there you go. Fatih Commando. I think that's better. That's a better term to call them. So yeah, like Fatih Commando is like a very, very like common phrase to refer to them as that. So there you go. So yeah, these J's, Armin, you know what J stands for. These J's are all Fatih Commandos.
So let me actually here. Let me actually show you the types of things that the Islamic Republic does that made us come up with Fatih Commando. So for example, these are the type of propaganda that for years we have been seeing, like this. So this is why we came up with the term Fatih Commando. Like these are regime stuff, regime videos. And this, let me see if I could find more.
Yeah, this is literally Fatih Commando right here. It's like they're like Fatima, like they're like jihadi like commando with like the ninja stuff. Oh my gosh, Armin. Do you have a video?
No, but these are old. Like these guys, these are not AI. Like we have been exposed to this kind of crap for years, and that's why we came up with the term. Wait, actually, let me see.
Armin, I want a video of like the burqa jihadi Fatih Commando with the nunchucks. There has to be a video. Oh, can she beat the vase? I don't know. I don't know if the Fatih.
That's a good question.
The vase, the vase remains undefeated at this point in time. So I don't know, guys.
Wait, like I wish I had the high resolution of this. Like,
go back to the nunchucks. The nunchuck is hilarious. The nunchuck is the perfect example. Like, guys, when we say Fatih Commando, this is what we're talking about. Like, we're literally not exaggerating. We have seen it all. We have seen it all. We have dealt with it all. Like these literal insane people. Yeah, the Fatih Commando should go meet jihadi Pilates. I agree that the Fatih Commando, oh my gosh, yeah, that's Fatih Commando right there. Yeah.
Wait, let me find the original Fatih Commando if I could find her.
You know what? Parastu is a beautiful name, so it's unfortunate that
I found it
for that. So Fatih Commando is much better.
Oh, I found the original Fatih Commando. Okay, here it is. This is the original first Fatih Commando.
Look. Well, you know what? Actually, Armin, wasn't the original Fatih Commando the mother of like the current that guy in the United States that was just arrested by ICE and is being deported? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Marco Rubio was just deported.
Oh, you're talking no, I know what you're talking about, but she just climbed the wall.
But she was like the spokesperson. She like
I know.
So she's one of the original Fatih Commandos because she was like defending the American hostage taking. Exactly.
Yeah, but she's not like ninja. She needs to be like doing something command.
No, but she's still a Fatih Commando, and then her son was living in the United States.
Okay, but traditionally Fatih Commandos they need to do something. I mean, originally Fatih Commando you need to do something with guns or something with martial arts. She did climb the wall.
Don't say the G word. I don't want to be suspended again, please.
Oh my God!
I'm joking. I'm teasing.
Okay.
I'm teasing.
Okay.
But yeah, these are
Like-
the fun guys, like literally anything and everything you can think of, like in terms of insanity, we have seen and we have experienced. So yeah, we literally have Fatih commandos. We have like Durka jihadi women who are like, "Woo!" And then like, you know, they like go around in their burqas with nunchucks.
Yeah.
Armin, you have to
so-
send me the image on WhatsApp later with like the Fatih commando with the nunchucks in the chador, because that's epic. Like I need
Okay.
Oh,
I will.
someone's like, Goldie, put the guns away. No. I
Oh,
rebelled.
we have to wait. Can I show this?
You know what? We should be able to show whatever we want. Don't worry. I got in touch with someone, so and my
okay.
video made it very clear. Like we should be able to show this because this is news. Like this is political commentary. This is informative. Armin, there are so many gun channels on YouTube that literally like their channel is all about showing guns, and they literally live stream while holding their guns. So it's like I don't know why that happened to me. It was so random, but I'm dealing with it. So
Yes. This one, I feel bad for her. She doesn't look like she wants to be here. She's like, how did I? What decisions did I make in my life that put me over here?
you want to see a really funny image?
Yes.
Wait, let me save this. So, this is like an old like meme. And long story short, like this meme is from like a while ago, and for the longest time, like back when I was like a teenager, so like I'm revealing like my secrets right now. But back when I was a teenager, this image was actually my Facebook profile picture for a while. Are you ready?
Yes. No way! Wait, that was your profile picture?
Well, back when I was like young, right? Because I was making fun of the Islamic regime, right? So I was like, this is when I was like, I don't know, like
Being
17.
edgy.
No. Wait, when did I get Facebook? This is like when I was in my early 20s. So yeah.
Oh my god.
So
Oh my god.
but these are literally Fatih commandos, right? So
Yes.
guys, we have known about Fatih commandos for a very, very long time. And like these women are insane. They're literally insane. So we have been like making fun of them and joking about them for a very, very long time. So there you go. Now like these are literally Fatih commandos. So
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
There you go. So there you go. Like when art imitates real life.
Yeah. Guys, by the way, I hope everybody realizes what's happening here. These women
Why
are
are they
trying to demonstrate.
blindfolded?
They're trying to demonstrate that they could take apart an AK-47, a Kalashnikov, and put it back together again with their eyes closed. They're trying to they're so good at knowing how to do it that they could do it with their eyes closed. That's what they're trying to show.
Wow, very, very impressive.
Yes. We were I mean, Goldie, but guys in the chat, we were in when I was in Iran, we were part of our school programming was to learn how to use a AK-47. We had to learn this in school. We had to go through this, which was such a disappointing day, by the way, because I was so excited on that day because I thought we're going to be shooting bullets. Oh, there we go. We're going to go talk about something else.
No, finish your story. Finish your story.
No, I'm not gonna. If you go like this, of course I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop to see what it is that you found. So
I just searched Fatih Commando on YouTube. This video came from 10 years ago. Hundreds of newly trained policewomen graduate, but Armin, it says Colonel Ghalibov. Colonel Ghalibov, Chief Commander of whatever Iranian disciplinary forces salutes as he inspects the line of women. Is this the same Ghalibaf or a different
Yes,
Ghalibaf?
no, that's the same Ghalibaf.
Guys, oh my gosh. So we just found, so Ghalibaf, this is the moderate. This is the moderate that is currently like, you know, in negotiations with the United States. And here he is, like this video was posted 10 years ago, and he's saluting all the Fatih commandos who have just like graduated to become like Durka jihadis. I literally just searched Fatih Commando on YouTube and this came up.
Oh my God, so many Fatih commandos. Haram. That's haram.
Hey,
Don't touch her. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, shut. Oh, she shut her. Wow, they're practicing.
That's totally GTA.
No, that's your profile picture. Goldie, that's your profile picture.
Oh my gosh, we found. I always wondered where that meme came from. Oh my gosh, we just found the meme, Armin. It's GTA Tehran.
That's them. That's the two of them. Look, they're at the window exactly like the picture. Oh, they got her. Oh. Oh no.
That's haram in public.
No, that's not haram. They're both girls. Unless they do. Unless they take it further.
What?
Wait, what did she? What? But why?
Why? Did she open the back of her trunk?
Did they see a
this?
bomb there? Oh, they're trying. Oh, there was a bomb there. Now she's trying to disarm. Oh, there was a bomb behind her car. That's why they shot her. YouTube, this is like, these are not YouTube. They're not shooting anybody real. None of these people are dead.
This is not me. My hands are here. I'm not holding anything.
But Goldie, pause for a second. Pause for a second. Oh, yeah, okay. But YouTube, for the sake of YouTube algorithm, because we're not supposed to show anybody actually being killed on camera. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarify this for YouTube's algorithm. Those people were not actually being killed. They were actors. That was a demonstration. They were actors. nobody died in this footage. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh my God, Armin, we found the origin. We found
bring it back. Bring the profile pic back up and then compare it to what we saw. Goldie, this is such a coincidence. Exactly when you decided to share this with us, a few minutes after we saw the origins of it. After all of these years, you didn't know. And now you know.
I know. I've never seen the original. Oh my gosh. I don't know if my sister is watching, but if my sister is here watching, she's going to be laughing. She's going to be laughing so hard right now because this is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we go back? You need to translate this. You need to translate this. And guys, this is real. This is real. Let me show you.
This is AI.
This is not AI. So this is a video. It's from Associated Press Archive, okay? AP Archive, and it's from July 21, 2015. I will add it to the Iran Revolution live playlist, but
there's so many guns here, like every single stream.
No. To my playlist. That's fine.
Okay.
I have all. No, not the intro.
Not the intro. Okay.
The playlist that I have, where I have all like relevant, like videos.
Because I don't have your power. If my channel goes down, I'm not going to be able to take it back.
I'm not adding this to the intro, no. But this was wild. Okay, so we did find the Fatih Commandos. Oh my god.
Fatih Commandos. Wow. Okay.
Oh, see, there you go. See, my sister is here. See, so going back to this, so basically, like when I posted this image, when I made this image my Facebook profile picture, like this is years ago, I tagged myself as like one of them, and then I tagged my sister as the other. So
the other.
it was like an inside joke, right? Because we have dark humor, but yeah, there you go. So Goldpad, did you see the original? Did you see the original? Because I just found the original. I didn't know where this meme came from, but we just watched the original.
Yeah.
Oh, she saw.
Yeah,
okay, good. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Here's the original. There's the two. Okay. Do you want me to translate it?
Yeah. Maybe go to the beginning and translate, because this is crazy.
Okay. So it's like with the leadership of Hazrat Imam Ummat, the Imam of Ummat, the Imam of the Muslim community. Guys, this is actually pretty BS, right? Because they're saying the leadership, they're talking about Ali Khamenei as the Imam, as the religious leader of the Ummah, which means the entire world Muslim community, which is such the audacity to say that is so, so retarded, because most Muslims are Sunni. And not even all Shia Muslims believe in this leadership of Ali Khamenei, or the supreme leader in Iran. But these people are claiming that he's the leader of the Ummah, like the entire Muslim world. Okay, sure.
And Armin, just a quick clarification, because someone in the comments made a good point. The video is actually 20 years old, because the video was filmed in 2005, but it was uploaded in 2015. So yes, you are correct. It is 20 years old.
20 years old. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Were people wondering how did Ghalibaf age so fast? Yeah. Okay, hold on. So we honestly swear that with faith, with like a strong faith, and with a strong faith in the Islamic Revolution, and then it cuts. So guys, when he's tying the ribbon around her hand, he has to be very careful to do it in a way that his hands doesn't touch her hand, because that would be haram. And she should be lowering her gaze. This is not good. She shouldn't be looking at the man directly. She should be looking down. This is not Islamic. So they're singing. Oh my god. This cannot be the most ideal clothes to wear in for such activities, but they have to wear loose clothes because their body, guys, they shouldn't be wearing tight clothes, because then you could see the shape of their body and then you might get horny, and you should not. That's why they keep, even though they're doing this, they still have to wear their chador.
But Armin, this is actually haram, because the fact that the gun or whatever is like around them, that is actually tightening the chador, so it's actually showing the shape of their body. So this in and of itself is haram.
Wow, you're right. Actually,
yeah,
you're right. Yeah, okay.
But you know what?
You in charge.
Yeah, Americans, like pack it up, because these Fatih Commandos, these Fatih commandos are waiting to come after you guys. Like, just pack it up, go home, like, just give up, because the Fatih commandos, ooh, scary ones.
Wait, let me see. Okay, I was gonna find an image. Oh, look at this, Goldie. So that's 20 years ago, right? I'm glad I found this image, because if it lets me show it to you guys, because during the Massa Revolution, the type of Fatih commandos that the Islamic Republic brought out, it was like this. These were Fatih commandos. And a lot of, so over the years, the regime made their clothes tighter and tighter. So that's what you see. For 20 years ago, their clothes were tight. But around 3 years ago, Fatih commandos were coming. You could see their silhouette, you could see that so people were like, okay, what is happening? Why are they wearing like this like now, even though 20 years ago they were dressed up like this? So you can see they're basically, these are Islam is in danger. Islam dar khatar ast. This is basically abandoning of Islamic values by the regime. This is what this and 1,000 other reasons is why some pro-regime, some more Durka-minded regime supporters are thinking that the Islamic Republic is not Islamic enough, because they're giving up on so many of their original Islamic values that you could see 20 years ago. All right, let's continue. Ooh. The hell, like, I'm pretty sure that is a huge level of escalation, Goldie. Do you think it's justified to shoot somebody for stealing a purse? Oh. Wait, they shot the wrong person.
Did they shoot? Go back. Did they shoot the wrong person? Because I thought the other person came to help. Wait, what's going on here?
Yeah. Why did you? Okay, who's okay? Let go. So this is the. Yeah, you were supposed to shoot the person with the bag. Why did you shoot this person? Right.
What does the victim look like the burglar?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so maybe that was enemy fire. Maybe that was enemy fire.
Friendly fire. Or who knows? Anyway,
No, enemy fire. Like that. Maybe that was not. Okay. Yeah, maybe that was not the IRGC like shooting. Maybe that was one of their guys shooting. Yeah. There we go. Grand Theft Tehran. Grand Theft. Ooh, this is so badass. Look at this. And out.
I can't believe this is real. I've never. Okay, first of all, which police force has like the cops sitting on like outside like that and shooting? I've never seen any police doing that.
Yes, we have, Goldie, in the profile picture you shared with us. We saw that. So we have, but Goldie, who's driving? Isn't that the driver's seat? Like, how are they driving?
What's going on?
Like, they're both coming out of the front seat. So how are you driving?
I need to reach out to like my police officer friend and be like, is this a thing? Like, do police officers? Oh, you do that in Texas? Really? Like, do you actually sit on like the car, like the window sill and shoot out? Is that a thing?
On me, they're saying they're using their toes. They're driving with their they're driving with their toes. Wow, this is very talented. If they're driving with their toes while shooting, I'm actually impressed.
Right. Okay. All right, you know what? Apparently they do this in Texas. All right. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good to know. Wow. Because I've never seen this.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Seriously, look. Oh no, this lady. Okay, now this makes sense. Look at this. The left one is from the back seat. Okay, so the left one is from the back seat. Okay, so that's not the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Bring her out. Come out. Oh. Okay, that push was not that forceful. She did that herself. The actor, she pushed herself forward herself.
Honestly, all I can say is that this behavior would not pass use of force training for Canadian police officers. Like, this is very excessive.
Well, this is why we've been taken over by Islamists. Maybe
know.
we should learn. Maybe we should.
Oh, someone is saying in Iran. Wait, Armin. Someone is saying in Iran the driver sits on the right. No, they don't.
No, what the hell?
What?
No.
It's a very simple Google search. In Iran, the driver sits on the left, just like Canada and the United States. I don't know where you got that, but that's not true. The driver sits on the left.
Yes.
So yeah.
Because we were never colonized by the British. So look, I don't know how she recognized that there's a bomb there, because when she's opening the trunk, she all of a sudden immediately shoots her.
Yeah, like, what is that? The jihad, the Fatih commando was like, go open the trunk, and then you open the trunk, and then she shoots you. So it's like, you know what? That's a lesson. Like if a Fatih commando in the Islamic regime ever tells you to open up the trunk of your car, don't do it. Just run.
Yeah, why did you shoot her?
Like,
She's
what are
complying. She's complying. She's cooperating. Boom.
What is that? She's opening up the trunk of the car, and then
Yeah, she's listening to you. So they got a bomb out of the trunk now. She's on her phone. Maybe she doesn't know how to disarm the bomb. She's calling a friend. Okay. The guy who's recording it is laughing. You see, the guy who's recording it is like laughing. He's like, "You joke." So many reporters.
This is so
Goldie, that was the picture that I had.
Yeah,
with
I
their
know.
with the eye folding, and they're like, okay, they're taking apart the AK-47. This is what we had to learn in school. So boring. This was the most boring thing. Goldie, when we went to class, when we were told you're now going to learn how to use the Kalashnikov, the AK-47, we were so excited. We're like, oh my God, they're going to give us guns and we get to shoot guns. All we learned was like, take it apart, put it back together again. Take it apart, put it back together again. And we were like, well, can we shoot something? I'm like, nope. Take it apart again, put it back together again. I'm like, damn it, this ruined our day. So, and then they took us into the sun and they made us go like soldiers, walk like in line under the sun. Like we were under the sun, like for hours we were standing under the sun. After we were so excited, we thought we could play soldier, but they just made us stand in hours under the sun for nothing at all. It was ruined our day.
You know, at times like this, I'm very glad that I went to high school in Canada.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah,
that is some messed up Durka shit.
I mean, it would have been fun if we got to shoot something.
Yeah, like if you got to shoot something, that would be fun, like target practice or something. But they didn't even do that.
Yeah.
That's
No.
messed up.
Yeah.
Wow. But there you go. I found the video. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is such a good find. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So this is what started all of this. So see, this is the evolution of Fatih Commando. So we went from we went from this,
like full hijab.
Full hijab, to this still full hijab but tighter, right? To now this is reform. We still have the same Durka jihadi nonsense, but they end up the hijab is just going less and less.
Yeah, they're basically trying to say that we've modernized, right? But they're still literally the same insane, crazy, savage jihadis.
Right. Tomorrow, like, guys, if we keep going like this, tomorrow, like in a few years, if we don't change the regime, they're going to be topless while holding the gun and the Durka Islamic Republic flag. And they're still going to go, hey, dad, hey, dad.
Gosh.
Well, yeah. Holding topless. Right. Okay. Free the nip. Free the nip in Iran. That's what we want. That's what we want
No,
from
Armin,
freedom.
stop saying that. That's gross.
That's not gross.
No, I don't appreciate it. You've said it so many times. Like, look, stop it.
What? It's people, yeah. Is it gross, guys, when I say that? It's funny.
I don't like it.
Okay, fine. See, people are laughing. Okay. Let's go to another regime propaganda. Look at this. Full on non-hijabi. Oh, so let's see what you say. Like, why have you come to these gatherings, to these street gatherings? To support my country, my nation, the soil of my country. You have the picture of Hazrat Agha, like our dear Lord Ali Khamenei. Like, do you agree? Do you believe in him? Like, yes, I really do love him. I worship him. That's haram. That's haram. That is not even Islamic. You're supposed to only worship Allah. You can't, you're not even supposed to say that. But oh my God, this is so retarded.
خب یکم ظاهرتون متفاوته با کسایی که حالا ممکنه بگن که طرفدار حضرت آقا هستن.
Like, but your appearance is somewhat different from the people who usually say that they support our Lord, like Ali Khamenei.
یه توضیح میدی؟
Can you explain this to us? By the way, guys, again, this is inside Iran, and this is regime-approved propaganda, again. So, I'm telling you, the regime is like fully invested in hijabless girls now.
یه توضیح میدی؟
You know, can you explain? Because you don't look like somebody who would be supporting Ali Khamenei. Like, the appearance don't matter. It's what's in your heart that matters. It's what's in your heart that matters. It's not the don't judge based on appearance. Like, I'm an Imam Hosseini type of person, and I love my supreme leader. So she's saying, like, I'm a true believer in Imam Hussein and my supreme leader.
خب تا حالا شده از طرف دوستان یا خانواده مخالفت بشه با حضورت یا اینکه بگن چرا داری میری؟
He's asking, has there been people like in your family or your friends who disagree with you? That why are you going to these gatherings? Because, guys, the understanding is that if you look like this, you're anti-regime. And your friends are also anti-regime if you look like this. So he's saying, haven't your friends or your family like disagree with you for why you're going into pro-regime gathering? Yeah, like, yes, from my friends, yes. By the way, guys, this is an admission that Iranian people are anti-regime. You know, they're making it obvious that, like, oh, like a woman like this coming to pro-regime gatherings, she obviously has friends that will not like that she's doing that. You're like, okay, yes, but my friends have pressured me not to come here, but my family no.
جوابتون چی بوده بهشون؟
اینکه من اصلا اهمیتی ندادم و عاشقانه و پای کشورم موندم و
Like, I didn't pay attention to them, and I came and supported my country with love.
40 روزه 40 شبه حضور دارم تو این
And for 40 days and 40 nights, I have been present here in these gatherings. Guys, please also remember, whenever they say that, the purpose of these gatherings is to stop an uprising. The purpose of a gathering is to stop an uprising of the Iranian people. And if you ask me, like, well, Armin, this girl, she's not going to stop. Like, what is she going to do? Is she going to shoot at the uprising? No, she is there to bring the boys. She's there to bring the boys, the Basiji boys, and to encourage them to come here. She's like, I'm not able to fight. I'm not able to fight, but I can still be present in these scenes here.
خب این حضور تو چجوری می‌بینی؟ فکر می‌کنی چه تأثیری میتونه داشته باشه؟
So how she's saying the person is asking, well, how do you see your presence here? What effect do you think that has?
اینکه به کل مردم دنیا بگیم که با هر پوششی مردم ایران پشت همن و هیچ وقت.
Okay, so look at this. She's saying so that we could show the whole world that no matter what you look like, no matter what you wear, the entire nation of Iran is supporting the government.
مردم ایران پشت همن و هیچ وقت پشت.
Guys, isn't there he's saying that the Iranian people are backing each other? Okay, so pay attention. There's a contradiction.
جمهوری اسلامی خالی نمی‌کنن.
And we will not stop supporting the Islamic Republic. So we want to show the world, she's saying, we want to show the world that no matter what we're wearing and no matter what we look like, the Iranian people are united and they're not going to stop supporting the Islamic Republic. Didn't she just say half a second ago that her friends didn't want her to be here, which suggests that her friends are against her supporting the regime? Also, didn't the reporter ask her, like, people who look like you usually wouldn't be supporting the regime? And didn't the reporter suggest that probably your friends would be against you? And he wanted confirmation that her friends would be against her for being here. Like, doesn't that contradict what she's saying, what she's just saying here right now? Doesn't that confirm that? Doesn't that contradict what she just said here right now? So I don't think like she remembers what she just said half a second ago.
طرفدارای پهلوی میگن که کسایی که یکم ظاهرشون متفاوته پول میگیرن میان تو این جمعیت شرکت میکنن.
نه اصلا اینطوریه. من 40 شب گفتم اومدم اینجا چه با این حجاب چه با حجاب پوشش حالا چادر و اینا هیچ کدوم پول نمیگیرن و همه هر.
So she's saying that no, the reporter is asking, telling her, guys, this is amazing. He's saying that the Pahlavi supporters say people like you who come out that look like this, who are joining these protests, they're getting paid for being here. Okay, and she says
کسایی که یکم ظاهرشون متفاوته پول میگیرن میان تو این جمعیت شرکت میکنن.
نه اصلا اینطوریه. من
she's like, no, it's not like that at all.
40 شب گفتم اومدم اینجا چه با این حجاب چه با.
So I came here with this hijab. What hijab? There's no hijab. So she's saying even with this level of hijab,
حجاب پوشش حالا چادر و اینا,
and even other people with the full-on chadori hijab,
هیچ کدوم پول نمیگیرن و
none of us were getting paid any money.
همه هر کی میاد عاشق وطنشه بخاطر.
And everybody who's coming here, they're just the lovers of their country.
خاکش به خاطر جمهوری اسلامی.
And for their soil and for the Islamic Republic.
و رهبر شهیدمون.
And for our martyred supreme leader. That's what we're here for. We're not here for money. Guys, that was a mistake that they put that in my opinion. Like this doesn't work in their favor. Do you know why? So they're saying that the Pahlavi supporters are lying that women who look like me without hijab, we're getting paid to be here. We're not getting paid. Whether you're with hijab or without hijab, we're not getting paid. The interesting part is that they are confirming this is such good branding for us, because the Islamic Republic now constantly refers to its enemies as Pahlavi supporters, which is actually really good marketing for us, Because for a very, very long time, the Islamic Republic would not even mention the name Pahlavi when it comes to talking about the enemies of the Islamic Republic, as a way to avoid giving the Pahlavi movement any credibility. The fact that the word anti-regime people and Pahlavi supporters are being used interchangeably by the Islamic Republic is really good marketing for us, because it's establishing the fact, is basically confirming the idea that there is no other force against the Iranian force against the Islamic Republic, nothing that could be taken seriously other than Pahlavi. For a very long time, whenever the Islamic Republic wanted to refer to enemies of the Islamic Republic, they would talk about the MEK. They would say Mujahideen. But now they don't say that. They only say the pro-Pahlavi people. They're naming, exactly, somebody in the chat said, they're naming their biggest threat, the biggest threat against the Islamic Republic. So this is a fantastic confirmation for
Armin. It's us, right? Because we're the ones who think these people are paid actors. So they're trying to like respond to us, essentially.
Exactly. So thank you for the shout out, the Islamic Republic. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the confirmation that we are your worst nightmare.
And I just want to add, Armin, I love the fact that they're now saying Pahlavi's name on Islamic Regime State TV. To all the regimes that are watching, get used to it. Get used to saying the word Pahlavi, because you're going to have to say it even more and more in the future. Like, honestly, Armin, I know when they say like Pahlavi on Islamic Regime State, it's meant as like an insult or whatever. But Armin, like 1 or 2 years ago, you would never hear the word Pahlavi. And now it's all over. And I'm like, yes, they know the end is here, right? So get used to it. ارزشی عادت بکن. به پهلوی عادت بکن. به شاه عادت بکن. Because you're going to say a lot of that in the future.
So Goldie, like we say this, بگو تا دهنت عادت کنه.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. بگو تا دهنت عادت بکنه.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so let's look at this. So Emily posted this saying Iranian civilian films a video showing how the Islamic regime in Iran has hidden a missile inside a middle school near the Persian Gulf. See, Emily knows how to refer to the Persian Gulf. Emily, so look at this. Missile launcher hidden inside school in Southeast. Guys, remember when eventually you'll hear that, oh my God, a school was bombed? Remember these videos. This is a school, that's a launcher. This is a school, and that's a launcher. Okay? So just remember that.
Yep, these are all war crimes, and these war crimes are committed by the Islamic regime.
Yes. Okay, exactly. So Goldie, is it okay if I leave in 15 minutes because I have 2 more videos?
Yeah,
or do you need me for anything? Okay. All right. So something else I wanted to show you guys: armed Islamic Republic security forces were deployed across streets in Iraq amid a heavily security presence video. Goldie, the regime is, for some reason, I don't know if you heard when I said this. I'm seeing so many signals from the regime that they're anticipating an upcoming uprising. So from our side, we haven't seen any signs that we're going to there's going to be a call to action for an uprising. But from the regime side, we're getting so many information that they are expecting an uprising. And I was thinking that the reason why they're thinking that is because they're also expecting an economic collapse because of the blockade, the US blockade. So they're worried about the economic collapse causing an uprising. That's what I think right now they're worried about. So look at this military presence. Video sent to Iran International show the footage shows armed officers' positions in public areas as security measures appeared to intensify in the city. So yeah, I'm getting so many different reports that this is happening as well. Get this. some here. That was one video. Here's another video. Oh, and also Goldie, I saw reports from inside Iran that the Hashd Shabi people, the Iraqi Shia militias, they're now looking at girls and women in a very threatening way. And what I fear that we might see in the near future is sexual harassment of Iranian women by groups like Hashd Shabi and Fatimiyun and Zainabiyun.
I heard that
This
it's
is
already happening, Armin. It's already happening at the
Yep.
checkpoints.
Yes, and I think that we might unfortunately see a lot more of it at some point. So this is devastating. Yeah, guys, and I know they already started. I saw 2 reports of it, but we see, like, I think that once they at some point they're gonna think that they own the streets, and they're gonna do a lot more. And one thing else, because we're paying a lot of attention to Iran, something that happened outside of Iran that might seem unrelated but is very related is Marco Rubio in Lebanon, just basically walking out and making history, holding the first direct Israel-Lebanon peace talks in decades. This is very significant to the Iranian situation right now, because this is basically sidelining Hezbollah, and Israel is now directly talking to the government in Lebanon in peace talks. This is a huge achievement. So just wanted to share that with you guys. This is very important. Like this is making some people's minds blow, because Lebanon directly talking to Israel used to be the biggest of all taboos. So this is really, really historic and should not be underestimated, because like Hezbollah is the Islamic Republic. And if this ends up being successful, one of the most important arms of the Islamic Republic will be cut out. So watch, this is Rubio basically in the middle of the peace talks between the Lebanese and Israelis. The Lebanese government is really trying to get rid of Hezbollah. And again, I really hope the Lebanese people could save themselves from this disease of Hezbollah, the same way the Iranian people are trying to save themselves from the disease of the Islamic Republic. And I hope the Lebanese people don't have hate for Iranian people. I hope, because of everything that Hezbollah has done to their country, I hope just like the rest of the world is learning to separate the crimes of the Islamic Republic from the Iranian people. I really also hope that the Lebanese people are doing the same thing, and they don't blame us Iranian people for everything the Islamic Republic has done to their country. It was not us. It was not us. Promise, it was not us. And we're trying to get rid of our mutual oppressors. All right, Goldie, that's all I had.
Okay. I mean, I was going to play the interview that just came out on Iran International with Morad Vaisi.
Okay.
And if you're leaving, then I'll just play it with the subtitles, because I'm not as good as Armin GPT.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's about 10 minutes long. So
okay, you want me to translate that before I go?
Well, no, because you're not going to have time to translate it, because it's the video itself is 10 minutes. So if you're going to translate it, it'll probably take
1 hour.
Yeah.
Probably 1 hour, yeah. 10 minutes of translation will be probably at least 40 minutes, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll just play it without you here. That's fine.
Okay. Was the stuff that I shared, was that helpful? Like, I hope you guys let me know if you learned a lot. I try to bring stuff that I think you guys will find educational. but also stuff that Goldie would think like was good. Like I always think like, what would Goldie think would be good for Iran Revolution Live? I'm always trying to think about that.
You know
but
what?
Also, yeah.
I was gonna say you everything was excellent because you bring you bring info, you bring insight, you bring commentary, you bring context, and I always really appreciate everything you share because that kind of lets me know, okay, what have we sort of not spoken about, and then as well, 2C, on 2C TV, he shares a lot of info that we don't talk about because I know he's going to speak about certain things, so it's very helpful that way as well. But yeah, before you go, I just wanted to play this video. So if you haven't seen this, this is footage from this was in Sweden yesterday, and this was when the Shah was going back to his hotel, and everyone was just like super excited. Everyone is cheering, everyone is clapping. And I thought you might like this, Armin, and I thought people who are watching might like this as well because this will sort of, it gives a little bit of context to how people really feel about His Royal Highness, right? And I don't know, it just really like just puts it into context. I don't know how else to describe. I mean, the feeling that we have, or the support that we have for His Royal Highness, right? It's not just it's not just us, right? It's not just us. It's how the Iranian people feel. So Armin, watch this and let me know.
Before you play it, can I just show, because I think you would appreciate this, I just don't want you to miss this. Somebody's saying, first time father, our daughter's name will be Goldie.
Oh my God.
We love what you guys are doing. Just wanted to highlight that.
Oh, thank you. I'm so honored. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you. And congratulations on being a first-time father. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna make me cry.
No.
Oh, that's so sweet. Congratulations to you and your family. Sending you all my love and blessings.
Oh.
Oh, that's so sweet. I'm gonna cry now.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. Okay, Armin, here you go. And for everyone watching, just like so the person who filmed this, he's not Iranian because he commented under, he's like, this is my video. I'm Swede. I'm a Swedish person. I'm 22 years old, like an ethnic Swede. And he's like a huge like pro Pahlavi, pro free Iran supporter. So I'll find his comment afterwards, but it was the sweetest thing. But just watch this. So basically, Iranians were waiting outside of His Royal Highness's hotel because they knew this is where it was going to be.
Woo! Yavid Shah! Yavid Shah! Shah! Yavid Shah! King Reza Pahlavi! 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 Javid Shah! Javid Shah! Shah!
So the woman is yelling. She's like, "Oh, Tam!" She's like, "I love you," and then she's like, "Korbunet beram." Like, I would basically sacrifice my life for you.
And also Shah Shahan, which was King of Kings.
King of Kings.
They love him so much.
So guys, what you hear in their voices, that is daughter Persia. I'm not going to play the diaper diplomacy. That's not relevant, but thank you. I saw that one before. But Armin, what you hear in the voices of the Iranians here, it's 47 years of occupation and 47 years of oppression and torture and just like horrific nightmare like coming out. He did. To the person who says he should interact with them, he does, in fact. Okay, so he comes and listen. The Shah wants nothing more than to go to the people and shake their hands and
Dangerous.
hug every single one of them. However, it is dangerous. It is dangerous for him to do so because there could be, God forbid, a regime person somewhere. Yeah, or MEK somewhere in that crowd. Okay. This is why Iranians, we ourselves, we maintain that distance because that is the way that we protect our king. So believe me, he wants to. I have met him in person. I have spoken to him. I sat down next to him for 3 hours for like a dinner. Literally had a 3-hour conversation with him. I know exactly what he's like. He wants nothing more than to go up to the people and just hug them. But right now, he cannot do that for security concerns. And Iranians understand that. That is why Iranians themselves, they are maintaining that distance and they are respecting that distance because the security of our Shah is more important than anything else. And there's actually
Even this is dangerous. Even this is too dangerous. Like coming out of the car like that, like there could be like a sniper or something somewhere. Like that is already too dangerous.
I agree. Armin, actually, before you go, I just really, really need you to translate this and then share this. It's a short video, but this is about the security of the Shah. So while Armin pulls up this video to translate it, so when the Shah was, attending the Swedish Parliament and giving a speech, remember yesterday we showed videos of Iranians who were outside. They were cheering. There was a whole stage. So apparently, after the Shah spoke, he was supposed to come outside to all the Iranians who had been there, who had shown up to support the Shah. And he was supposed to give a speech. Unfortunately, Armin, can you read the text first before this? So, unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so for security reasons. So, just read this, and then Armin, if you can translate in the video after.
Okay, so saying our dear compatriots in Sweden were eagerly awaiting a meeting with Reza Shah II, and he too wished to meet with his compatriots, but the Swedish police, due to security concerns, did not permit his presence on stage. Thanks to a special security team who always prioritized the Shah's safety, Javid Shah.
So look how upset he is here. Like he's crying because like they set everything up, they organized everything because the Shah wanted to be there, but ultimately the Swedish security team determined that it wasn't safe for the Shah. So it's
Who is
upset.
this? Oh,
He's
one of the
organizers, yeah.
Oh.
Monarchy for Iran!
So you want me to translate the chants?
Yeah, go for it.
Monarchy for Iran!
So they're saying monarchy for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi. Okay, but by the way, just to be clarifying, like monarchy, I would also vote for monarchy when the referendum comes. But Princess of Pahlavi
It's a constitutional monarchy. It's constitutional monarchy. It's not an absolute.
But what I was gonna say is that we're not deciding yet. The referendum will decide this. Like it's not determined yet that we're going to be a constitutional monarchy. We're going to have a referendum, and the referendum will decide. That has not been decided yet. So, and again, I say that as somebody who would vote for constitutional monarchy myself. But we have to respect Princess of Pahlavi's commands, which is we're not saying we're for monarchy right now. We're gonna let the Iranian people have their vote. So you're saying the police, like, listen, the police accepted it. So like, but the security. Who said we has?
Go to the text because it explains that this was a different security force.
Yeah, so the police says that agreed, but the security force said that they could not guarantee. Oh, and the people are saying his security is more important. So the people are accepting it, even though they really wanted to see him. They're saying his security is more important. So now people are chanting his security is amniyatish muhimtare, meaning that his security is more important. So they're being understanding. Even though they were really, really eager to see him, they're now all chanting his security is more important. Oh, Goldie. Everybody is chanting his security is more important. Wow, Goldie, we have the most mature people.
We do. But so apparently like 70,000 Iranians showed up to this rally because they were hoping to hear King Reza Pahlavi speak. And the Swedish, security team had to cancel at the last minute because they couldn't guarantee his safety and security. And even though everyone was upset, they ultimately start chanting "Amniyatish Mohim Tare," which means his safety is more important. Right? This is how much we love and respect our Shah. So to everyone who's like, "Oh, he should interact with the people," now is not the time. We are in a war, and our leader is the most important person. And we will do everything that we can to keep him protected. So it is what it is.
Yes.
And Armin, you're absolutely right. We have the most mature and intelligent and high IQ population because people showed up from all across Europe, and yet they're all chanting "Amniyatish Mohim Tare," which means his safety is more important. And I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I know this breaks his heart because Armin خیلی مردمیه. Like this, I know this is breaking his heart right now because he would want nothing more than to be with the people.
Yes. No, completely agree. I completely agree. And thank you, Goldie, for sharing that. I didn't see that, so I'm so glad that you shared this with us. This was really important. So thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to do that.
Okay. I'm going to head out. And guys, so Goldie will continue. I'm going to head out to take care of businesses and life stuff. And I will be again tomorrow, again here with you, same time. and see you till then. So I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
Bless America.
Javid Shah Payandeira.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, Armin.
See you.
All right, guys, you are stuck with me. Mwahahaha. Okay. You're stuck with me for a little bit now, although I cannot stay too late because I do have an early morning tomorrow. Why don't I share the rest of, okay. You know what? Let's go to Morad Vesi. Let's go to Morad Vesi. Let's see what Morad Vesi has to say here. Honestly, well, thank you everyone. Like, it's great to be back. I'm still trying to figure out why and how my YouTube went down, and like the videos still have not come back. So there you go. Okay, guys, so we're going to go to my favorite Iran international analyst, Morad Vesi. And I'm going to play this 10-minute interview. I do don't threaten you guys with a good time. Oh my gosh, we'll see. We'll see. But so this is a 10-minute interview. It is in Persian. It is in Persian. So you'll just have to follow along with the subtitles. I apologize because it is a little bit too long. And it would take me, like, if it's gonna take Armin an hour to translate, it would probably take me like 2 hours to translate, because Goldie GPT is not as good as Armin GPT. It is not as efficient as Armin GPT. So but if there's, you know, something I want to comment on, or if the translation is not the greatest, I will let you guys know.
همکارم مراد ویسی از استودیو دیگر ما در واشنگتن به ما پیوسته. مراد، ما دائم در مورد اختلافات واشنگتن و تهران میشنویم، اما چیزی که شاید کمتر به اون اشاره میشه و مشخص هم هست که وجود داره، بخشش هم بر اساس همین گزارش ایران اینترنشنال، دعواهای درون نظام هستش در مورد اینکه چطور، تا چه اندازه، چطور.
Okay, so guys, this is about the internal conflicts. Oh, it's a shame Armin left, because he would have really enjoyed this. Like, this is all you remember, like in all my English language interviews, I talk about the rift and the internal conflicts. This is exactly about those internal conflicts here. Oops, where'd it go? All right, let's continue. So yeah, internal conflicts.
داره میشه و مشخص هم هست که وجود داره، بخشش هم بر اساس همین گزارش ایران اینترنشنال، دعواهای درون نظام هستش در مورد اینکه چطور، تا چه اندازه، چطور باید به آمریکایی‌ها امتیاز بدن، آیا توافق رو بپذیرن یا نه، با چه کم و کیفی بپذیرن.
به نظر میاد اون اختلافاتی که در زمان خامنه‌ای وجود داشت، الان چون دیگه خامنه‌ای نیست، این اختلاف
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's a oh my gosh! Armin should have been here, because guys, this is exactly what Armin has been saying. Like, Armin would be so proud of himself right now, because, you know, Armin has been saying the only thing that was keeping all these different factions together, the glue keeping these factions together, was Khamenei. And now Khamenei is dead. And so all these, like, in various factions are breaking out. So, see, oh, Armin should have been here, but he left. Oh, someone's like, I'm surprised how good both of your predictions have been. Guys, we don't predict. We know. There's a difference. There's a difference. Armin and I, like, we have been studying the Islamic regime and, you know, Iranian politics and everything, literally for our entire lives. Well, maybe not our entire lives, but, you know, our entire adult lives, right? So this is why I really enjoy sharing, like, the Iranian analysis with you as well, from, you know, like, legitimate sources, because now you guys can see everything that Armin and I say, right? It's literally what people are saying in Persian. So there you go. So Morad Vesi is basically about to say the same thing. He's saying now that Khamenei is dead. And remember, Armin went over all those videos with you, and I've been over those videos as well. So there you go. Yeah. Listen, when you guys watch Iran Revolution live, you're basically getting the accurate internal Iranian perspective.
در زمان خامنه‌ای وجود داشت الان چون دیگه خامنه‌ای نیست این اختلافات علنی‌تر شده. دو تا رویکرد در سطح حاکمیت وجود داشت. یک رویکرد که بقا براش مهم بود، میگفت که ما باید بریم بر اساس بقا نگاه کنیم، وضع اقتصاد خوب نیست، اینجوری نمیتونیم ادامه بدیم و باید با آمریکا مذاکره کنیم و مسائل حل کنیم، که در درون حاکمیت پزشکیان نمایندش بود، در بیرون از حاکمیت هم در خارج از دولت و اینها امثال روحانی و ظریف. در طرف مقابل فرمانده‌های سپاه عمدتاً بودن که میگفتن نه، ما هر چقدر بریم عقب اون میاد جلو، بنابراین عقب نشینی فایده نداره، باید مقابلش بایستیم. به نظر میاد همین اختلافات حالا که خامنه‌ای نیست در درون مذاکرات اسلام آباد هم خودشون نشون داده. مثلا یک کسی مثل عراقچی به پزشکیان شاید نزدیکتر بوده، این دیدگاه رو داشته. فرمانده‌هایی مثلا
ایرانیان
Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. Really quickly. So when they say Arokchi and then they say was perhaps closer to medicine, no, he doesn't actually mean medicine. He's saying Pizishkian. Pizishkian is the name of the current president of the Islamic regime, but his last name, Pizishk, means like doctor. So for some reason, this is like a weird like AI translation. So what he means is was perhaps closer to Pizishkian, which is the president of the Islamic regime. Yeah. So like the AI translation is pretty good, but you know, like there's a few things here and there. So that's why I'm here to like just sort of
عراقچی به پزشکیان شاید نزدیکتر بوده، این
so he's saying like Arokchi was perhaps closer to Pizishkian, not medicine. Pizishkian is a president of the Islamic regime.
دیدگاه رو داشته. فرمانده‌هایی مثلا ذوالقد مخالف بودن.
That's supposed to be Zolqad.
یه نکته که اینجا میتونه به نظرم این تشدید کرده باشه.
And then remember, this is Arokchi and this is Ghalibaf. Remember, Ghalibaf is the one that we just saw in like the Fatih Commando video from 20 years ago, where Ghalibaf was like, you know, walking around and like putting medals on like the weird Fatih Commandos. So this is them. Also, does anyone else like see these two and get like Night at the Roxbury vibes? Like I just look at them. What sort of outfit is this? Can we comment on their fashion sense for a while? So first of all, like the Islamic regime, they refuse to wear ties. Okay, they never wear ties because you know ties are like some sort of like evil American Western construct. So that's why you never, ever, ever see anyone who's associated with the Islamic regime wearing a necktie, right? Even though I think neckties are very classy. And, you know, everyone does. Like, who wouldn't want to see, you know, a proper necktie on a man? But anyways, that's besides the point. But what is this? Like this is like Night at the Roxbury Bond villain, like Dumb and Dumber type thing. Like this is just the most bizarre outfit ever. Like they're basically wearing like shiny satin costumes. Oh, this is not gothic. They're wearing like shiny satin suits with like a black turtleneck. Like this guy, like Ghalibaf kind of looks like a jihadi Steve Jobs, right? Like they just look pure evil. Like what is this? I don't understand. And why are they wearing matching outfits? Like the matching outfits is so weird. Like what are you? You're not a boy band. Like this is not like a jihadi boy band. Like what is this? Like it's weird. It's weird. Like it's literally giving me Night at the Roxbury vibes, right? I don't understand it. It's very weird. It's like third rate Bond villain, right? Yo, you know what it is? They look like third rate villains in an Austin Powers movie. That's where it is. Like they don't even look like a Bond villain. They look like an Austin Powers villain, right? Like they look like Dr. Evil henchmen. Let's see which one. Now I have to like go look at this. See, like, I don't know, man. Like they look like they look like Dr. Evil henchmen in like an Austin Powers movie, right? This is the vibes that they're giving me. So when I see them wearing like matching like suits and like matching turtlenecks, like that's weird. It's very weird. Like, why are they wearing matching outfits? I don't understand. Why are they wearing matching outfits? Like, I've never seen politicians do that. It's just so messed up. So messed up. All right, let's go back to like, you know, Durka land. Okay, anyways, I'll go back a little bit. Okay, continue reading the subtitles. But there you go.
اسلام آباد هم خودشون نشون داده، مثلا یک کسی مثل عراقچی به پزشکان شاید نزدیکتر بوده، این دیدگاه رو داشته. فرمانده‌هایی مثلا ذوالقرد مخالف بودن. یه نکته که اینجا میتونه به نظرم این تشدید کرده باشه این مسئله رو که ذوالقرد در مقابل عراقچی قرار گرفته باشه، کاظم غریب‌آبادی معاون عراقچی داماد ذوالقرده. یعنی احتمال داره غریب‌آبادی مثلا به پدر خانومش اطلاع داده که عراقچی داره همچین کاری میکنه. این میتونه اتفاق بیفته. 3 تا نکته میتونم عرض بکنم و اون اینه که
Wait, what? Guys, there's like some sort of weird incestuous family stuff happening here. Wait, let me see what's going on.
مثلا ذوالقرد مخالف بودن. یه نکته
Okay, so Zolqad was opposed to this.
که اینجا میتونه به نظرم این تشدید کرده باشه این مسئله رو.
So one point that I think could have exacerbated this issue.
که ذوالقرد در مقابل عراقچی قرار گرفته بود.
Okay, so Zolqad was opposite to Arakchi. Arakchi is a foreign affairs minister.
باشه. کاظم غریب‌آبادی معاون عراقچی.
Okay, so apparently, so apparently there's like some weird like incestuous backstabbing happening behind the scenes here in the Islamic regime. So Zolqad or whatever is like opposed to Arakchi, but apparently Zolqad's son-in-law, some guy named Kazem Qaribabadi, is Arakchi's deputy. And he's a son-in-law of the guy that's like opposed to Arakchi. So now Morad Vesi, this guy, is saying that there might have been like some internal like leaks or something because the son-in-law of the guy that's opposed to Arakchi is actually working in Arakchi's office. Like guys, it's the whole thing is just very like interconnected and incestuous.
داماد ذوالقرده. یعنی احتمال داره غریب‌آبادی مثلا به پدر خانومش
Oh, so he's saying, so because like Qaribabadi's son-in-law works as Arakchi's deputy, there's a possibility that like the son-in-law like exposed Arakchi to like his opponent or whatever. Yeah, like it's pure on like it's like Game of Thrones, but if it was like Game of Durka. It's like Game of Durka. Game of Durka.
داده که عراقچی داره همچین کار.
Yeah, so basically, so Morad Vesi is saying that he thinks that if there were any leaks within the Islamic regime, it could have come from the son-in-law of the guy who's opposed to Arakchi, because the son-in-law is working as a deputy in Arakchi's office. Yeah. It's literally Game of Durka.
کاری میکنه. این میتونه اتفاق بیفته. 3 تا نکته میتونم عرض بکنم و اون اینه که یه مقدار ما باید راجع به این نوع خبرهایی که راجع به اختلافات در درون هیئت حاکمه جمهوری اسلامیه با 3 تا فیلتر نگاه کنیم این خبرها رو. یکی اینی که باندهای قدرت مختلفی وجود داره. باند قالیباف، باند عزیز جعفری، باند رضایی و ما الان نمیدونیم دقیقاً.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so Morad Vesi is talking about at least 3 factions that he's aware of, right? So there's the Ghalibaf gang.
قالیباف، باند عزیز جعفری.
The Aziz Jafari gang. Okay, guys, let's look up Aziz Jafari. Oh, that's this guy. What's he doing now? Okay, so we already know who Ghalibaf is. This is the Aziz, this is the Ali, wait, that's not it. Okay, yeah, this is the Ali Jafari guy. So Major General Mohammad Ali Jafari, also known as Aziz Jafari, is an Iranian former military officer who was a commander-in-chief of the IRGC from 2007 to 2019. Where's he right now? What's he doing right now? Rank, Major General. Okay, but what's he up to right now? Yeah, like this guy's like a crazy hardliner. Okay, so there's the Ghalibaf gang, which Ghalibaf, we already know who that is. Morad Vaisi just spoke about the Aziz Jafari gang, which is this guy leading the faction. Okay, and then let's see what the third faction is. Oh, Rezai. Okay, yeah, Rezai is the third one. Guys, you guys know Rezai. Rezai is the one, like the old man whose face looks like the apple, remember? This guy. Mohsen Rezai. Right? Rezai. So this is the third faction. This is the weird guy whose face looks like the weird apple, right? I don't know if I still have that. I have to find the apple meme because it was really funny. Yeah, Rezai. So Morad Vaisi is talking about at least 3 factions. There might be more, but these are like the main ones. So it's like this is the first faction. So the first, like there's let me bring up Ghalibaf here so that you guys can. Okay. So this is the first faction. So he says there's at least 3 factions within the IRGC right now. So there's the Ghalibaf faction. And then there is the, wait, where'd the other one go? Aziz. There's the, let me bring this up here. I closed it. Okay, so you got the Ghalibaf faction. You got the Mohammad Ali Jafari faction, okay? And then the third faction, like I said, is the Rezai faction. Here's the third faction. That was the Rickroll faction. That was the Rickroll faction. But but this is the actual third faction. I know you guys trusted me. I know you trusted me. I know you trusted me. There you go. I cannot help myself. I cannot help myself. Oh my gosh. Okay. But for real. Okay, but for real, this is the third faction. This is the third faction. So you have, again, so you have Ghalibaf, and then you have Ali Jafari, and then you have Mohsen Rezai. So this is what Morad Vaisi is talking about right now. Okay, so let's go back because now when you read the subtitles here, okay, so the subtitles, he's talking about the Ghalibaf gang, the Aziz Jafari gang, and the Rezai gang. Okay, so now you know who these gangs are. So I'm just gonna go back a little bit.
خبرهایی که راجع به اختلافات در درون هیئت حاکمه جمهوری اسلامیه با 3 تا فیلتر نگاه کنیم این خبرها رو. یکی اینی که باندهای قدرت مختلفی وجود داره. باند غالیباف، باند عزیز جعفری، باند رضایی و ما الان نمیدونیم دقیقاً کدومی که از این باندها دست بالا رو در قدرت دارن.
You know what? That's very, very true. So guys, this interview came out maybe 2 or 3 hours ago. Okay, this analysis came out a few hours ago on Iran International. And, he's absolutely correct. So there are three powerful factions. We don't know exactly who has the upper hand. And that's not necessarily a good thing for the Islamic regime, because this shows that they themselves internally are right now fighting to gain control. And this is what President Trump means when he says, we don't know who's in charge, right? Like, we don't know who's in charge. And you can also tell the difference between, someone like Morad Vaisi, who's, wearing a proper suit and tie, versus like the Austin Powers supervillains, right? Like, okay, we're at 2:20. So like look at Morad Vaisi and how he dresses versus, the jihadi Durkas here, right? Like, where was that? Here we go, right? Like, just look guys. So this is an excellent comparison. So here is, an Iranian man, right? Iranian man. So this is a perfect example of like Iranian man versus Islamic regime Durka terrorist, right? Like you can just tell the difference. Anyways. All right, let's continue with this analysis.
قدرت مختلفی وجود داره. باند قالیباف، باند عزیز جعفری، باند رضایی و ما الان نمیدونیم دقیقاً کدومی که از این باندها دست بالا رو در قدرت دارن. قطعیه که بعد از مرگ خامنه‌ای سپاهپاسداران قدرتش بیشتر شده. این قطعیه. ولی کدومی که از باندهای
that's what Armin and I have also said, right? Like, after Khamenei's death, the IRGC, their power has gone up significantly, and we actually think the IRGC is in charge.
سپاه دست بالا رو دارن، این ما نمیدونیم. این یه نکته. نکته دوم اینی که تعداد زیادی از مقامات بالایی کشته شدن. خامنه‌ای، شمخانی.
So he's saying the second point is a lot of high-ranking officials have been killed. Khamenei, Shamkhani. Guys, remember Shamkhani is the one who was buried without a head because when United States boomed him, they couldn't find his head. So he was basically buried without a head, and there was a lot of jokes and memes about that. ببخشید یه لحظه. یکی داره میگه میتونینم بگیم گلسا. حالا اسم به زبان فارسی گلسا. حالا هر جوری راحت ترین. گلدی پرزیدنت ترامپ به ماریا بارتیرومو گفته جنگ تمومه، نظرت چیه در موردش؟ آره ببین، جنگ تمومه دوستان، جنگ تمومه. یعنی رژیم نه ارتش داره، نه چی میدونم نیوی داره، نه کشتی داره، نه چی میدونم جت داره، فایتر جت، چون هواپیما اینجا هیچی نداره. یعنی در واقع جنگ اصلی تمومه. تنها چیزی که مونده اینه که چقدر زود رژیم تسلیم بشه. حالا یا خودشون بیان تسلیم بشن، یا پرزیدنت ترامپ باید بره همه بسیجی‌ها رو نابود بکنه دیگه. یعنی همین فقط مونده، ولی جنگ اصلی تموم شده. فقط اونا هی دارن حالا ادامه میدن که میخوان این جاهایی که مال ارزشیاست نابود بکنن که بعد مردم ایران بتونن کشورشون رو آزاد بکنن. ولی به وقتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ میگه جنگ تموم شده، معنیش و منظورش این نیست که نیروهای منظورش این نیست که ارتش آمریکا داره برمیگرده. اتفاقا پرزیدنت ترامپ گفت که داره بیشتر میفرسته به خاورمیانه و قراره که اونجا بمونن تا ایران آزاد بشه. یعنی وقتی میگه جنگ تمومه، منظورش اینه که رژیم دیگه چیزی ازش نمونده زیاد، ولی دیگه باید کار رو تموم بکنن. حالا بعدن لینکش هم نگاه میکنم، ولی خب میتونم نظرم رو راجع به اون بدم، ولی بذار حالا این analysis تموم بشه. Sorry, I was just answering something in Persian really quickly, but let's continue. Anyway, so Khamenei is dead. Shamkhani is the one who was buried without a head, very similar to Oh my gosh, I forget the name now. I forget the name. Oh my gosh, there's like that the movie with Johnny Depp. Sleepy Hollows or something? What was it? The headless guy in Sleepy Hollows? Yes, Sleepy Hollow. No, wait, was it Sleepy Hollow? Yeah. Like the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow. So Shamkhani pretty much buried like the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow because he has no head. Sorry, I had to like think there for a moment. Ichabod Crane. Yeah, there you go. Shamkhani. The United States basically Ichabod Craned Shamkhani. He's like the headless. Instead of being the headless horseman, he's like the headless goatman now. He's like the headless Durka Jihadi.
لاریجانی تنگسیری
Yeah, Larijani is gone. Tang City, remember Tang City was the Navy commander who was like, well, if they want to attack us, we'll just destroy them. And now he's like rotting at the bottom of the ocean, right? And Larijani, of course, Larijani was like, they can try to get me, but they can't. I mean, he's dead too, right? So there you go. Khamenei, Shamkhani, Larijani, Tang City, right? So Morad Vaisi is basically saying very casually that a lot of their top leaders are pretty much dead.
این ما نمیدونیم. این یه نکته. نکته دوم اینی که تعداد زیادی از مقامات بالایی کشته شدن. خامنه‌ای، شمخانی، لاریجانی، تنگسیری، خادمی و یه سری از سمت‌ها خالی شده. جابجایی در درون ایران صورت گرفته. مثلا ذوالقرنین برگشته شده دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی، احمدیان شده دبیر شورای دفاع یا افراد دیگه ای که مثل وحیدی شده فرمانده کل سپاه. این معادلات قدرت در درون سپاه و در رأس جمهوری اسلامی رو دچار تغییر کرده. ما هنوز درک دقیقی از این نداریم که کدومی که از اینا بالا پایینن نسبت به هم دیگه. یه مقدارم با الگوهای گذشته نمیشه تحلیلش کرد. مثلا ذوالقرنین بین 76 تا 79 جانشین فرمان
Okay, so it's not actually 1976 and 1979. It's like the Iranian equivalent. I don't know what it is right now, but it's not 76 and 79. I guess it would be Hizaro 1376, right? 1376. 1376. Okay, so it's actually when he says Hafta the Shish, because the first part is like that's not accurate because he's giving the years, like he's giving the date in like the Iranian years. So he actually means 1997. Here, guys. This is why I'm here. I'm here to, don't worry, Goldie GPT is on it. When he says Hafta the Shish, he means 1376, which corresponds to 1997. 1997, right? He's speaking colloquially. So that's why we just say Hafta the Shish, but the YouTube AI doesn't translate that properly. So when he says 1970, when he says Hafta the Shish to Hafta the No, what he means is from the year 97 to 2000. So that's what it is. It's not actually 1976 to 79. It's from 1997 to the year 2000.
فرمانده سپاه بوده، مقام بالاتر قالیباف بوده. ولی آیا امروز هم میتونیم بگیم که ذوالقرنین موقعیت قدرتمندتری از قالیباف داره؟ من اینو با اطمینان نمیتونم بگم. و نکته آخری که میتونم عرض
So he's basically saying that there's some sort of like tension behind the scenes between Zolqadr and Ghalibaf, right? So remember, this is Ghalibaf. Wait, where's Zolqadr? Let me bring up Zolqadr. This guy. Oh no, I lost my audio. Okay, give me one moment. Okay, So this is Zulqadr. Okay, so Zulqadr's son-in-law works in Mohammed Ghalibaf's office as like a deputy. So there's like some sort of like, you know, weird stuff happening behind the scenes. And Morad Vesi is right now talking about a power struggle behind the scenes between Ghalibaf and Zulqadr. And guys, all these people are like former like IRGC officers or, you know, whatever. And you know, he was basically the spokesperson for Khamenei, right? So he was one of the top level people as well, but so was Ghalibaf. And now that Khamenei is dead, you know, these two are like, you know, it's like it's like Durka's gone wild. It's like Durka versus Durka. Okay. So basically, the whole gist of this analysis that Morad Vesi is giving right now, he's just explaining like the Durka versus Durka, right? So it's like Durka's gone wild. Okay. So everyone is attacking one another, and he's trying to explain the Durkas.
کرد. مثلا ذوالقرد بین 76 تا 79 جانشین فرمانده سپاه بوده، مقام بالاتر قالیباف بوده. ولی آیا امروز هم میتونیم بگیم که ذوالقرد موقعیت قدرتمندتری از قالیباف داره؟ من اینو با اطمینان نمیتونم بگم. و نکته آخری که میتونم عرض بکنم
Yeah, guys. So Morad Vesi is like the original Durka whisperer, right? Like Armin's really good. Like Armin's Durka whispering is excellent. Morad Vesi is the OG, right? Like because he does the Durka whispering, but in Persian.
اینه که به هر حال اینها یک مناسبات شخصی هم با هم دارن. ما درسته که میگیم قالیباف باند قدرت، عزیز جعفری باند قدرته، ولی اونها مثل هر باند قدرتی معادلات شخصیشون و معادلات باندیشون هر لحظه بر اساس شرایط میتونه تغییر کنه. آخرین نکته‌ام که اضافه کنم شد نکته چهارم، یکی دیگه اضافه بشه، ما نمیدونیم وضعیت مجتبی چطوریه. این در معادلات قدرت مهمه. اگر
So he's saying we don't know what Mojtaba's condition is like, and that's important. That's an important factor in the equation. Where has Armin gone? Armin is done for the evening. So you guys are stuck with me. Sorry, you're stuck with me. I have full control over everything.
مجتبی زنده باشه، معادلات قدرت یه جوره، سپاه کمتر میتونه خب نفوذ داشته باشه. اگر مجتبی زنده باشه و در چه شرایطی باشه اونم مهمه. بر فرض مثال حسین طائب تا موقعی که مجتبی در بیت بود و فرض کنید خامنه‌ای کشته نشده بود، تا سال 1401 حسین طائب نزدیکترین فرد به مجتبی بود. بعد در اثر یه معادلاتی رفت کنار. ما نمیدونیم الان حسین طائب دوباره با رهبر شدن مجتبی به معادلات قدرت برگشته، بر نگشته. اصولا مجتبی خودش موقعیتش محکمه یا نه. این
So he's basically saying, well, there are certain people like Hossein Taib who were close to Mushtaba before Khamenei was boomed. Now that, you know, Khamenei is, you know, boomed and we don't know the status of Mushtaba, this person, Hossein Taib, is he back? Is he not back? Because where he is and where his like what his status is, that's going to be like a big giveaway as to like the internal power struggle of the Islamic regime, right? So basically he's saying like we can like kind of look at like what's going on to determine whether Mushtaba is alive, or you know, Mushtaba's status itself can determine how things are going to go.
فیلترها رو به نظرم برای تحلیل مسائل داخلی سپاه باید روی خبرها گذاشت.
مراد لطفاً با ما بمون. 2 تا کلیپ هست میخوام پخش بکنم. غیر از این بحث مذاکره، تصاویری از خیابان‌های تهران داریم که همزمان با آتش بس به دست ما رسیده. در خیابان‌های این شهر حضور نیروهای
Okay, so the fire, that's actually ceasefire, right? So Atash Bast is ceasefire, but sometimes it doesn't translate properly.
نیابتی مورد حمایت جمهوری اسلامی بسیار واکنش برانگیز شده. در این ویدیو اولی که میخوام نشون بدم سخنران به عربی از پشتیبانی حزب الله و حوثی ها از جمهوری اسلامی میگه.
But I have no idea what they're saying because it's Arabic. Like there's like a bunch of like random Arabic people there chanting in Arabic in the streets of Iran. Oh my gosh, so they basically imported like jihadis from like Lebanon and Gaza and Yemen, and they're like thanking Hezbollah and the Houthis and of course Hamas. Yeah, that's not Persian nationalism. That's those are imported jihadi Durka terrorists. Guys, this is why when we say that the Islamic regime is a foreign occupying force and they are trying to erase our Iranian identity, and they have been engaging in cultural genocide for the last 47 years, this is what we're talking about. Nothing about the Islamic regime is Iranian. They're saying like shukran means thank you, so they're saying like thank you Yemen, basically the Houthis.
Shukran, shukran ya Yemen. أوجه كلمتي الأخيرة للبلدان العالم بأسره. هذا الشعب الإيراني الذي قدم آلاف من الضحايا والشهداء.
You know what? It is so insulting to me whenever I hear like these savage Durka jihadis are like, oh, the Iranian people, this, like, keep my country's name out of your filthy Durka mouth. Like we have been dealing with this jihadi nonsense like literally our entire lives. I cannot wait until Iran is free and we can just throw these garbage terrorists to like the gutter and they never say the word Iran again, in their filthy mouths and try to like equate Iran with their jihadi terrorism.
الشهيد الإمام سيد علي الخامنئي شعب بصير
ذق سيد خامنئي ذق
شعب واعي.
Oh, I want to see Morad Vaisi go off. Okay, let's see what Morad Vaisi says. Because I know he's going to be like holding himself back.
در یک ویدیو دیگه هم از تجمع حامیان حکومت موزیک ویدئویی از جولیا بوتروس.
Oh, we shared this. Remember the music video from like the Lebanese singer who's like this female and guys, like we're not criticizing the female Lebanese singer, right? Like this isn't about her. It's about the hypocrisy of the Islamic regime where, in occupied Iran, women are not allowed to sing, women are not allowed to show their hair, and yet during these like pro-Islamic regime demonstrations, they're playing music from a female Lebanese singer in public, which, if an Iranian woman was going to sing in public, she would be jailed. So they're playing music video from her and she's not even wearing hijab. So the hypocrisy is insane.
خواننده زن لبنانی پخش شده و که طرفدار گروه حزب الله ترانه‌ای درباره
Oh, she's a supporter of Hezbollah? Okay, we hate her. So now it's confirmed that Lebanese singer that they're playing, she supports Hezbollah, so she's basically a jihadi terrorist as well. So we hate her, she's garbage.
جنگ حزب الله و اسرائیل میخونه.
You know something though, I just want to say, this is the perfect example of what I mean when I say that Iran is occupied by a foreign invasion, because you have these Durka jihadi terrorists who are waving the flag of the occupier, which says Allahu Akbar in Arabic, and Allah, which is, Arabic, right? So they have the flag, like their terrorist jihadi flag that says Allahu Akbar. Again, we're Iranian. We speak Persian, different language. Our language has existed for far longer, but anyways. So not only are they waving their jihadi Allahu Akbar flag during this, nationalistic rally, they're playing Arabic music. And like I said, I have no issue with Arabic music. I love Arabic music. I love, Nancy Ajram and like all these other Arabic singers and artists. Like Arabic is a beautiful language. That's not the point. The point is, why are they playing an Arabic song from a singer who supports Hezbollah in a country where the language is Persian, right? This is what I mean when I say it's a foreign occupation. This is like the equivalent of, let's say, I don't know, random country here. So let's say so let's say like during World War II, when France was occupied by the Nazis, okay, the language in France is French, okay? So imagine a bunch of like Nazis showing up in France and they're waving the flag of Nazi Germany and they're playing Nazi Germany songs in German, and they're claiming that this is a patriotic French rally. Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because German is not the official language of France. The official language of France is French. So why would you hold a patriotic rally in another language, right? So that's exactly what's happening here. That you have these like foreign invaders who've come in with their foreign, flag and their foreign language, and they're holding a patriotic rally, except it has absolutely nothing to do with Iran because our language is Persian. We speak Persian. We don't speak Arabic. So how can you have oh wait, we got a troll here. Let's get rid of the troll. Honestly, like just get lost, buddy. Like such a loser. I don't tolerate swear words. Like don't be rude. Don't be rude. Anyway, but that's exactly what's happening here, right? Like they are it's very insulting. It's very insulting. But there you go. But like this is the perfect example. So when we Iranians are saying that the Islamic Republic is a foreign invasion, this is what we're talking about. Okay. I just want to say, like, I love Arabic music. I love Arabic music, but there's a time and place for it, right? This, like, and like even like normal regular Lebanese people are probably going like, what the F is this, right? Because this is like a pro Hezbollah singer singing in Arabic at like a pro Islamic regime rally in occupied Iran. Like both of our countries are sick and tired of this like jihadi Durka nonsense that has destroyed both of our countries. Because guess what, guys? 50 years ago, Lebanon used to be a majority Christian country before the Durka jihadis started destroying their country as well. Okay, wait. So someone is saying, yeah, so just saw your video about being canceled. Saw you were live now. Why not Rumble? I am. So guys, I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Kick. And I'm live on X. So I'm live on all of these platforms. Yes, I was banned for some reason. I'm back. So I'm live streaming again. But yes, you can find me on Rumble, Kick, Twitch, and X. So I have all the backups. but you know, I don't have a lot of followers on Rumble. My biggest support base is on YouTube. But there you go. Okay, now guys, so that was my analysis. Now we're going to get Morad Vaisi's take on this. So remember, there was like two different rallies. One was like the Durka jihadis thanking Yemen and Hezbollah and Gaza, and then the other one was like the Arabic music. So
چنان با همکارم مراد ویسی از استودیو دیگر ما در واشنگتن هستیم. مراد، میدونم که شاید زود هنگام باشه برای ارزیابی های این چنینی، ولی بر اساس همین تصاویر اولیه که از تهران و شهرهای دیگر داره میرسه، چقدر فکر میکنی که در صورت بقای جمهوری اسلامی شاهد یک پوست اندازی شاید باشیم؟ یعنی از حکومت روحانیون بیشتر شبیه به حکومت نظامیان و شبه نظامیان، حتی شاید با یک اندازه آزادی های مثل شنیدن صدای زن یا بی‌حجابا که الان در این روزها هم زیاد تصویرشون رو پخش میکنن.
قبل از اون عرض کنم که این تصاویری که در تهران میبینیم که هشت شعبی و فاطمیون اینا که دارن رژه میرن، این نشون دهنده اینه که حکومت نگرانی جدی داره که مردم دوباره خیزش داشته باشن، چون فاطمیون و هشت شعبی که برای جنگ با آمریکا و اسرائیل به درد نمیخورن، برای سرکوب مردم. و اونم نگران اینن که با این آثاری که جنگ داشته، قطع اینترنت، شغلا از دست رفته، بیکاری زیاد شده، مردم عصبانیان، این خشم و عصبانیت حکومت نگرانه که تبدیل به خیزش بشه و در واقع بیگانگان آورده در اینجا که مردم رو بترسونه و این اثر برعکس خواهد داد. در نهایت در کوتاه مدت ممکنه حکومت احساس قدرت بکنه که هشت شعبی در کنارش نوچه‌هاش هستن، ولی در دراز مدت احساسات ملی گرایانه مردم ایران رو علیه حکومت تحریک میکنه که مثلا پرچم عراق رو میارن، پرچم لبنان رو میارن، اونم بعد از 8 سال جنگ ایران عراق که کلی از ایرانی‌ها در جنگ با عراق بچه‌هاشون کشته شده. ولی اینی که حکومت چرا این کارو میکنه؟ چون میخواد بگه که من وایسادم اگر مردم دوباره قیام کنن مردم رو بزنم. و اینی که آیا پوست اندازی میکنه با این کار؟ حکومت برای که بمونه داره یک مرزهایی رو از خودش عبور میکنه، این برای موندنشه. در واقع اینی که الان در تهران جولیا بطرس پخش میکنه در شرایطی که به خواننده زن ایرانی 47 سال اجازه نمیده که ترانه بخونه، این نشون میده حکومت یه چیزی رو یه جایی به نفعش باشه استفاده میکنه. همونطوری که مثلا به یه ذره موی ژینا مهسا امینی بیرون بود گیر دادن کشتن، ولی الان در تظاهرات خودشون میبینیم که یه سری افرادی میارن که اصلا خب با اون چهرهایی که الگوی حجاب حکومتی نیست و در حالت عادی گشت ارشاد اینا رو بازداشت میکنه. حکومت اینو برای بقا انجام میده و به نظرم اینی که مثلا یه کسی مثل جولیا بطرس که به طرفداری از حزب الله شناخته میشه، مثلا اون آهنگ قابض شمس و وین اینا رو میخونه و حق سلاح رو برای حزب الله میگه و اینا. یه موزیک جدیدم داره که گفته منو تهران ببرید حمایت کنم، منو مشهد ببرید، منو ببرید پیش مجتبی خامنه‌ای. نوعی چاپلوسی هنری داره نشون میده جولیا بطرس. اینا مشکلات جمهوری اسلامی حل نمیکنه. و یه جمله عرض کنم، جمهوری اسلامی ممکنه دنبال پوست اندازی باشه، ولی مردم ایران میخوان پوست جمهوری اسلامی رو بکنن، دنبال پوست اندازیش نیستن.
ممنونم از تو. همکارم مراد ویسی از استودیو دیگر ما در واشنگتن.
That was an excellent analysis there. Okay, let's go to this rumor that everyone is freaking over about because, guys, this has happened. It's always happened. Okay. Let me bring it up for you guys. So,
I just left the president. It was a great interview. He said a lot about the economy, about the Iran war, about NATO. One thing that I'll leave you with, I said to him, Mr. President, you keep talking about the war like was. I said, is it over? He said, it's over. Join the whole interview tomorrow, Mornings with Maria, Fox Business, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll see you then.
okay, guys, you need to understand something. If President Trump is saying the war is over, it doesn't mean that, okay, jeez. You have to take him seriously, but not literally. Guys, we have gone over this for the last 108 days. 108 days. This is a teaser. When he says that it's over, what he's probably referring to is that the regime's military is gone, the Air Force is gone, the Navy is gone, their leaders are all dead, right? So when he says it's over, that means they have like no cards. They have no cards left to play. He basically means the Islamic regime is done, right? So you guys, like, just stop freaking out over it. Stop freaking out. I don't understand why people are freaking out over, like, this is how President Trump has operated for the last, like, since the summer. So, and remember, like, he's still sending ships and Marines to the area. So, like, stop freaking out over it. When he means it's over, that means the regime is over. The regime is dead and gone. If not now, then very soon. Right? That's all he means. And Maria is, basically getting some attention. Like, she's hyping up her show for tomorrow. So that's all it is. That's all it is. Guys, it's basically like it's just like a saying. It's just a saying, right? He's basically just saying, yeah, it's over. It's over because like he's always said, it's over because they have no military left. They have no Air Force. They have no Navy. They have no whatever. Guys, come on. Like, why is it that every single time President Trump says something, everyone freaks out and then he does the exact opposite? Like, have you guys not learned your lesson yet? Have you guys not learned your lesson? You take President Trump seriously, but not literally. So everyone just take a deep breath and calm down, right? This is like when President Trump announced a ceasefire and then all the Iranians started freaking out. And I was like, guys, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath because the ceasefire and the negotiations is not going to, hey, don't insult Maria Bartiromo. I have a lot of appreciation for Maria Bartiromo. So I'm not going to tolerate insults to Maria Bartiromo. She's fantastic. And she's a good, very close friend of President Trump. And don't insult her because, guys, this could actually be strategy to mess with the Islamic regime. Remember, Maria Bartiromo, no, I don't, listen, she doesn't randomly hype. Maria Bartiromo does not she's not the kind of person to randomly hype. Okay? So if she's saying, because I've never seen her do a video like this. So if she's doing a video like this, there's probably a plan here, right? Like this is part of President Trump's political game. This is part of his political game. He wants people to speak about this. And by the way, Maria Bartiromo has always been incredibly respectful to the Shah, and she has always supported the Shah. So I will not tolerate insults to Maria Bartiromo. She's one of the very few journalists who respect the Shah. Kove saying, what game? I don't know what President Trump's game is, but President Trump is doing this to mess with the Islamic regime right now. Like, he's not doing this to mess with us. He's doing this to mess with the Iranian people. So there's a reason behind this. There's a reason behind this video because I've never seen Maria Bartiromo just be like post a video like this very casually. So, guys, this is political machinery, political maneuvering. So, yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about this because President Trump will clarify tomorrow. Oh my gosh. All the, everyone's coming in and they're like, okay, no one ever said, oh my gosh. trust the process, guys. Trust the process. Trust the process here. This exact same scenario has happened for the last 108 days. Like every week, President Trump says something and then the exact opposite happens. Like President Trump says something, everyone panics, and then the exact opposite happens. Like how many more times does this need to happen for you guys to just understand that President Trump is just messing with the Islamic regime? Right? Guys, like just chill. Just chill. Plus, he's not going to give away his plans. Come on, guys. We're better than that. We're better than that. We should know better than that. Come on. We're all better than that, remember? Guys, do you guys trust me? Wait, let me put a poll here. Let me make a poll. Wait. Poll. Okay. Do you trust my analysis? Put a 1 if it's a yes. Put a 2 if it's a no. Trust. Yes, that's right. Do you trust? Do you trust? Davachi, you're right. Do you trust my analysis? It's okay if you put a 2. I don't mind. Like I'm just saying, it's okay if you put a 2. I don't mind if people put in a 2. I can turn off the chat. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Okay. Okay. So if you trust my analysis, then just trust Trump. Trust Trump. There's no option 3. Wait, who's this person? Wait, it keeps on going away. Okay, Juggalo King 69 Dope 50. There is no option 3. You have to put a 1 or a 2. There is no 3. Right? You just have to trust Trump. See? Dariush knows trust Trump. I don't know what happens if you put both. Okay, so guys, since you trust my analysis, all I'm going to tell you guys is don't freak out, don't panic, okay? President Trump did not send so many military assets to the area just to be like, oh, okay, the war's over, I'm going to leave. Come on, guys. There's literally a blockade. There's a blockade happening right now. He's not letting the ships go. So just let him do his thing and just continue supporting His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi, continue being a loud voice. But I mean, this is very similar to, you know, when President Trump was saying something like, oh yeah, you know, like we're going to negotiate with them. We're going to see how the talks go. And then 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead. Do you remember that? Trump is like, yeah, let's see how the negotiations go on Monday. But then Saturday morning, Khamenei was dead. Right? So keep that in mind. So who cares what that is? That message is more for the Islamic regime and the panicans than it is for us, because we are not panicans here, right? we are here to get good analysis. And I have a feeling that there's more happening behind the scenes. So having said that, why don't I go back and share the rest of my Sky News interview with you guys from a few nights ago, because it was actually pretty good. You know what? I really, really enjoyed it. And here, let me bring up the clips. Okay, I'll play the first one again because this was from, I played this earlier, but there's about like 5 clips here. I have like 5 clips from Sky News. So we'll go through it all. Gosh, I don't care if Maria posted the exact quote. That's irrelevant. You guys are missing the point. Like, you guys are missing the point here. Like, so what? Okay, yeah, here you go. Okay, you know what? No, actually, Eric, this is sorry. It's Edwin. Edwin. Thank you. Thank you, Edwin. So guys, see? Goldie is always right, and thank you, Edwin. Wait, let me bring up this post again. Wait, where's the comment from Edwin? Everyone, put an E in the chat for Edwin. Edwin appreciation moment here. Everyone put an E in the chat for Edwin. See, even without reading or knowing the quote, I knew exactly what was going on. Okay? So, Edwin appreciation moment here. Now, let's read Maria Bartiromo's quote. I just finished my interview with POTUS. We are about to release parts of it, and it will run in its entirety tomorrow morning's Maria Fox Business 6 to 9 a.m. Here is exactly what he says about the war on Iran. Maria, you keep saying was. Is this war over? POTUS, I think it's close to over. Yeah, I mean, I view it as very close to over. Goldie is always right. Goldie is always right. Remember? There you go. Boom. So now all these people are going to be panicking. چرا ترامپ گفت جنگ تمومه؟ نه، ترامپ نگفت جنگ تمومه. ترامپ داره میگه که من فکر میکنم جنگ نزدیکه که تموم بشه. داره میگه من فکر میکنم که دیگه نزدیکه داره تموم بشه. Okay? Are we all calm now? Are we all like chill? Edwin, thank you for that. That was an amazing catch. Thank you, Edwin. There you go. I think it's close to over. Yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. Is not the same as the war is over. Don't be a panikin. Okay, guys. Are we good? Chat, are we good? Viewers, are we good? Everyone, put another E in the chat for Edwin, please. Edwin is the real hero here. Edwin is a real hero here. Okay? There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Edwin. Amazing find. Because look at this. I think it's close to over. Yeah, I mean, I view it as very close to over. Is not the same as the war is over. Don't be a panikin. What did Edwin do? Edwin gave us the quote that showed that my analysis was right and that President Trump is trolling the Islamic regime, right? There you go. So, the war is not over. It's not over. Okay. All right, let's continue now. Now that we have the news, can we... Wait, what was I going to show? I got distracted now. Oh yeah, I was going to show my Sky News interview. There's 5 parts to my Sky News interview. So I know I already played this earlier, but let me play this again and then I'll go to the rest of the clips after, okay? Oh wow, 180,000 views on this. Wow, I got a lot of views on this. Look at that.
Saw over the weekend the Vice President JD Vance. He conducted talks in Islamabad between the US and Iran, but that ended without a deal after Iranian officials refused to accept the American terms. This is what JD Vance said.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Goldie, so look, the ceasefire is obviously fragile as it is. There's a blockade happening, as we've just discussed. No deal was able to be reached on nuclear. How do you see it playing out now?
The way I see it playing it out is President Trump is going to finish the job, and that's exactly what we Iranians want. I mean, I had a feeling that these so-called negotiations, it was basically just the front for President Trump to do whatever he needs to do behind the scenes. Ultimately, President Trump gave the Islamic regime one final chance to come to a deal. And let me be very clear about something. The deal that President Trump wants, he has been very open and clear about that. His deal has always been unconditional surrender, or we eradicate you. So basically, he gave the Islamic regime one final opportunity for unconditional surrender. The Islamic regime said no. They still, think that they have the right to nuclear and uranium enrichment, which they absolutely don't, because Iran signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty before 1979, before the Islamic regime came into power. So they have no right to do that anyway. But basically what's happening right now is President Trump is just showing the world that you cannot negotiate with terrorists. And this is exactly what we Iranians who have been held hostage by them have been saying. So we're very grateful for this. And I have a feeling President Trump is going to move forward and he's going to eradicate the Islamic regime and get rid of this cancer that has been infesting not just Iran, but the rest of the world once and for all.
And look, that's what we, hope and pray for, and we hope for a better life for Iran. Absolutely. Donald Trump actually did speak. He following those failed peace talks. I thought it was interesting what he said. Let's have a listen.
Regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country, and so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal. Maybe they don't.
Goldie, what's your take on that? Does America still win even if Iran does not come to the table on this?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, America has already won regardless. I mean, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take. I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with this brutal 7th century, weird Shia Islamic death cult that glorifies martyrdom. So there are a lot of radicals still, alive, controlling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And for them, they believe that, their purpose is to bring about the end of the, end times and Armageddon or, whatever. So they're never going to surrender. And I think President Trump has essentially shown the rest of the world how brutal and savage these people are. You cannot negotiate them. You cannot rationalize with them. But, all their leaders are dead. The current supreme dictator, Mojtaba Khamenei, we don't even know if he's alive or not. No one has seen him or heard from him. All their leaders are dead. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. They have no air defense system left. So basically what we're seeing is the last dying breaths of a collapsing dictatorship. And President Trump is absolutely right. Whether or not they come to a deal or not, America has already won.
Well, I just want to ask you about that. You mentioned Mojtaba Khamenei. There are reports that he's reportedly severely disfigured after sustaining leg and face injuries during the initial US-Israel airstrikes on Tehran back in February. I mean, you know, we've seen statements that have apparently come from him, Goldie, but nobody's actually seen his face. Nobody has seen him in public since February. How much longer can the regime really keep up this facade that he's alive and doing so well?
Not much longer. I mean, Iranian people inside of occupied Iran already know the truth. Iranians outside already know the truth. But for some reason, there's this weird phenomena where you have these like woke lefties, these Democrats, these communists, these jihadis, pretty much anyone who is anti-America and anti-Israel. They're going out there and pretending as if the Islamic regime is winning, which is the farthest thing from the truth. You know, one thing that no one ever talks about is the fact that the previous supreme dictator, Khamenei, the father of the current one, who's disfigured or whatever, they still haven't had an official public burial for him. So they haven't even buried the first Khamenei, and that's because the Islamic regime is too afraid to hold a state funeral for the previous supreme dictator. So how is that winning when the Islamic regime is too afraid to even have a burial for the previous one?
Now
So that's the first clip. I'll go to the second one. I saw someone mention about interviewing with Rita. I actually had an interview with Rita Panahi, a few years ago during the whole woman life freedom movement. And Rita and I, we follow each other. We're mutuals. I love Rita. She's fantastic. Rita is literally one of my absolute all-time favorite people. So yeah, I actually interviewed with her years ago. Yeah, I love Rita. Let's see if I can find it. Wait. I think I must have uploaded it. I must have uploaded that to something, but oh wait, look at this. Okay. Yeah, here we go.
On Sky News Australia, this is the Rita Panahi Show over.
Wait. This is from 2 years ago. I'll go back to the interview after. Okay, here we go. This is from 2 years ago.
State of affairs where you can't go to McDonald's with your kid to have a Happy Meal without having to run through that rabble.
That's right, Rita. If you're just going for a cheeseburger or a Big Mac with your family, you should be able to do it in peace and heart.
I think done with the police blaming the victims, the VLs were.
Here we go.
My next guest is an Iranian-Canadian politician from Ontario who gave a speech that went viral recently. Goldie Gamari spoke out about how her family escaped Iran after the Islamic Revolution turned the country into an Islamist hellhole, particularly for women. Her family sought and were granted refuge in Canada, but in a speech that's been shared far and wide, particularly by members of the Jewish community, she spoke of how she's seeing signs of that ugly ideology she fled in the West, in Canada, where even before Israel's counteroffensive, crowds gathered to celebrate Hamas's horrific attack against Israeli civilians on October 7. Let's have a look.
When my parents immigrated to Canada in...
All right, anyway, so yes, I have interviewed with Rita Panahi before. I love her. Yeah, well, I'm a little bit younger. I'm a little bit chubbier. I have lost some weight. So yeah, but then when I was much younger than this, when I first ran for office, I actually lost a lot of weight. So I was dangerously skinny because I was like campaigning and door knocking and I wasn't eating well. So I was like super skinny and then I gained weight and now I'm like, I've lost some of the weight. But anyway, so I mean, if you guys want to watch that, I could share that at some point. But yes, I have been on Rita's show before and I love her. But anyways, going back to my Sky News interview, guys, that speech is from a while ago. I can play it later. But no, I didn't say that you guys called me fat. I'm just saying, like, I look different because there's like some weight gain. Guys, listen, let me tell you something. When you become a politician, like, you know how like there's like the freshman 15? It's like the political 30. That's what it is. Because all of a sudden you go from like campaigning and door knocking where you're like walking like 30,000, 40,000 steps a day to basically sitting 12 hours a day, just, doing work like a desk job. And it's like a huge like lifestyle change. So anyways, let's continue with my Sky News interview.
Is the UK Prime Minister statesman.
Wait, this is not the right one. What is this? What link? Wait, what is this? What? Here we go. Wait, that was the right one. Okay.
Well, how embarrassing is the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer? Once again, finding himself on the wrong side of history when it comes to Iran. I mean, the nerve of this village idiot to actually insert himself as playing some sort of a key role in the conflict and ceasefire. Have a look at his latest propaganda montage.
Prime Minister, what is the purpose of your visit here in the Gulf? What kind of influence do you think you can have?
Honestly, this is so cringe. Like, this is just so cringy and so weird. Like, I was watching this and I was laughing behind the scenes like this village idiot.
I mean, really? Really? UK Labor is trying to portray him as some sort of international man of mystery, international statesman. And so first he says that the Iran war is not our war. Remember, he repeated that multiple times. Then he hops on a flight to Saudi Arabia. As soon as a ceasefire is reached by Donald Trump, he puts out that propaganda, takes the time out to pose for a photo during his golf tour. Seriously. And then bizarrely takes all the credit.
Well, we've just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome and I think there'll be a sense of real relief. There certainly is across the region.
Who is this we that he speaks of? We. He did nothing. Okay, he is about as useful as a useful idiot. As someone pointed out on social media, Keir Starmer's assistance in the Strait of Hormuz is akin to this. Well, joining me now is Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie Gamari. Goldie, good to have you on the show. I mean, what on earth is this weak and hopeless UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer doing? What input has he had into the war?
Okay, so what I really wanted to say is that Keir Starmer is living up to his first name, but I can't say that on TV, right? So, but to all of you guys, what I really wanted to say is Keir Starmer is really living up to the meaning of his first name. And the Iranians know what I'm talking about.
Well, he's had absolutely no input. Him and his disastrous government policies have basically made the UK irrelevant. The United Kingdom is one of the few countries, I think maybe the only country in Europe left that has not designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So I have a feeling that when Keir Starmer says we, he's referring to himself and the Islamic regime, because it seems more and more to me, and the vast majority of the Iranian diaspora and Iranians in occupied Iran as well, that Keir Starmer is basically just supporting the Islamic regime. And I think this
very bizarre and sad video shows exactly that.
I completely agree with you. I noticed that even Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, he put out this social media post. We'll bring it up. He said, the United Kingdom has endlessly appeased the criminal regime in Iran. The Prime Minister speaks of protecting the innocent civilians of Iran, but failed to act to help stop the regime's massacre of 40,000 innocent Iranians in January. He goes on to say the Iranian people will remember who stood with them in their hour of need and who stood against them. Goldie, is he right? Because, I mean, it's not just Starmer, is it? There's other world leaders from the West in particular, even Australia, who have been really hopeless on this matter. Will the Iranian people remember this moment?
Absolutely, we will. We will remember who spoke out in support of the innocent, unarmed Iranians, over 45,000 slaughtered in 2 days alone. We're also going to remember who was silent, and we're going to remember who has been trying to appease the Islamic regime. Ultimately, I feel like the United Kingdom has been invaded by a lot of these, jihadi, terror-supporting type individuals. And Keir Starmer is more worried about his jihadi voter base and pleasing his jihadi voter base than he is about doing the right thing right now. And it's very obvious. And His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, 100% right. We will remember the people that stood with the Iranian people, but we will also remember those who stood against the Iranian people. And Keir Starmer is going to go down in history as one of the worst prime ministers in the United Kingdom, and shame on him and his government.
Yeah, absolutely. He really is the worst. He's just an absolute appalling leader. Let's talk about this news that we heard. The US President Donald Trump, he's announced the US will begin a sweeping all or nothing blockade, he's calling it, of the Strait of Hormuz, vowing to fight back against world extortion and choke off Iran's oil profits. He's warned that no country, so no ally even or adversary, will be allowed to bypass this crackdown. Goldie, Donald Trump is not mucking around here. What does this development mean?
Good for President Trump. When it comes to the Middle East, they only understand the language of strength. If you try to appease, if you try to negotiate, if you try to meet in the middle, the way that the Islamic regime will view that is from a position of weakness, not a position of negotiation. So President Trump, 100% doing the right thing. I fully support him. Iranians fully support him. The Islamic regime is ultimately a bully. They have been holding the entire world hostage. And the only ones who are trying to appease the Islamic regime right now are basically doing so because they want cheap oil. But that cheap oil comes at the price of the blood of the innocent Iranian people who have been oppressed for the last 47 years. So good on President Trump. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the rest of the world to do the right thing, to support the Iranian people in their fight to liberate themselves from a brutal Islamic dictatorship that has held our country hostage for the last 47 years.
Absolutely. I mean, Donald Trump is doing what no other world leader has had the guts or the courage to do. I mean, you've got an Iranian regime massacring its own civilians with its finger on the nuclear pulse, and Donald Trump is the only one to say, no, enough is enough. So I, too, absolutely commend his bravery on this. Now, we saw over the weekend the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He conducted talks in Islamabad between the US and Iran, but that ended without a deal after Iranian officials refused to accept the American terms. This is what J.D. Vance said.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Goldie, so look, the ceasefire is obviously fragile as it is. There's a blockade happening, as we've just discussed. No deal was able to be reached on nuclear. How do you see it playing out now?
The way I see it playing it out is President Trump is going to finish the job, and that's exactly what we Iranians want. I mean, I had a feeling that these so-called negotiations, it was basically just a front for President Trump to do whatever he needs to do behind the scenes. Ultimately, President Trump gave the Islamic regime one final chance to come to a deal. And let me be very clear about something. The deal that President Trump wants, he has been very open and clear about that. His deal has always been unconditional surrender or we eradicate you. So basically, he gave the Islamic regime one final opportunity for unconditional surrender. The Islamic regime said no. They still, think that they have the right to nuclear and uranium enrichment, which they absolutely don't, because Iran signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty before 1979, before the Islamic regime came into power. So they have no right to do that anyway. But basically what's happening right now is President Trump is just showing the world that you cannot negotiate with terrorists. And this is exactly what we Iranians who have been held hostage by them have been saying. So we're very grateful for this. And I have a feeling President Trump is going to move forward and he's going to eradicate the Islamic regime and get rid of this cancer that has been infesting not just Iran, but the rest of the world once and for all.
And look, that's what we, hope and pray for, and we hope for a better life for Iran. Absolutely. Donald Trump actually did speak. He following those failed peace talks. I thought it was interesting what he said. Let's have a listen.
Regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't.
Goldie, what's your take on that? Does America still win even if Iran does not come to the table on this?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, America has already won regardless. I mean, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take. I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with this brutal 7th century, weird Shia Islamic death cult that glorifies martyrdom. So there are a lot of radicals still, alive, controlling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And for them, they believe that, their purpose is to bring about the end of the, end times and Armageddon or, whatever. So they're never going to surrender. And I think President Trump has essentially shown the rest of the world how brutal and savage these people are. You cannot negotiate them. You cannot rationalize with them. But, all their leaders are dead. The current supreme dictator, Moshtaba Khamenei, we don't even know if he's alive or not. No one has seen him or heard from him. All their leaders are dead. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. They have no air defense system left. So basically what we're seeing is the last dying breaths of a collapsing dictatorship. And President Trump is absolutely right. Whether or not they come to a deal or not, America has already won.
Well, I just want to ask you about that. You mentioned Moshtaba Khamenei. There are reports that he's reportedly severely disfigured after sustaining leg and face injuries during the initial US-Israel airstrikes on Tehran back in February. I mean, we've seen statements that have apparently come from him, Goldie, but nobody's actually seen his face. Nobody has seen him in public since February. How much longer can the regime really keep up this facade that he's alive and doing so well?
Not much longer. I mean, Iranian people inside of occupied Iran already know the truth. Iranians outside already know the truth. But for some reason, there's this weird phenomena where you have these woke lefties, these Democrats, these communists, these jihadis, pretty much anyone who is anti-America and anti-Israel. They're going out there and pretending as if the Islamic regime is winning, which is the farthest thing from the truth. One thing that no one ever talks about is the fact that the previous supreme dictator, Khamenei, the father of the current one, who's disfigured or whatever, they still haven't had an official public burial for him. So they haven't even buried the first Khamenei, and that's because the Islamic regime is too afraid to hold a state funeral for the previous supreme dictator. So how is that winning when the Islamic regime is too afraid to even have a burial for the previous one?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? I think that it's so clear. You're right that the regime is putting on this facade right now. No, everything's fine. They are on their knees. The regime is literally gasping for air day by day. And I just want to pick up that point because, you mentioned the woke left, the Democrats in particular, that they have really lost the plot on this issue. They are all standing on the wrong side of history. They should be actually supporting Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the enemy here. And I wanted to ask you about this because I saw this picture of you with your MAGA hat on, wearing it with so much pride. How much
Guys, the photo of me with my mega hat went viral. Wait, let me go find my mega hat. I'll be right back. Look at that. So honestly, this was basically just
I got a MAGA hat as, a souvenir from a special someone when they were on a business trip in the United States. And I was like, get me a souvenir. So they got me a pink Trump MAGA hat. And I was just like, oh, this is so cute. So I just took a selfie with my MAGA hat, and my selfie made it to Sky News Australia. So that was I thought that was kind of cute. Yeah, there you go. There's my MAGA hat.
Donald Trump is not the enemy here. And I wanted to ask you about this because I saw this picture of you with your MAGA hat on, wearing it with so much pride. How much appreciation do Iranians have for what Donald Trump has done here, and the noise that's coming from the left and the Democrats?
Well, all I can say is if President Trump is probably more popular in occupied Iran than he is in the United States. He probably has I don't know, over 90% approval in occupied Iran, which just goes to show that I think the woke left and the Democrats have really lost the plot, because Iranians understand and know that President Trump and his administration are fighting to liberate the Iranian people. Meanwhile, you have Democrats who are actively attacking President Trump. And what's even more concerning about that is that I constantly monitor Islamic Regime State TV, and Islamic Regime State TV is actually promoting Democrats and their posts that are attacking President Trump. For example, just a few days ago, the Islamic regime was promoting Chuck Schumer's posts, and he was criticizing President Trump. And, to me, it just goes to show, if the Islamic regime is broadcasting and promoting posts made by Democrats to attack President Trump, it really goes to show that the Democrats have lost the plot. And to me, it kind of seems a little bit treasonous too.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. It is really, really treasonous. I mean, their behaviour has been just absolutely appalling. Goldie, before we let you go, what are you hearing from Iranians right now in that country? How are they feeling about everything that's been happening?
I mean, there was a little bit of concern initially when President Trump said that there was going to be a ceasefire, because the one thing that Iranians in occupied Iran are saying, despite the internet shutdown, we still get a few messages coming through. And the main message is that they want President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to finish the job. Iranians are more afraid of the Islamic regime surviving and remaining in power than they are of the bombs that are currently being dropped on IRGC facilities. And that just goes to show you how evil, barbaric, and cruel the Islamic regime is, and what sort of hell Iranians have been living under for the last 47 years. So the message that Iranians have right now is, President Trump, please finish the job. And what I can say is that after news came that these negotiations were unsuccessful, that actually made Iranians very happy and very hopeful, because ultimately the only person that we Iranians trust to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning democratic secular society is the Crown Prince of Iran, the leader of Iran's Lion and Sun Revolution, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi.
As I said earlier, I mean, we can only pray that it gets to that point and Iranians are liberated once again. Goldie Gamari, it's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you so much for your wonderful insights. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on. Happy to come back anytime.
Guys, what'd you think of my interview? Yes, so people who are asking that about wait, not that one. Where's the quote? Someone said, watch the video today, said you were banned. Yes, actually, I was banned for over 24 hours and now I'm back. I'm still trying to figure out what happened, but we'll see. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys so you know what? This interview, I was looking forward to it, but at the same time, guys, this is I was a little bit off my game, because this interview happened literally 1 or 2 hours after I was banned from YouTube. So I'm on YouTube, I'm streaming, and then all of a sudden I'm banned and I can't come back on. And I'm like, what is going on here? And then I had to do this interview. Danica was great though. I love her so much. She was amazing. So this interview actually did make me feel a lot better. So I'm going to take little clips of this and, I'll share it here and there. Yeah, so I was super stressed out in this interview, because I was just I've been banned from YouTube. What's going on? But anyways, I'm back. So let's see how it goes. And Danica was fantastic. Hopefully I can go back at some point because she was amazing. All right, guys. I'm going to end the live stream here because I need Armin for this. So you know how I said that I'm never going to go on Piers Morgan again? Remember how I said I'm never going to go on Piers Morgan again until they have Armin on first? So I got like 2 different invites for Piers Morgan that I ignored for this week. And then today I got an invite to be on an all Iranian panel. All Iranian panel. So it's apparently some sort of like special taping. And they really wanted me on. And apparently it's like Iranians that they've had on in the past. And I'm like, all Iranian, who's going to be on? So they gave me a bunch of names. And then I found out, oh, one of the people that's going to be on is, wait, I can't swear. One of the people that's going to be on is this Mola Agenda. انگار این میخواد فردا بره رو پیرس مورگن. تا اسم اینو به من گفتن. Oh, believe me, I tried to negotiate with them. I tried to be like, I want Armin on the panel. And they said, oh, this is only for like Iranians who have been on the show before. So I actually didn't want to go because I was like, I don't want to deal with this. But then این حرومزاده انگار فردا میخواد فردا بره رو پیرس مورگن. No, guys, he's MEK. He's MEK. Guys, we hate the MEK even more than the Islamic regime. I know, so I have to go. Oh, I'm not going to scream at him, guys. Maybe not. من میدونم چجوری باید. Yeah, of course. He wants me to yell at people. آره، این خیلی حرومزاده است. میخوام برم همون جوری که به چرندی مرندی یه چیزی گفتم. دوست دارم که فردا از طرف همه شما یه حرفی هم به این حرومزاده هم بزنم. نگران نباشین. So this is why I agreed to go on Piers Morgan, because this حرومزاده, apparently it's not confirmed, ولی انگار, no, he's MEK. Remember, MEK is the Marxist Islamist cult. Remember? I have no idea if Elika is going. I hope Elika is going. So I don't know. The panel hasn't been confirmed 100%. I'm still waiting. But اگه این حرومزاده داره میره اونجا, oh yeah. I'm going to go because I want to say something to him. دوست دارم یه دو کلمه از طرف همه شما بهش یه چیزی بگم. Guys, I haven't lost my cool on Piers Morgan yet. But ببین, تا این قیافه منو ببینه خودمون میدونیم. Like as soon as this guy sees my face, he's going to freak the F out. So yeah, I'm going. Listen, okay, so you know what? I tried. Listen, I even tried that. Look at this. Wait, how do I make this big? Wait, let me save this. Guys, I tried. I even tried to get them to promise, like, okay, well, if I come on, can you get Armin another spot? Look at this. Right? You see this? I was trying. So can we find him a spot this week? Hi, I'll be frank with you. I'm not sure if and when we will have him on. We're taping our last show for this week. Okay, then can we find him a spot? I appreciate the audience. And she's like, can't promise anything. Sorry. So believe me, I tried because like the only reason that I agreed to this particular panel is because it's an all Iranian special taping, because they've been trying to get me on for the last few weeks and I've been saying no. I'm like, no, I'm not interested. I'm not going to do it. If you want someone, get Armin to go on. And now they're doing this all Iranian panel with like, you know, previous guests. So, and the only reason that I finally said yes is because this Harumzade is going to be there. خیلی میخوام روبروی این حرومزاده بشم. دوست دارم یه دو کلمه بهش بگم. فقط میخوام بهش بگم مرتی که پدر سوخته. میخوام بیام سیبیل تو بکنم. دونه دونه میخوام سیبیل تو بکنم. Could you imagine if I said that on Piers Morgan? Oh my gosh. مرتی که حرومزاده دست من بیفتی سیبیل تو دونه دونه میکنم. Should I say that? Tack. How do I say it properly? How do you say it properly? شکم مرتی که حرومزاده زیر دست من بیفتی سیبیل تو دونه دونه از صورتت میکنم. I don't know what to say. I probably won't say that. I won't say that. But I do want to go there because no. The mustaches is not an MEK thing. A lot of people have mustaches. A lot of Iranian men have amazing mustaches. This guy just looks like a harumzadeh because he's a harumzadeh. Like he just looks like a loser because he is a loser. He is a loser. That's why he just looks like a loser. It has nothing to do with his mustache. He just looks like garbage because he is garbage. But you know, basically he's gonna go and he's gonna like, I guarantee you, he's just gonna like spout a whole bunch of like communist, Islamist, jihadi, blah 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 nonsense, right? So, anyways, yeah, I will tech it on him. Don't worry. Yeah. I will do that. So there we go. That's why I have to end the show. But yes, I'm going on an all Iranian panel because the MEK will be there and I have to make sure that I call out the MEK. So pray for me. But you know what? Pray more for this Harumzadeh that he doesn't poop his pants. Are they the Antifa? No. The MEK are not the Antifa of Iran. The MEK are the Marxist Islamist jihadi death cult of Iran, and the MEK actually helped the Islamic regime overthrow the Shah and turn into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. And I actually have a video of the MEK here. So let me go to the playlist, because if you go to my Iran Revolution Live like YouTube playlist, I actually have all the relevant videos here from like the intro, but like other things. And I know I have the MEK video somewhere here as well. Where's the MEK video? Where's the MEK video? Wait. Where's the MEK video? Monarchist Inqilab Iran. That's the Yahman. Okay, here we go.
In Washington.
Okay, guys.
They are
so that MEK guy that I despise, this is what he represents. Here's a 4-minute video about the MEK. The MEK are anti-America. the MEK are the ones that actually were responsible for the U.S. Embassy hostage taking in 1979, right? So, you know, the Iranians who took the U.S. Embassy hostage, it was the MEK. It was the MEK, and then after they did that, it was endorsed by the Islamic regime. So this Harumzadeh, right? This Harumzadeh here, this guy, it was him and his cult that were responsible for the American hostage taking. 444 days. It was these people here. Yeah. All right. Let me give you MEK 101, right? Jihadi Durka 101.
In Washington, they are sold as freedom fighters, the democratic alternative for Iran. But before we buy the packaging, we need to read the receipts. Founded in 1965, the MEK combined Islamic theology with Marxist ideology. Their mission? To destroy the Shah's government and drive American imperialism out of Iran. From the start, they followed two tracks: armed struggle and propaganda. In the 1970s, they used bombs to target American personnel. They assassinated at least 6 U.S. citizens, including military officers Lieutenant Colonel Lewis Hawkins, Colonel Paul Schaefer, and Lieutenant Colonel Jack Turner. Their radicalism was fueled by deep ties to the Palestine Liberation Organization, sending members to training camps in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Their platform called for the total uprooting of Zionist foundations. When the U.S. Embassy was seized in 1979, the MEK actively participated. They declared, "After the Shah, it's America's turn." In the wake of...
Did you catch that? It was the MEK that did the U.S. Embassy hostage crisis. And yet they right now, they are lobbying in the United States. They're lobbying in the United States as if they're like, you know, like some normal lobby group or resistance. No. Why is this guy? Why is the MEK? This guy is in Washington, D.C. So his weird jihadi death cult was responsible for the U.S. hostage crisis in 1979. And yet this disgusting jihadi terrorist is in the United States in Washington, D.C. and he's pretending, guys, he's a TEDx speaker. Senator Ted Cruz needs to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, not Ted Cruz, Secretary of State Marco Rubio needs to deport this guy and every single MEK. They're responsible for the U.S. hostage crisis in 1979. Yeah, this is why I agreed. This is why I agreed to go on Piers Morgan, because I'm going to expose all of this tomorrow. Yeah. So we're doing our homework together. We're doing our homework together.
Colonel Jack Turner. Their radicalism was fueled by deep ties to the Palestine Liberation Organization, sending members to training camps in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Their platform called for the total uprooting of Zionist foundations. When the U.S. Embassy was seized in 1979, the MEK actively participated. They declared, "After the Shah, it's America's turn." In the wake of the failed U.S. rescue attempt, they placed their military units at the disposal of the Revolutionary Guards to fight America. Once the hostage...
Do you see how they're treating Americans? Guys, these blindfolded Americans. So first of all, do you see here? They're burned. So the MEK, Mujahideen. Mujahideen, by the way, means fighters of jihad. Okay, so these fighters of jihad are burning the American flag. Okay, these are the communists. The communists are burning the American flag. Okay.
Wake of the failed
And then here, these are the MEK, and these are the American hostages. Guys, this is how the MEK treated American citizens in 1979, and now those same MEK terrorists are in the United States pretending as if they're like pro-America freedom fighters. The MEK are even worse than the Islamic regime. خاک تو سرشون. خاک تو سرشون. Yeah. He's in Washington. He's in Washington. Look, account base in the United States. These people are in the United States. They took Americans hostage in 1979. What the hell are they doing in the United States? Look.
U.S. rescue attempt. They placed their military units at the disposal.
Look how they're treating American citizens. These are the same people who are in the United States right now. They're in the United States. Look how they were treating American citizens in 1979. This is infiltration. This is jihad. This is the enemy within.
Of the Revolutionary Guards to fight America. Once the hostages were released, the MEK condemned it as a surrender and labeled restoring U.S. ties as treason.
Did you catch that? So when the hostages were released, the MEK said this is treason. This is treason.
A surrender and labeled restoring U.S. ties as treason.
Right? So this guy who lives in the United States, okay? This guy who lives in the United States believes that surrendering and releasing the American hostages back to the United States is treason because this guy wants jihad with the United States, and yet he's living in Washington, D.C. right now. Literally, he is a threat. He is a threat to national security, and yet him and every single other MEK person have been living freely in the United States for the last 47 years.
Following a fallout with the new regime, they fled to Iraq to become foot soldiers for Saddam Hussein. In 1991, they reportedly helped Saddam's guard crush Shia and Kurdish uprisings. Inside their camps, they became a cult. Reports describe forced divorces, stolen children, and re-education prisons for dissenters. Because of these violent acts, the U.S. State Department designated the MEK as a foreign terrorist organization in 1997. However, the MEK launched a massive, multi-million-dollar lobbying campaign in Western capitals. In 2012, during the Obama administration, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton delisted them. But even then, the U.S. government warned, "We have not forgotten their past terrorism." Today, the goal is rebranding. The message is polished. The events look official. The branding says freedom. But the record does not change. An official State Department report was clear. They are shunned by most Iranians and are fundamentally undemocratic. They are not a viable alternative for Iran. However, some prominent U.S. political figures and advocacy networks have tried to rebrand the MEK. But make no mistake, these are paid appearances.
And MEK is leading the way to a free Iran.
Is there an alternative to the mullahs, to the dictatorship? And the answer is yes. It's the resistance. It's the MEK. It's Mrs. Rajavi.
The MEK has funneled massive sums into speakers' fees, but they are not buying legitimacy. They're renting it. Today, they hide behind shell groups like the Organization of Iranian American Community to appear popular. They can still push the same narrative through lobbying and legacy media, and they even disable comments across their digital platforms because they cannot handle public feedback. But we've seen the history. We're not buying the packaging. We're reading the receipts.
Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? So people telling me to send this to Marco Rubio. I don't have Marco Rubio's contact info. Who funds their organization? Very, very interesting question. Yeah, very good question. Okay, listen, this video is available on my YouTube. I'll share the link here in all the chats. Okay, so if you guys have access to Marco Rubio, you can send it to him. Please do so. And because like a lot of you are shocked, I'll play this again because now you guys know what to expect, right? But guys, the MEK is evil. Like they're even worse than the Islamic regime in some ways, because it was the MEK that actually gave way for the Islamic regime to get into power, right? And yeah, they've infiltrated the United States. They've infiltrated American politics for a very long time. And it's only like recently that we've been able to speak out against them. Oh, Laura Loomer is all over this. Laura Loomer has already spoken about the MEK. She's all over this. But guys, I just want to say there's a reason that Pence and Bolton and all these people, they are not in President Trump's current administration, right? Like, thank God, the people that are in President Trump's current administration have absolutely nothing to do with the MEK, okay? Because I have a feeling President Trump knows exactly what's going on. But yeah, Mike Pence is a sellout. Rudy Giuliani, I mean, he was gross anyway, he's a sellout. John Bolton, he's a sellout. Like, they've all basically sold their souls because the MEK gives them a lot of money for speaking fees and appearances, right?
In Washington, they are sold as freedom fighters, the democratic alternative for Iran. But before we buy the packaging, we need to read the receipts. Founded in 1965, the MEK combined Islamic theology with Marxist ideology. Their mission? To destroy the Shah's government and drive American imperialism out of Iran. From the start, they followed two tracks: armed struggle and propaganda. In the 1970s, they used bombs to target American personnel. They assassinated at least 6 U.S. citizens, including military officers Lieutenant Colonel Lewis Hawkins, Colonel Paul Schaefer, and Lieutenant Colonel Jack Turner. Their radicalism was fueled by deep ties to the Palestine Liberation Organization, sending members to training camps in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Their platform called for the total uprooting of Zionist foundations. When the U.S. Embassy was seized in 1979, the MEK actively participated. They declared, "After the Shah, it's America's turn." In the wake of the failed U.S. rescue attempt, they placed their military units at the disposal of the Revolutionary Guards to fight America. Once the hostages were released, the MEK condemned it as a surrender and labeled restoring U.S. ties as treason. Following a fallout with the new regime, they fled to Iraq to become foot soldiers for Saddam Hussein. In 1991, they reportedly helped Saddam's guard crush Shia and Kurdish uprisings. Inside their camps, they became a cult. Reports describe forced divorces, stolen children, and re-education prisons for dissenters. Because of these violent acts, the U.S. State Department designated the MEK as a foreign terrorist organization in 1997. However, the MEK launched a massive, multi-million-dollar lobbying campaign in Western capitals. In 2012, during the Obama administration, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton delisted them. But even then, the U.S. government warned, "We have not forgotten their past terrorism." Today, the goal is rebranding. The message is polished. The events look official. The branding says freedom. But the record does not change. An official State Department report was clear. They are shunned by most Iranians and are fundamentally undemocratic. They are not a viable alternative for Iran. However, some prominent U.S. political figures and advocacy networks have tried to rebrand the MEK. But make no mistake, these are paid appearances.
and MEK is leading the way to a free Iran.
Is there an alternative to the mullahs, to the dictatorship? And the answer is yes. It's the resistance. Yep. It's the MEK. Yep. It's Mrs. Rajavi.
The MEK has funneled massive sums into speakers' fees, but they are not buying legitimacy. They're renting it. Today, they hide behind shell groups like the Organization of Iranian American Community to appear popular. They can still push the same narrative through lobbying and legacy media, and they even disable comments across their digital platforms because they cannot handle public feedback. But we've seen the history. We're not buying the packaging. We're reading the receipts.
Oh, wait, it went to jihadi politics. Jihadi Pilates next. There you go, guys. So there is your intro to the MEK. And yeah, this is why when I found out that this Harumzadeh is going to be on tomorrow, apparently, yeah, I'm going to go because I want to tear him a new one. Bon qiyafeh avazish. Oh yeah, by the way, he's blocked me, right? He's blocked me because he's scared of me. So, نگران نباش. You blocked me. فردا روبرو همدیگه رو میبینیم. فقط you're just lucky that it's, you know, behind the camera. You're just lucky it's behind the camera. So anyways, there you go, guys. So, yeah. So that's why I got to go. Because I have to get ready for tomorrow. I have to wake up early. And yeah, deal with why would I don't have time to make another account. حوصله‌شو ندارم یه account دیگه. When is Rajavi going to meet with Pahlavi? Never. Rajavi is a terrorist, and she's like, they're never going to meet with Pahlavi because they're garbage and they just deserve to just, you know, rot in hell and then just stay in Camp Ashraf. Why would they ever meet with Pahlavi? They're disgusting terrorist jihadi people. Look, that's so messed up. So messed up you even say that. Anyways, okay, guys, I'm going to play some songs and then we're going to call it a night. So I'll play a few that you guys have not heard yet. Do you guys have any requests, by the way? Do you have any requests for songs? Let me know in the chat because, I mean, I can just kind of like stick around and play songs. No. Only like Iran Revolution live songs. Like, I'm not going to play just like random, like this isn't karaoke night. This isn't karaoke night. No, I'm not going to play Hamrazman. I've already played Hamrazman before. Savakzadeh. I know that Iranians like that, but it's not like we're going to go with like just more upbeat stuff. Like we're going to just kind of stick to all right. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm going to start with a fan favorite. The Pahlavi motorcycle guy one? Which one's the Pahlavi motorcycle guy? The Tusi troll song? Oh, Cardboard Tusi? Okay.
سید سلام چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میافتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت ساکتش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار بین آب خنک بخورین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم ایران مردمش وطن پرستن از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی توف به هر چی مسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفتی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن، شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن، رخه رو بگید اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مشت سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه. مقصد کجاست؟ میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیم مدیما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی بانو آیده بود، اسم این مشخاین رو توش بیاریم، ولی خب لازم بود دیگه. فکر کنم بانو آیده.
Tall and flat, don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line, not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am cardboard to see, hey! Same speech, new day on replay. Cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Foo! Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times, dope. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog, explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. I am cardboard to see, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror. Oh, flat but famous, loud and clear. Even cardboard gets it. Why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
نتونستید بچه ها. حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست، شما پیروز نشدید. انا لله.
عالی میدیم میکشیمتون بالا 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 تر، عالی میشه. ماشین پر میاد خالی میریم، جانی دیگه ساقی کیه؟ همه چی که داره قاطی میشه، خشبامون داره خالی میشه. جنازه بو قاضی میده، بلی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی. جای لاستیکا روت بری به درک میمیری، زر تو جعب دلی بری. نمیدونی جای ما رو، میکشیم زامنا رو، میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو. آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو، روی جنازت میرقصم. حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا، به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم. حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا، به این کار میریم همه بالا. شله آقازاده شده خودت. کتله تو کجه مجه، زمین های شهر پر سوسه، داره آتیش بگیره. حوزه موزه انگاه همه کنکوری، رشته تناب ملت تو رو دوره کنه. مال مای شب لگت میزنیم باشه درا، زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا. چشات سیاه میرن، چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا. میبینی دیر نیست ببینی، میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم، میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم، میکنیم ریز میمیریم. روی جنازت میرقصم. حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا، به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا پیکار میریم همه بالا چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم کت تا چقدر تر تازن جمع ما جمع همه پاین صف میکنیم تنوارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن فواره کرد رگ پارد برو خونیمونی نشه پاچه میکنیم شب و صفا میگیرین شب و عزا میریزه سر تو بلا ملا بدنا میشه از سر و سوا دوا موا چیه ادا مدا مپا ساس فتا متا باجا ماجا ناجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire
امشب شب خوبیه خنده رو لمهای ما پیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده همه با هم هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر پر وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد بوق ماشین سوت همسایه شب شده مثل رویاست دوره ترس تموم شد خامنه ای کشته شد هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده حالا با هم هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر 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 مای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد مای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر ار ار خامنه ای پر پر وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Dead, 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 is dead. Dead, 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 is dead. Dead, is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
Welcome back to the Young Dorks. Not so young anymore, but still overconfident. The show where people who've never lived in Iran explain Iran to Iranians from a studio in Los Angeles. I'm Chunky Yogurt. And that's Anna Banana. Where human rights get debated like sports. Street protests are called complicated. And a louder voice usually wins. Let's tell a nation how it works. Hey. 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 Step to the pound, I run the whole show. Not even my turn, but I never go slow. 8-minute ramble, nobody stops it. Talk over guests till the logic is lost in it. Millions protesting, I question the motive. Freedom gets framed as a foreign component. Women want rights, I pivot the theme. Turn human struggle to panel routine. My opinions sound like radical extreme. I feign sympathy while I spread my decree. Raise my voice louder whenever I'm pressed. Cut off the speaker, ignore what they said. Wave my hands, interrupt every sentence. Volume replaces the lack of a presence. Yes, bring facts, I call it confusion. Change the subject, control the conclusion. Disrespect packages moral authority. Shouting it down becomes my priority. You live the crackdown at a dodo view. Studio opinion decides what is true. Explain your country with confident tone. Breaking down, tearing from a microphone. You say a revolution, I say hold on and pivot the topic and carry on. I ran in the streets, I changed the station. Redirect heat to another situation. Start talking tearing, I widen the lens. Act like the regime's misunderstood friends. Talking like there's a paycheck with a brand new Benz. Now we in Gaza again and again. Stop talking about Iran, change topic instead. Blame it on Israel, US and my side. Same talking points, repeat the facade. Headline research, never digging too hard. Fake deep analysis from a headline card. Fake news, that's my cue. Massacre claims, not true, not true. Goldie talks, I talk her through. Alicia speaks, I shout that too. Terror, I'm bleeding, I change the view. Zoom out wide, now Gaza's the news. Revolution rising, I downplay the scene. Context matters, mute the screen.
Hate America, still cash that check. Freedom of speech with a studio set. Living the rights that others can't get. Speaking for people I've never met. I ran in the streets, but I run the script. Cut the mic when the truth don't fit. Louder I get, the more I win. Different country, same old spin.
Hey folks, I'm Anna Banana. Welcome aboard for the 3-hour bonanza. Let's unpack it for a minute instead. Chunky, breathe, wipe your forehead. Iran gets mentioned, his blood pressure climbs. Studio melting in record time. Ranting loud, the pressure grows. Everybody catching that overload. 8-minute speeches, heat wave mode. Producer spraying deodorant, trying to keep control. Women got senses that men don't know. Trust me, Chunky, it's powerful though. Makeup crew running hazard patrol. Windows wide, pray for my soul. I'm nodding along like break, take yes, boss. Holding my breath at any cost. Please don't fire me, checks come through. I co-sign every rant you do. The debate gets heated, the stars misalign. Sweating, shouting every single time. Doing it all, all the Ayatollahs is dying. Silence the Iranians! Bring out the wine! I fake every smile to survive the storm. Then ask for fresh air, workplace reform. Let's add context, slow it down, polish the story, smooth the sound. If Iran shouting, mute the noise. Panel the size of people's voice, chasing YouTube hits all day. Red arrow thumbnails lead the way. Rage gets clicks, truth denied. 3 hours yelling, zero inside. Don't like, don't share, just unsubscribe. Bye, 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 bye.
On the mic and I'm doubling down. Not even my turn, but I'm still running my mouth.
Let me finish.
Well, I'm cutting you off. Call it a debate, but at you I scoff. 8 minutes sermon, nobody blinks. Producer frozen, nobody thinks. Even pissed off me, I'm raising the pitch. I take over his show and making my bitch. Breaking news, leadership gone. Airstrike hit and the compound's blown. Still I pivot, rewrite the tone. Explain tearing from my studio throne. Shout over facts till the signal distorts. Turn human pain into panel reports. Never been there, but I understand. Explaining the nation from Hollywood land. If tearing arises, I pivot again. Zoom out, why blame someone else then? Louder I get, the more I win. Same old cycle, same old spin.
Breaking news. Still trying to stay relevant. Khomeini is gone, but the butthurt stays constant. New outrage tomorrow at 7. Different crisis, same expert. Iran, we still love you, but we gotta make a living.
Yeah, that was Project Vendetta. So, guys, everyone check out Project Vendetta. Okay, so I was going to call it a night, and basically, like, I was gonna play Bapiche and then end the live stream because I want to go watch, like, basically what I do every night when I'm done live streaming is I go and I watch Morad Veysi's most recent live stream, and he just finished his live stream. So I want to watch Morad Veysi. But I just checked and it's got English subtitles. So, I mean, if you want, I could live stream it here with the English subtitles, but like I'm not going to like I'm not going to like spend time analyzing it because like I'm tired. This is like my, you know, my chill out time. So, do you want me to play like Morad Veysi's most recent live stream? But you guys are gonna have to figure out the context yourself in the chat, right? So your guys, like, if there's something you don't understand, you guys are gonna have to like figure it out. I mean, I'm gonna watch it anyway, right? So I'm gonna watch it while I eat like my dinner or something because I haven't really had any rest. Sorry, I haven't had anything to eat. But whether or not I'm live streaming, like I'm still gonna watch it. Like I don't go to bed until and unless I watch Morad Veysi's live stream. So up to you guys. I can watch it on my own, or I can live stream it here. I'm gonna eat regardless. Like do you just want me to play it here? Okay, you want me to play it? All right, okay, I'll play it because like I'm gonna watch this anyway. It's an hour long, so oh, I'm not saving this for tomorrow, guys. I don't go to lose some weight. Yeah, you know what? I'm really fat and I need to lose weight. So you know, one of the easiest ways to lose 300 pounds is to ban you know, someone like you. So basically, you know, this is how I lose weight is I basically just ban a loser like you. And then there you go. That's like 500 pounds that I just immediately like lost, right? Like, guys, you wanna lose weight? Just ban people, ban like people from your life. So there you go. Whatever. So here you go. I don't know. I like my chubby face. I don't know what's wrong with my face. I like my chubby face. You know? So there you go. Anyways, all good. All good. Guys, no, listen, it's okay. I just lost weight. I just lost like 500 pounds like that, right? Just lost 500 pounds like that. Oh, guys, oh, thank you so much. Don't worry. Listen, attacks against my appearance and my weight, like it doesn't affect me, guys. You have to remember. Oh no, I'm super chubby. It's fine. Guys, you have to remember. I was in politics for 10 years. I have received every single kind of attack. it never, ever, ever bothers me. Like I literally don't care, right? Like I'm not a model. I'm not an actress. I'm just a random, person who's like speaking out. So there you go. But it's just really funny how these people comment on my appearance and think that it actually bothers me, and it literally doesn't. It literally doesn't bother me. But it's really funny. They're just, I'm still a few steps from Lizzo. So funny. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's weird how these people are like, they make fun of my appearance as if like that's going to impact me, and I'm like, really? Like I was an elected official for I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7 years. What, you think calling me fat is going to like hurt my feelings? Like what is this? Anyways, weird people. But yeah, okay, let's go to Morad Vaisi, since everyone is now okay with, okay, like I said, I'm basically just gonna eat my dinner, and I'm just gonna watch this. So you guys, I will rely on you to like translate amongst one another for context and stuff, because I'm just gonna watch it. Because if I'm not watching it here, I'm gonna be watching it like sitting on my couch anyway, so might as well do it here. All right, are you guys ready? Let's go. Oh my gosh. Okay. I can't play the whole song because it's copyrighted. I can't play the whole song. I can't play it. All right. I'm going to watch this now. Okay. You know what? Can I just say, it's so cute how like at the beginning, like he starts his live stream, but then he's still like, he's adjusting his laptop before he starts his live stream. It's really cute. We really appreciate Amu Morad. Okay.
درود بر شما. بامداد چهارشنبه 26 فروردین 2585 در ایران و شامگاه 14 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. قبل از هر چیزی آخرین خبر رو خدمتتون بگم که ساعتی پیش در تهران 2 انفجار رخ داده. در خیابان سپه.
Okay, I know I promised I wouldn't say anything, but some of you in the chat were asking about the explosions in Tehran, and now Morad Vaisi, he's going to tell you about the explosions in Tehran, and he's going to give you the most reliable and updated news. Okay, so there you go. Because I know some of you were asking about it. And yeah, like there's a lot of fake news on social media and on the internet. But this is why I literally watch Morad Vaisi every night before I go to bed, like religiously, because this is where I get like my actual news from, because he has context and he has contacts on the inside. So a couple hours ago, there were explosions. So now he's going to give us the real facts, not like the, whatever posts you get on X.
خبر خدمتتون بگم که ساعتی پیش در تهران 2 انفجار رخ داده. در خیابان سپه نزدیک خیابون جیهون و انفجار ظاهراً وسیله دستساز بوده. فرمانده سپاه اون منطقه اومده گفته عوامل وطن فروش و خائن بودن. حالا جمهوری اسلامی از همه این عناوین استفاده میکنه. باید بشینیم اطلاعات دیگه منتظر بشینیم ببینیم که چی میاد از این انفجاری که در بامداد امروز در تهران بوده. 2 انفجارم بوده. ظاهرا. اما راجع به محاصره، دومین روز محاصره بود. آمریکایی‌ها اعلام کردند که وزیر خزانه داریشون گفت 6 تا کشتی جمهوری اسلامی رو برگردوندیم، یعنی 6 تا کشتی که از جمهوری اسلامی می اومدن، گفت اینا رو برگردوندیم و اونا برگشتن. اسکات بسنت وزیر خزانه داری آمریکا گفته که ما خشم اقتصادی رو علیه جمهوری اسلامی شروع کردیم. عملیات 40 روزه نظامی آمریکا عنوانش بود خشم حماسی و با استفاده از اون وزیر خزانه داری آمریکا گفته الان در مرحله خشم اقتصادی علیه جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. وزیر کشور جمهوری اسلامی اسکندر مومنی به 16 استاندار مناطق مرزی ایران دستور داده که محاصره دریایی رو بی اثر کنن. من اعتقادم اینه که چون این چیزی ممکن نیست. ممکنه جمهوری اسلامی از ارمنستان یه چیزی بگیره، از ترکیه یک موادی وارد کنه، از عراق هم همینطور. هیچ کدوم از اینا ولی نمیتونن جانشین خلیج فارس بشن. عمده صادرات واردات ایران در خلیج فارسه. عمده واردات صادرات ایران با کشتی انجام میشه. نفتکشان نفت رو میبرن. نفتکشان نفت جمهوری اسلامی رو نبرن، با کامیون نمیشه نفت به ترکیه صادر کرد. اثری نداره. و ترکیه و روسیه و ارمنستان و عراق و حتی طالبان اینا از این وضعیت سود میبرن، ولی به ضرر مردم ایران خواهد بود. در اوایل جنگ ایران و عراق، موقعی که جنوب به خطر افتاد، عمده تجارت ایران افتاد با ترکیه. اون موقع در دهه 1980 اقتصاد ترکیه اقتصاد عقب مانده‌ای بود. از سایه سر جنگ ایران و عراق و احتیاجی که ایران به ترکیه پیدا کرد، اقتصاد ترکیه رونق پیدا کرد. الان هم ترکیه یکی از برنده‌های اصلی این قضیه است. موقعی که در جنوب محاصره دریایی باشه، جمهوری اسلامی متکی به ترکیه میشه، در بین همه همسایه‌اش بیشتر از همه متکی به ترکیه میشه. و ترکیه هم میگه که این بهترین شرایط برای ما. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط نکنه ولی منزوی باشه. اون باعث میشه که ترکیه امتیازات زیادی به دست بیاره. روسیه هم همینطور. روسیه هم دوست داره جمهوری اسلامی منزوی باشه ولی سقوط نکنه که بتونه امتیازات زیادی بگیره. ضمن اینه که الان که نفت جمهوری اسلامی هم قطع میشه، مشتری برای نفت روسیه بیشتر میشه. اصولا حالا که نفت و گاز خلیج فارس کمتر شده صادراتش، تقاضا برای نفت و گاز روسیه بیشتر میشه و سود بیشتری به دست میاره. ولی آیا این استانها میتونن جای خلیج فارس رو بگیرن؟ نه، نمیتونن جای خلیج فارس رو بگیرن. بنادری که ایران در جنوب داره غیر قابل جایگزینیه. چه بندر چابهار که تجارت با پاکستان و هند رو اداره میکنه، بندر جاسک، بندر عباس، بندر رجایی در بندر عباس، بزرگترین بندر کشور، بندر بوشهر، لنگه، ماهشهر، عسلویه، پتروشیمیا، نفت، گاز، خرمشهر، آبادان، ماهشهر، اینا همشون محاصره‌اند و غیر قابل جایگزینی هن اینا. کپلر که شرکتیه که رفت آمد کشتی‌ها رو بررسی میکنه، گفته جمهوری اسلامی لارک رو در نزدیکی قشم در تنگه هرمز تبدیل کرده به مرکز اداری برای عوارض گرفتن از کشتی‌ها. میگه هر محموله‌ای که مایع باشه بشکه $1 میگیرن و کشتی‌ها موقعی که میان کنار لارک رد بشن، راهنمای جمهوری اسلامی میره سوار کشتی میشه و راستی آزمایی میکنه که محموله رو درست گفته باشن. به نظرم این کار برای کشور عربی پذیرشش دشوار خواهد بود چون تحقیرآمیزه برای اونا. ضمن اینی که الان این معادله که جمهوری اسلامی چیده دیگه بی اثر هم میشه چون آمریکا گفته هر کشتی که عوارض بده به جمهوری اسلامی ما توقیفش میکنیم. جمهوری اسلامی اومد تنگه هرمز رو ببنده، آمریکا کل خلیج فارس و دریای عمان رو بست. جمهوری اسلامی تهدید کرده که در مقابل این محاصره‌ای که آمریکا ایجاد کرده شروع کردن به تهدید که ما باب المندب رو هم میبندیم. جمهوری اسلامی گفته. عزت الله زرقامی رئیس سابق صدا و سیما از فرمانده‌های ارشد سپاه گفته غول باب المندب هنوز از شیشه خارج نشده. پیمان نظامی هرمز باب المندب عنوانیه که خودش در آورده، یعنی ما و حوثی‌ها. پیمان نظامی.
Okay, just really quickly, this is he's talking about the Houthis. So Houthi is pronounced like Husi in Persian, which is why it doesn't get like the accurate translation in English, but he's referring to the Houthis.
هرمز باب المندب بازدارنده ترین پیمان واقعی در دنیای امروز است. آنان حرف نمیزنن، عمل میکنن. چقدر جدیه که جمهوری اسلامی بتونه تنگه باب المندب ببنده؟ به نظرم میتونن ناام کنن. ولی آیا دنیا تحمل میکنه؟ آمریکا که تحمل نمیکنه، اسرائیل که تحمل نمیکنه. باب المندب به خطر بیفته مصری ها هم علیه جمهوری اسلامی خواهند شد. چون باب المندب به دریای سرخ وصله، دریای سرخ به کانال سوئز. درآمد مصر حدود 9 میلیارد 10 میلیارد دلار در سال از کانال سوئز میاد. باب المندب خطرناک بشه کشتی‌های تجاری از اونجا نمیان، میرن قاره آفریقا رو دور میزنن، درآمد مصر از بین خواهد رفت.
Okay, guys, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about the Bab al-Mandab Strait here. So it's he's talking about this. The Bab al-Mandab is a vital 20-mile, 32-kilometer wide strategic strait separating Yemen in the Arabian Peninsula and Djibouti, Eritrea, Horn of Africa, connecting the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden and Indian Ocean. As a major global maritime choke point, it carries roughly 12% of global trade and is crucial for energy shipments to Europe and Asia. So this is what he's talking about here. Let me pull up the image. This is Bab al-Mandab, right? So there's Yemen, and then Ethiopia, and then Djibouti. So, and then, Somalia. Like, if I want to bring it up on Google Maps to give you like better sort of, like, I know where that is, but here we go. So this is it's here. It's like this area here. This is the Bab al-Mandab Strait. So it's literally like, so guys, to put it in context, this is the Strait of Hormuz, and then this is the Bab al-Mandab Strait here that he's speaking about, okay? So Hormuz, Bab al-Mandab. There you go. So hope that gives you guys some context.
درآمد مصر حدود 9 میلیارد 10 میلیارد دلار در سال از کانال سوئز میاد. باب المندب خطرناک بشه کشتی‌های تجاری از اونجا نمیان، میرن قاره آفریقا رو دور میزنن، درآمد مصر از بین خواهد رفت. مصر
Okay. So what he's saying is that if the bubble, so he's saying if the Bab al-Mandab Strait, okay, like if this becomes dangerous, the ships, like the commercial ships, are not going to risk going through here. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to go all the way like around the Horn of Africa, because the financial cost of, you know, going around the Horn of Africa is going to be more economic than risking going through here and losing whatever shipments they have. And so if the Bubble Mandab Strait becomes dangerous, this is actually going to hurt Egypt's economy very badly, because you know, the reason that the reason that a lot of ships use the Bubble Mandab Strait is because they go through the Suez Canal, right? So a lot of Egypt's money comes from the Suez Canal. So if they're like, you know, going through here to, you know, go through Egypt, they make money. But if they go around, then that basically like screws Egypt over. So yeah. So that's what he's speaking about right now. So basically what he's essentially saying is that Egypt, right now, Egypt has a vested interest in what's happening in the what's happening in the Hormuz Strait area, and also in this area here, because if this area is negatively impacted, then that's going to hurt Egypt a lot. So he's going into like, you know, like sort of the deep Middle Eastern geopolitical analysis that you just don't hear in the mainstream media, because, you know, no disrespect to mainstream media, but those reporters don't have the same insight or analysis that someone like Morad Vaisi has. So this is why I watch Morad Vaisi every night, literally every night.
المندب به خطر بیفته، مصری ها هم علیه جمهوری اسلامی خواهند شد، چون باب المندب به دریای سرخ وصله، دریای سرخ به کانال سوئز. درآمد مصر حدود 9 میلیارد 10 میلیارد دلار در سال از کانال سوئز میاد. باب المندب خطرناک بشه، کشتی‌های تجاری از اونجا نمیان، میرن قاره آفریقا رو دور میزنن، درآمد مصر از بین خواهد رفت. مصر هم که الان یکم معدود کشورهایی که میانجیگری میکنه اونجوری کنار خواهد رفت. ببینیم حوثی‌ها حاضرن چقدر وارد جنگ بشن. فعلا که 3 موشک در این 40 روز به سمت اسرائیل شلیک کردن، خیلی هم دیر هنگام. به سمت عربستان هیچی شلیک نکردن، به سمت امارات هیچی شلیک نکردن، در حالی که در گذشته شلیک میکردن. حوثی‌ها سابقه حمله موشکی و پهپادی به عربستان زیاد دارن، به امارات هم دارن، ولی در 40 روز گذشته وارد این عرصه نشدن. ترامپ گفته که ممکنه در 2 روز آینده با جمهوری اسلامی در پاکستان مذاکره کنیم، در ادامه قبلیه. سیاست آمریکایی‌ها مذاکره، محاصره و حمله است و خدمتتون رو عرض کردم.
Sorry, I was over you. Yes, see, guys, I've been telling you, negotiations, the Americans use negotiations as a siege and attack. Even Morad Vaisi is saying that, guys. So دوستان، مثلا ایرانیا نمیدونم چرا اگه حرف منو قبول نداری، اگه حرف آرمین رو قبول، اقلا حرف مراد ویسی رو قبول داشته باشید. این مذاکره فقط آمریکا داره با اینا بازی میکنه. مذاکره فقط اینه که آمریکا بیاد اینا رو یه جورایی میخواد نابود بکنه دیگه. خود مراد ویسی هم داره میگه negotiations are basically a tactic by the Americans for siege and attack. There you go. Goldie's always right.
ادامه قبلیه. سیاست آمریکایی‌ها مذاکره، محاصره و حمله است و خدمتتون رو عرض کردم این 3 تا رو با هم پیش میبرن. تا 2 هفته تا نیروهاشون برسه با جمهوری اسلامی مدارا خواهند کرد. من اینو خدمتتون گفتم.
He just said what we've been saying. He said, look, guys, just read the captions. He just said it. I told you that these 3 will advance together for 1 or 2 weeks until their like military assets arrive. Wait.
عرض کردم این 3 تا رو با هم پیش میبرن. تا 2 هفته تا نیروهاشون برسه
Until, see, this strategy will advance for 1 or 2 weeks until their forces arrive in the area. Guys, even Morad Vaisi is saying this. Even Morad Vaisi is saying exactly what Armin and I have been saying. That these negotiations and whatever, it's basically just you know, whatever until their forces arrive in the area. There's at least 2 more USS carriers on the way.
با جمهوری اسلامی مدارا
And even he said that, even see that. And then he's saying they will tolerate. So he's saying the Americans will tolerate the Islamic regime until their forces arrive to the area.
خواهند کرد. من اینو خدمتتون گفتم.
I told you that even he's saying that.
مثلا میگم مذاکره میکنیم فردا پس فردا ژنو پاکستان تا نیروهاشون برسن، تا هواپیمابر جورج بوش برسه، یو اس اس باکسر هم برسه با تفنگ داره. اون موقع سیاست واقعی آمریکا رو میتونیم ببینیم.
Yeah, so okay, so the translation didn't catch it here, but he said, so they're just going to kill time until the USS George Bush and the USS Baxter arrive, and then he says, اون موقع سیاست واقعی آمریکایی. That means when those 2 USS carriers arrive, he's like, that's when we're going to see America's real politics, their real policy, right? Even Morad Vaisi is saying this.
الان این حرف ترامپ که مذاکره میکنیم میتونه خرید زمان باشه. به ضرر آمریکا هم که نیست. آمریکا محاصره کرده، به ضرر جمهوری اسلامیه. من معتقدم فعلا از این خبر مذاکره که احتمال در پیش باشه نباید نگران بود. قابل پیش بینی بود آمریکایی‌ها یه 2 هفته‌ای با جمهوری اسلامی بازی موش و گربه کنن سر مذاکرات. الان هم دارن میگن دور بعدی مذاکرات هم ممکنه برگزار بشه و اینم خدمتتون گفته بودم این کارو خواهند کرد به احتمال زیاد، چون میخوان وقت بخرن تا هواپیمابر جورج بوش بیاد و یو اس اس باکسر.
Okay, so it's not the prophet George Bush, it's the USS carrier George Bush. That's just AI translation. Lost in translation error, because no, it's an AI mistranslation. He's talking about the USS carrier. I don't know why it says prophet George Bush, but that is kind of funny. Guys, this is why I'm here, to just like provide clarification.
که جورج بوش نزدیک نامیبیاست.
Well, look, the other one is the US boxer type. So apparently the prophet George Bush and US boxer type is coming. There you go. This is why I'm like, guys, you need to like explain to each other in the comments for the context, right?
کارو خواهند کرد به احتمال زیاد.
Because the AI translation is about 90% right, but then 90 to 95% right.
چون میخوان وقت بخرن تا هواپیمابر جورج بوش بیاد و یو اس اس باکسر که جورج بوش نزدیک نامیبیاست، داره آفریقا رو دور میزنه و یو اس اس باکسر هم الان دیگه یواشاش باید بیاد وارد تنگه مالاکا بشه.
The US boxer, that reminds me of like the photo with the American Eagle boxers. It's not the USS boxer, right? Like it's just the pronunciation, right? It's the USS Baxter, right? Like he's referring to the USS Baxter. But of course it's just like a translation thing. So yeah, he's not speaking about an American boxer. Yeah, he's not speaking about Rocky. Like he's not saying like Rocky's gonna come and like box the Islamic regime. But there you go. It is kind of funny how it's lost in translation though.
رویترز گفته جمعه، شنبه یا یک شنبه ممکنه مذاکره بکنه. یه هفته از آتش بس گذشته، یه هفته دیگهش باقی مونده. وال استریت ژورنال گفته که مصر، ترکیه، پاکستان و عربستان میخوان با هم ملاقات کنن راجع به این وضعیتی که بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامیه. نشست 4 جانبه وزرای خارجه مصر، ترکیه، پاکستان و عربستان قراره در آنتالیای ترکیه باشه. دفعه قبل در اسلام آباد بود. گوترش دبیر کل سازمان ملل هم گفته نشانه‌هایی داریم که به احتمال زیاد مذاکرات جمهوری اسلامی آمریکا از سر گرفته خواهد شد. مردم ایران اسم مذاکره که میشنون، اکثر مردم ایران حالت تهوع بهشون دست میده که خوششون نمیاد از مذاکره. اسم مذاکره و توافق بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی میشنون، مردم حالت بدی پیدا میکنن، حس بدی پیدا میکنن. حقم دارن. الان 23 سال این وضعیت ادامه داره. 23 سال. سال 2003 که تأسیسات هسته‌ای نتنز لو رفت، از سال 2003 تا حالا دارن مذاکره میکنن. اونی هم که از دست رفته عمر و زندگی مردم ایران بوده. هر کی زمان مذاکره
Wait, guys, I stand corrected. Apparently, he is speaking about the USS Boxer. Is he? I stand corrected. See, this is why I watch these things. Apparently, there is a USS Boxer. Is this the one that's on its way to the Persian Gulf, not the Baxter? Whoa! Oh my gosh. Okay, so I thought he was just mistranslating that. Okay, so there's a Baxter and a Boxer. Okay, Americans, like, come on. Now you're confusing us. Like, why do you have a Baxter and by the way, my dog's name was Baxter. My baby boy, his name was Baxter. He was the goodest boy. But okay, this is the USS Boxer that's on its way. All right, okay. No, I know there's a lot of Navy ships. I just didn't know that there would be a Baxter and a Boxer. That's all good. Oh, you have a Baxter too? Oh, Baxter's the best name. Yeah, my puppy lived he lived until he was 15. He was 15. So I had 15 amazing years with my baby boy. And he was a good boy right until the very end. And yeah, he's the best. All right. Okay. So, all right. So apparently there's a Boxer and a Prophet on their way to the Persian Gulf, right? There you go. Okay. You learned something new. Wait, for other ships with the same name, see USS Boxer. What? You have more ships? You have more ships? Okay, but this is the only one that's on active duty. All right. Okay, fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. What do you have on the ship anyway? Okay. Ooh. Oh, these are like those helicopters. These are like those helicopters that have like Marines in them, right? Aren't these like the helicopters that like drop Marines off for like things? Am I Yeah, Marines. These are the helicopters for the Marines. I don't know the proper term for them, but I know those helicopters when I see them. Right? Aren't these like the helicopters that went to like Venezuela? Osprey. I don't know. These just look like those helicopters or whatever. Okay, see, oh my gosh, guys, I was right. Okay, so Hawkish says, think of the Boxer as a U-Haul for the Marine Corps, except with helicopters, F-35s, and landing craft. It brings the party to the beach. Oh my gosh, I was so right. Yeah, this is like exactly, that is a perfect explanation, Hawkish. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like this is basically a U-Haul for the Marine Corps. Wow, 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 wow. Good to know. Oh, I love that. If the Boxer is on its way, that means Marines. Nice. Beach party. Wait till the USS Chief gets there. Wait, what's the USS Chief? Okay, what's the USS Chief? Ooh, Avenger-class Marine countermeasures ship of the United States Navy. She was named for the former USS Chief, which in turn named in honor of all the chief petty officers of the U.S. Navy. Oh, that's amazing. Former USS Chief to honor. Okay. So that's a USS Chief. Oh my gosh, I love how there, honestly, can I just say, I really appreciate how there's so many Americans here who know their military stuff, and all of everyone who's like a veteran or who's currently serving or who knows someone who's serving. Like, first of all, thank you for your service, and yeah, it's just honestly so amazing to see you guys here and like be part of this live stream. Really means a lot. Like, I'm learning so much, but this is fantastic. Thank you guys. Wow. Look at this. Very interesting. I really appreciate how let me go to the super chat here. I appreciate how Hawkswish also described the Boxer as like a U-Haul for the Marine Corps. Like, that really helps, non-military people like me really put that in perspective. So thank you. Like that was a fantastic sort of like visualization, right? Because I was like looking at the helicopters and I'm like, okay, this looks like the helicopters with the Marines in them. And then you're like, yeah, it's basically a U-Haul. Okay. See, okay, so this is why like the Iranians need to like stop panicking, because like President Trump isn't sending this ship to the Persian Gulf just because he feels like it, right? Like, he's not just sending this to the Persian Gulf and, just randomly spending American taxpayer dollars, because he feels like it. Like, there's a reason he's sending, these sorts of ships to the Persian Gulf. So, So for all the Iranians who are watching, like, خیالتون راحت باشه، نگران نباشید. There's bigger things going on behind the scenes. آمریکا تازه داره کارش شروع. Like, America's just getting warmed up. So there you go. And that's what Morad Vaisi, guys. So going back to the analysis that I was watching, this is exactly what Morad Vaisi is saying. Like, he's basically saying, like, this is like President Trump he basically said President Trump is using the negotiations as like a stalling tactic to basically get whatever he needs to get to the area.
این وضعیت ادامه داره 23 سال. سال 2003 که تأسیسات هسته‌ای نتنز لو رفت، از سال 2003 تا حالا دارن مذاکره میکنن. اونی هم که از دست رفته عمر و زندگی مردم ایران بوده. هر کی زمان مذاکرات سال 2003 حسن روحانی و ظریف و سیروس ناصری و موسویان با آمریکایی‌ها در دولت خاتمی 10 سالش بوده، الان 33 سالشه و هنوز تعیین تکلیف نشده این موضوع. مردم ایران حق دارن عصبانی باشن. میدونید چقدر مردم ایران مذاکره دیدن؟ 23 سال همینجوری مذاکره. هیچی هم برای مردم ایران از توش در نیومده. جمهوری اسلامی هی مدام وقت خریده. اروپایی‌ها اول باش مماشات کردن، بهش فرصت دادن. اون مذاکرات سال 2003 در سعدآباد که بود، 3 تا وزیر خارجه اروپایی بود با جمهوری اسلامی. یوشکا فیشر از آلمان بود وزیر خارجه، دوویلپن از فرانسه بود، جک استرام از بریتانیا. نشستن با جمهوری اسلامی قرارداد و تعلیق غنیسازی و اینا، گفتن حل میشه. نشون به اون نشون 23 ساله همینجوری باش مذاکره میکنن، حل نشده. جمهوری اسلامی روز به روز غنیسازی رو بیشتر کرده، ذخایر اورانیومش رو بیشتر کرده، رفتارش تهاجمی تر شده. اروپایی هنوز باش مماشات میکنن. آمریکایی هم در دوره اوباما بایدن خیلی باش مماشات کردن. در دوره اوباما که برجام باش امضا کردن و کلی هم بهش پول نقد دادن. حالا معلوم شده حتی به بعضی از بچه‌های مقامات مملکتی جمهوری اسلامی هم ویزا دادن، گرین کارت دادن در اون دوره، مثل پسر معصومه ابتکار. ولی جمهوری اسلامی چی شد؟ تهاجمی تر شد. روز به روز تهاجمی تر شد. در خاورمیانه تهاجمی تر شد.
Wait, guys. Okay, so this is important. This is important what he said here. So, because this was in the news. This was in the news.
حالا معلوم شده حتی به بعضی از بچه‌های مقامات مملکتی جمهوری اسلامی هم ویزا دادن، گرین کارت دادن.
Right? So basically he's saying that it's now come to light that, the Democrats, or I don't know, whatever, like certain factions within the Islamic regime, they were trying to appease certain factions within the United States, they were trying to appease the Islamic regime by giving visas and green cards to their children, right? And then Masume Ibtikar, her son is one of them, right? Like, come on. So this was the news, right? So Senator Secretary Rubio has revoked the green cards of 3 foreign nationals linked to a notorious propagandist of the Islamic regime. Masume Ibtikar, also known as Screaming Mary, was a spokesperson for the Islamist terrorists who stormed the U.S. embassy and in Tehran in 1979 and held 52 Americans hostage for 444 days. Her son and family entered the U.S. in 2014 through visas issued by the Obama administration, then became permanent residents in 2016. They should have never been granted that privilege. Why the heck? Like, this is what we Iranians have been screaming about for a long time. Why the heck was the son of this jihadi terrorist woman who was involved in the U.S. embassy hostage taking in 1979, and they held 52 Americans hostage for 444 days, okay? Her son was given a visa by Barack Hussein Obama and allowed to come to the United States. And he's not the only one. That's what he's talking about right now when he's talking about Ibtikar. And like, guys, this is making the news right now. Here, let me share this. Like, this is crazy. Look at this. So this video, guys, went viral amongst us Iranians like a few years ago. Like, دوستان من یادم میاد این ویدیو رو چند سال پیش انگار دیدم، نه 1 سال پیش 2 سال پیش این ویدیو رو ما دیدیم. Right? So the son of Masume Ibtikar, the Iranian spokeswoman, well, it should be Islamic regime, who helped hold 52 Americans hostage during the Iran hostage crisis, was living in luxury prior to his arrest, residing in a $2 million home featuring 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. Oh, guys, look at that. So the son of the woman who held Americans hostage for 444 days was living in the United States with the stolen blood money of the Iranian people, living a life of luxury, living in a freaking mansion. Oh, and who let him in? Barack Hussein Obama. Thank God for President Trump. Thank God for Secretary, Marco Rubio. Watch this video. It's disgusting.
سلام عزیزان، امروز یکشنبه ما برنامه مجلس امام حسین داریم خونمون.
So this is like a woman, probably like his, concubine or, wife or bastard daughter. I don't know, whatever garbage woman he's sleeping with at the time. She's like, hello, friends. We have some sort of jihadi durka event at our house today. And so this is in like some American suburb somewhere. And then they have like a jihadi durka flag that says like Ya Hussein, or I don't know, some durka, Allahu Akbar, whatever garbage nonsense. This is the location. But I can't tell that. I can't tell where that is. But anyway, but you know what's wild? She's going to turn around and then she's going to show all the other homes on the street, and all the other homes are pretty much like, Americans. If I recall the video correctly, all the other homes in the neighborhood are pretty much American. They all have American flags, but this is the only house which is like a jihad durka terrorist house, and they have like their Ya Hussein garbage flag, whatever there. And she's like, oh, your places are empty. So she's like showing off the house that, her jihadi husband bought with the stolen blood money of Iranian people. Yeah, see? So this, I remember. So she turns around and she zooms in, and all of their neighbors have American flags because they're American. You're living in America. Why would you have any flag other than the American flag? Or the flag of like a, friendly nation. You don't have like a jihadi durka flag there. And then look, in this video, she's bragging. So she's like, oh, that person has an American flag on their house, and we have a Ya Hussein durka Allahu Akbar flag on our house. Like she's literally bragging about the fact that her and her terrorist family have invaded the United States with their durka jihad, right? Because she zooms in on the American flag and she's like, oh, they have an American flag. We have a Ya Hussein Allahu Akbar flag. Like literally, this is how they conquer. You see how she laughs? She's like, oh, they have an American flag. Oh, but I have a Ya Imam Hussein flag. And then she laughs as if it's like the most hilarious thing, right? Like she's laughing about how this is not Masume Ibtikar. This is probably like the wife or the daughter or the concubine or like the sighe of like the son, right? So, but she's literally filming about how like, oh, our neighbors have American flags, but we have the durka Ya Hussein flag, right? Like, and then she laughs about it because she's a terrorist, right? But that's what these people are. I remember seeing this video like 1 or 2 years ago, and I was so angry. I was so angry at this. And then she goes in, and then now she's like showing off. She's showing off her like, $2 million house that was purchased with the stolen blood money of the Iranian people, right? Because again, these are terrorists, and Obama gave them a green card or visa or whatever and allowed them to enter the United States, even though the mother was responsible for the American hostage taking. As you can see, and you know what's scary? Like none of their neighbors know, like the neighbors see the flag. Like the neighbors probably see the flag and they're like, oh yeah, this is in the United States. So the neighbors see the Ya Hussein flag and they're probably like, oh, we don't want to be Islamophobic, multiculturalism and diversity, blah, blah, blah. No, you see a flag like that, you call it out. You see a flag like that, throw the concept of multiculturalism and diversity in the trash, because this person, they are exposing who they are themselves, right? You see that flag, you go in the house, It's full hey dad. You see the video? Armin and I have shown so many of these videos to you. Armin has translated it. Yes, she's watching Islamic regime state TV, right? In the United States. So you see those flags, right? But these people have trained you. They've trained you to be like, oh, if you question their ideology, you're Islamophobic, right? No. You see the flag, you call it out. These people are full on hey dad. Look, outside it's a normal American neighborhood, but inside it's full on like hey dad.
اینجا صندلی‌ها رو چیدم منتظرم خانم‌ها بیان.
Oh wait, someone is saying shame on me. Shame on me? Shame on me, you garbage person. You're from Pakistan. Shame on you and your garbage country for supporting the Islamic regime. Can you please focus more on like trying not to like, I don't know, marry your cousins or something like sibling marriage or cousin marriage? Not a good thing. So just, I don't know, shame on you and your garbage ideology, I guess. Like just, I don't know, stop raping children. Antar. All right, let's continue with the Durka jihad.
اینجا صندلی‌ها رو چیدم منتظرم خانم‌ها بیان. آقا رضا خانم‌مونم قراره اونجا بشینه.
Anyways, now she's basically just like showing off like this $2 million home. Look, more like Durka jihad flags. Look at that. Look, more like Durka jihad flags, right? Hey dad. And then look at all this money. Look at all this like rich stuff, right? Like all these people are gonna come, right? All with the stolen blood money of Iranian people. Look at that. Look at that. It's like just Durka. Oh yeah, and this is Islamic regime state TV. So you see the logo? You see the red logo? That's part of a Islamic regime state. I think that's like SNR or something, SSR. But yeah, they're literally broadcasting Islamic regime state TV while they're in the United States. Yeah. Actually, I might be able to find it even. It's that logo. It's the logo from like SNNR or something. It's this one. No, it's not this one. Shoot. I've seen it before. I can't remember what it is right now. But anyways, I'll find it. The next time I find it, I'll let you know the logo. But yeah, now she's just basically like showing off all her like jihadi Durka stuff. So, okay. So going back to what Morad Basi was talking about. So now you know. So when he says, now it's been revealed that a lot of the children of Islamic regime officials were given visas like Ibtikar, and now you just saw that.
حالا معلوم شده حتی به بعضی از بچه‌های مقامات مملکتی جمهوری اسلامی هم ویزا دادن، گرین کارت دادن در اون دوره، مثل پسر معصومه ابتکار. ولی جمهوری اسلامی چی شد؟ تهاجمی تر شد. روز به روز تهاجمی تر شد. در خاورمیانه تهاجمی تر شد. در موشکی تهاجمی تر شد. در هسته‌ای همینطور. تا موقعی که ترامپ اومد. ترامپ در 2016 که اومد زد قاسم سلیمانی رو کشت. گفت من عوض میکنم سیاست.
Okay, it was in 2001. He said 2016. Translation error.
گفت اگر جمهوری اسلامی اومد تو سینه‌تون عقب نرید. بزنید تو سینه‌اش میره عقب. در دولت اوباما قایق‌های تندرو سپاه حمله میکردن به ناوهای آمریکایی، اذیت میکردن، اونا کاری نمیکردن. ترامپ اومد سر کار، گفت اگه بیان سمت ناوهای ما غرقشون میکنن. دیگه نرفتن. سلیمانی بود، ترامپ زد سلیمانی رو کشت. در دوره بایدن بازم این اغمازا شد که نتیجهش این شد که جمهوری اسلامی و حماس اینقدر پررو شدن که حماس حمله کرد به اسرائیل. حتی موقعی که اسرائیل میخواست جواب بده، چه در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی، چه در مقابل حزب الله، چه در مقابل حماس، بایدن هی میگفت نکن، عملیات زمینی در رفح نکن. به
Okay. I already explained this. It's a translation error. He said 2016. It showed up as 2001. Don't take the dates literally. That's an AI translation.
حزب الله حمله نکن، جمهوری اسلامی هم حمله میکنی یه جای کوچیک حمله کن، که اون اسرائیل مجبور شد اون S-300 اصفهان رو زد. ولی موقعی که ترامپ دوباره برگشت قدرت، سیاستش این شد که مقابله میکنیم. چراغ سبز به اسرائیل داد برای حمله جنگ 12 روزه، خودش هم فردو بمباران کرد، الان هم که با اسرائیل حمله میکنه. سیاست آمریکایی‌ها الان اینه: مذاکره، محاصره برای فشار بیشتر و آماده شدن برای جنگ. من معتقدم 3 هفته دیگه که نیروهای جورج بوش و نوآپنور جورج بوش و USS باکسر رسیدن منطقه و مستقر شدن، اگه تا 3 هفته دیگه آمریکایی ها که شرایط استقرار نیروشون کامل میشه، اگر با جمهوری اسلامی بجنگن 3 هفته وقت دارن. اگر بعد از 3 هفته نجنگن، یعنی به احتمال زیاد دیگه نمیخوان بجنگن و میخوان محاصره بکنن. محاصره بکنن که جمهوری اسلامی در اثر این خونریزی بمیره. جمهوری اسلامی ضعیف شده، مثل یه گاو زخمیه که داره خونریزی میکنه. آمریکا منتظر این بیفته. میگه اگه درآمد نفتش رو قطع کنیم، درآمد پتروشیمیش رو قطع کنیم، صادرات وادراتش رو قطع کنیم، این میفته. ارزیابی آمریکایی هست. من معتقدم 3 هفته دیگه ممکنه محاصره تبدیل به حمله نظامی هم بشه. ممکنه. باید اونجا ببینیم. اگه بعد از 3 هفته حمله نکردن، یعنی دیگه نمیخوان حمله کنن، چون همه چی آماده است. این وسط اما اسرائیلیا خیلی مصممن. دیوید بارنیا رئیس موساد امروز اومد شفاف گفت ما یه مأموریت در ایران داریم ناتمامه و اون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. گفت مأموریت ما تغییر رژیمه، سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. در اسرائیل همه پای این وایسادن که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنن. میگن ما حمله میکنیم، تضعیف میکنیم، مردم ایران سرنگونش کنن. اسرائیلیا پای کارن به قول معروف برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. مردم ایران هم پای کارن. مردم ایران و اسرائیل فعالترین بازیگران برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. من معتقدم یک کشورهای مثل امارات هم چون تهدیدات جمهوری اسلامی رو دیده، طرفدار برخورد سرسختانه تر الان با جمهوری اسلامی شده. اسرائیل کاتس وزیر دفاع اسرائیل هم گفته شرط پایان یافتن جنگ اینی که اورانیوم از ایران خارج بشه و ما میدونیم جمهوری اسلامی اینو نمیخواد. ونس مصاحبه کرد معاون ترامپ، گفت ما 2 تا حرف اصلی داریم: غنیسازی کامل تعطیل بشه، اورانیوم هم کامل خارج بشه. حتی این بحثی بود که جمهوری اسلامی 5 ساله خواستار توقیف شده، تعلیق شده، آمریکایی‌ها نپذیرفتن. ظاهرا آمریکایی‌ها یه طرح 20 ساله هم داده بودن که جمهوری اسلامی 20 سال تعلیق رو بپذیره. امروز ترامپ گفت ابدا، گفت اصلا 20 سال اینا در جریان نیست، کامل باید متوقف بشه. اما در اینی که چه راهبردی در مقابل آمریکا در تهران اتخاذ بکنن، 2 دستگیه. و 2 دستگی ناشی از اینه که موندن برای حفظ جمهوری اسلامی توافق کنن با آمریکا یا برای حفظ جمهوری اسلامی بجنگن با آمریکا و کوتاه نیان. کسانی که دولت دستشونه مثل پزشکیان و اینا، بانک مرکزی، میگن اگر ادامه بدیم فرو میپاشه. اقتصاد وضعش خوب نیست، دلار وضعش خوب نیست، تولید وضعش خوب نیست، صادرات نفت داره قطع میشه، صادرات پتروشیمی قطع میشه، تولید هم متوقف شده. نمیتونیم اینجوری ادامه بدیم، سرنگون میشیم. این دیدگاه دولت و بانک مرکزی اینا. در مقابل عمده فرمانده‌های سپاه میگن نه، ما اگر کوتاه بیایم هسته‌ای رو بدیم بره، موشکی هم بدیم بره، نیابتی هم بدیم بره، بیشتر بهمون حمله میکنن، زودتر بهمون حمله میکنن، راحتتر بر ما غلبه میکنن. میگن اگر این کارا رو بکنیم خودمون رو خلسلا کردیم. این دو تا دیدگاه در زمانی که خامنه ای هم زنده بود وجود داشت. منتها خامنه ای یک فشاری می آورد، اجازه نمیداد این باندای قدرت اینجوری با هم بجنگن. الان که خامنه ای نیست، جنگ قدرت علنی شده. جنگ بر سر قدرت و ثروت دیگه. باندهای مختلف قدرت در جمهوری اسلامی سر این دعوا دارن. یه خبر اختصاصی ایران اینترنشنال زد که ذوالقعد دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی بعد از اینی که در مذاکرات اسلام آباد عراقچی ابراز تمایل کرده بود برای کاهش حمایت جمهوری اسلامی نیابتی‌ها، ذوالقعد پیام داده که ما به عنوان سپاه اینو قبول نداریم و قبول نخواهیم کرد. که اینجا یه نکته وجود داره. من فکر می‌کنم اونی که به ذوالقعد خبر داده قریب آبادیه، معاون عراقچی، چون قریب آبادی داماد ذوالقعده. احتمالاً بهش گفته که اینا دارن کوتاه میان، اونم گفته که ما قبول نداریم. الان این جریان باندهای قدرت در جمهوری اسلامی چجوریه؟ اینا کدوماشون در رأس قدرتن؟ چند تا نکته اینجا میتونم خدمتتون میگم. یکی اینی که الان سپاه همه کار است. سپاه به عنوان نهاد سپاه و باندهای مختلفی که سردار سپاه، اینا قوی ترین قدرتن در جمهوری اسلامی. بعد از سال 88 جنبش سبز، همیشه از من وقتی سوال میشد که خامنه ای بر سپاه سواره یا سپاه بر خامنه ای، میگفتم خامنه ای بر سپاه سواره، ولی خامنه ای بمیره نهاد سپاه از نهاد رهبری قوی تر خواهد بود. سپاه از رهبر جدید قدرتمندتر خواهد شد. الان هم همینطور شد. اصلا ما نمیدونیم واقعا رهبر جدید وجود داره یا نه. یه علامت سوال بزرگ جلو زنده بودن مجتبی خامنه ای. در 40 روز جنگ نشونش ندادن، یه هفتم آتش بس شده نشونش ندادن. اگر زنده چرا نشونش نمیدن؟ حتی اگر مجروحه چرا پیام صوتی نمیده؟ وقتی پیام صوتی نمیده، پیام تصویری هم نمیده، خیلی پررنگ میشه شایعات. نمیخوام بگم حتما کشته شده، ولی شایعات خیلی پررنگه. این تأثیر داره در معادلات قدرت. اگر مجتبی وجود داشته باشه، معنیش این میشه که یک کسی مثل حسین طایب میتونه برگرده به ارکان قدرت، چون نزدیکترین فرد به مجتبی بوده. اگر مجتبی وجود داشته باشه و شدیداً زخمی باشه، فرمانده‌های سپاه دارن اداره میکنن. و یه حالت سوم وجود داره، اصلا مجتبی وجود نداشته باشه، پس سپاه همه رو مثل خیمه شب بازی داره انجام میده. این احتمال وجود داره، در تاریخ معاصر ایران هم بوده. موقعی که ناصرالدین شاه در شاه عبدالعظیم هدف قرار گرفت و کشته شد، اتابک صدر اعظم ناصرالدین شاه رو گذاشت تو کالسکه، خودش هم دستش رو تکون میداد خطاب مردم که مثلا شاه زنده است. الان هم ممکنه واقعا مجتبی زنده نباشه و این بیانیه‌هایی که سپاه میده مثل دست اتابک باشه که همینجوری دست مجتبی رو تکون میده این بیانیه‌ها، که یعنی مجتبی زنده است. خیلی سوال جدی این وسط هست. ممکنه زنده باشه، نمیدونیم. مجروح باشه نمیدونیم، کماس نمیدونیم، شدید مجروح شده نمیدونیم. یه علامت سوال خیلی بسیار بزرگی مقابلش وجود داره و اگر وجود نداشته باشه معلومه که سپاه همه چیزو داره اداره میکنه. یه نکته دیگه، در سپاه باندهای مختلف قدرت ما داریم. باند عزیز جعفری، باند قالیباف، باند محسن رضایی. تعداد زیادی از مقامات هم کشته شدن. بالاخره خیلی از سمت‌ها جابجا شده. به جای خامنه‌ای مجتبی اومده، به جای لاریجانی ذوالقدر اومده، به جای شمخانی علی اکبر احمدیان اومده. معادلات قدرت روشن نیست در جمهوری اسلامی که کدوم یک از این باندهای قدرت دست بالاتر دارن، قالیباف، عزیز جعفری یا محسن رضایی یا وحیدی یا اصلا هر کدوم از اینا که میتونن یک گروه جدیدی تشکیل داده باشن. الان ما شاهد این هستیم که باندهای مختلف قدرت از سپاه تلاش میکنن بقایای جمهوری اسلامی رو حفظ کنن و بر این بقایا حکومت کنن. تلاش میکنن بقایا رو حفظ کنن و بر این بقایا حکومت کنن و رقبای خودشون رو حذف کنن. و در این چارچوب همشون هم البته از قیام مجدد مردم ایران میترسن. درسته با هم رقابت دارن، درسته رقابتشون واقعیه، ولی از اینی که مردم دوباره خیزش کنن مثل دیمان نگرانن. این همه هشت و شعبی که میبینید در تهران، فاطمیون، زینبیون، این ناشی از نگرانی مسئولین جمهوری اسلامیه که نکنه قیام مردم دوباره رخ بده. چون هشت و شعبی و زینبیون، فاطمیون برای نبرد با آمریکا که نیست، برای سرکوب مردمه و اونم از ترسه، چون میترسن که مردم قیام کنن. و واقعا مردم ایران این روزا عصبانی هستند. یکی به خاطر جنگ، یکی به خاطر اینکه منتظرن جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون بشه و طول کشیده عصبانی هستند. سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی همراه با درد و رنج شده، مردم عصبانی هستند. حکومت اینترنت رو بر مردم بسته، خبر ندارن از دنیا، عصبانی هستند. بسته شدن اینترنت باعث شده کسب و کارها از بین بره، عصبانی هستند. مردم دارن شغلشون رو از دست میدن. 2 میلیون بیکار جدید میگن وجود خواهد داشت. شرکت ها چون کار ندارن مجبورن نیروهاشون رو تعدیل کنن. صادرات واردات کشور دچار مشکل شده، پتروشیمیا دچار مشکل شده، صنعت نفت دچار مشکل شده. این بیکاری رو میبره بالا، گرانی رو میبره بالا. همه اینا باعث شده که مردم روز به روز عصبانی و خشمگین‌تر بشن و چون حکومت اینو میدونه رفته زینبیون و فاطمیون و هشت و شعبی رو آورده و مثلا دیگه خجالت هم نمیکشن. پرچم عراق رو تو خیابونای ما نمایش میدن، در میدونا سخنرانی عربی میکنن، همین نیروهای لبنانی و عراقی. و در حالی که به زنای ایرانی اجازه نمیدن بخونن 47 ساله، در میادین تهران پرده پروژکشن میذارن و جولیا بطرس لبنانی پخش میکنن. چیه؟ مثلا جولیا بطرس خواننده زنی که طرفدار حزب الله است. یه آهنگ جدیدم خونده که منو تهران ببرید و مشهد ببرید و میخوام مجتبی خامنه‌ای رو ببینم و این مقاومت و چاپلوسی. به نظرم جمهوری اسلامی به دلیل ضعف ساختار سرکوب، به دلیل احتمال اثرگیری جنگ نگران قیام مردمه، به دلیل بیکاری بیشتر نگران قیام مردمه، به دلیل نارضایتی مردم از قطع اینترنت نگران قیامه، به دلیل گرانی و مهمتر از همه به دلیل اینی که مردم ناامیدن از آینده با وجود جمهوری اسلامی. میگن اگر جمهوری اسلامی وجود داشته باشه آینده وجود نداره و راست میگن و این حس مردم درسته. به همین دلیل مردم ایران الان خیلی عصبانی هستند. تا اسم مذاکره و توافق میاد عصبانی تر میشن و حق هم داره. اما یه گزارشی داشتیم از سیستان بلوچستان که سایت موشکی رو در مدرسه پنهان کردن. مثل حماس مردم رو دارن سپر میکنن. شاهزاده رضا پهلوی بعد از سوئد وارد ایتالیا شده برای دیدار با مقامات این کشور و آخرین خبرهایی هم که داریم اجازه بدید اینا هم خدمتتون بخونم. حمله مجدد جمهوری اسلامی به مقرهای حزب دموکرات و کومله است. 4 نفر مجروح شدن که یکی از پیشمرگای حزب کومله هم کشته شده امروز. پاکستانیا خواستار تمدید آتش بس به مدت 45 روز شدن. 1 هفته از آتش بس مونده، معلوم نیست تمدید میشه یا نه. و اسرائیل هم امروز مذاکراتش رو با لبنان انجام داد. اتفاق بزرگیه. سفرای اسرائیل و لبنان در آمریکا با میانجیگری آمریکا دیدار کردن. برداشتشون مثبت بود. دولت اسرائیل گفته که ما میخوایم به دولت لبنان کمک کنیم برای مقابله با حزب الله. دولت لبنان هم وجود اسلحه حزب الله رو در بیروت غیرقانونی اعلام کرده. تلاش کرده که حزب الله رو خلسلا کنه، نتونسته. اسرائیل هم داره به لحاظ نظامی این رو انجام میده. بریم من اسامی جاویدنامه رو بخونم، بعد بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ. طبق معمولم خواهش میکنم موقع اسامی جاویدنامه خونده میشه به نشانه احترام اگر مایلید و براتون ممکنه بلند شید یا هر جور که دوست دارید ادای احترام کنید. اسامی رو میخونم. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام آرمین دهقان، 24 ساله، اهل رام هرمز عزیز، 18 دی فولادشهر عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام یاسر قندالی، 40 ساله، پدر یک دختر 7 ساله، 18 دی افسریه تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام اشکان بستار، 35 ساله، اهل کرمانشاه عزیز، 19 دی فردیس کرج عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام علی مهری، 16 ساله، 16 ساله، 16 ساله، 18 دی زرین شهر عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام امیر حسین زینالی، 25 ساله، 18 دی نجف آباد عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام علیرضا بخشیزاده، 22 ساله، بوکسور، 18 دی شهرزای عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام پیمان درشیری، نگهبان پارک عمومی در رشت عزیز، 19 دی خیابان سعدی رشت عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام پیمان دارنگ، 41 ساله، پدر 2 فرزند، 18 دی هفت حوض تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام مسعود سوگلیزاده، 31 ساله، 19 دی حصارک اسلام شهر عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام مهدی رنجبری، 22 ساله، 18 دی تهران پارس تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام محمد سجاد رنجبر، 33 ساله، 18 دی فلک دوم فردیس کرج عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام امیر حسین دونلو، 16 ساله، 16 ساله، 16 ساله، 18 دی آزاد شهر گلستان عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام مهدی سنمار، 41 ساله، پدر یک پسر 6 ساله، 19 دی، محله ابوریحان اصفهان عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام مسعود مرادی، 18 دی، دهلوران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام احمد اشیری، 34 ساله، 19 دی، دسفول عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام عرفان فلاح تب، 23 ساله، اهل سومع سرای عزیز، 18 دی، رشت عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام امید عظیمی، 26 ساله، 20 دی، آریا شهر تهران عزیز. و نفر آخر امشب، فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن، جاویدنام امیر علی دارابی، 18 ساله، 19 دی، شالوس عزیز. یاد این جانفداهای واقعی ایران عزیز گرامی باد، نه اون جانفداهای کاذب و مصنوعی که جمهوری اسلامی داره ثبت نامش میکنه. بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ با دوستان. خیلی دوستان دارن راجع به این جاویدنامه ابراز احساسات میکنن. خیلی مردم برای من پیغام میدن که 3 ماه گذشته هنوز اسامی تموم نشده. به این زودی هم تموم نمیشه. ترامپ گفته جنگ تمومه. اجازه بدید آخرین خبرها رو چک کنیم ببینیم همچین چیزی گفته یا نه. من همچین چیزی از ترامپ نمیبینم که گفته باشه که جنگ تمومه. وزیر خزانه‌داریشون گفته با
Okay, so now he's trying to respond to what we spoke about earlier about President Trump saying that the war is over. But remember, I clarified and I found the post by Maria Bartiromo. I don't know if he's seen the post, so he might not have the answer. But remember, President Trump said, I think it's close to over. Yeah, I mean, I view it as very close to over. So that's what President Trump said. He didn't say it's over. He said, I think, it may be close to over. Again, it's just President Trump trolling the Islamic regime. But I don't know if he's seen that.
وارد خشم اقتصادی علیه جمهوری اسلامی شدیم. چقدر احتمال میدید مردم به زودی بیان بیرون؟ باید ببینیم شرایطو ببینیم. بر حسب شرایط جامعه کاملا این آمادگی رو داره. عصبانی از جمهوری اسلامی، خشمگینه. جامعه آروم آروم دوباره داره میره به شکل شرایط پیشاقیام. من 2 بار در گذشته از رفتن جامعه به سمت شرایط پیشاقیام صحبت کردم. هر دوتا به فاصله 1-2 ماه رخ داده. یه بار در 1401، 3 ماه قبل از قیام، در کلاب هاوس عرض کردم جامعه در شرایط پیشاقیامه. دوستان میگفتن نشانات چیه؟ گفتم میبینم دیگه، جامعه در شرایط پیشاقیامه. و قیام مهسا رخ داد. قبل از این قیام دیما هم دوستان اگر تو پاییز یادشون باشه، موقعی که من گفتم یک ابر بحرانی ایجاد خواهد شد، اون موقع خدمتتون عرض کردم جامعه در شرایط پیشاقیامه و جامعه قیام میکنه و قیام کرد. الان هم معتقدم یک خشمی در مردم داره جمع میشه، دلایل متعدد داره و بازم جامعه داره میره به سمت شرایط پیشاقیام. اینی که قیام که رخ بده زمانشو کسی نمیتونه حدس بزنه، ولی جامعه در شرایط پیشاقیام داره میره. این بیکاریا، اینی که نفت درآمدش داره قطع میشه، جنگ طلبی جمهوری اسلامی، اعدام ها، جنایت دیما، اینا همش باعث عصبانیت مردم شده. بیکاری، گرانی، قطع اینترنت، اینا جامعه رو دوباره داره به سمت شرایط پیشاقیان میبره.
Oh, wow. Okay, I saw one of your comments about something with, like, Nuxanor, and then I looked it up. Whoa! There's, like, these big YouTube accounts speaking about the random YouTube ban. Look at this, look at this. Wow. Thank you for pointing it out. Like, I randomly saw your comment. Okay, look at this.
Extra to recover, and then we'll be back. Hey, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? So the ban didn't land very long. Now, if you actually pay attention to when this ban actually took place, you'll notice that the ban took place April 6th, which was right before Trump's gigantic ultimatum on Iran. All right, bear with me for a second. This might get into conspiratorial areas, but I'm going to prove to you without a shadow of a doubt that this retard might be correct. So Asmongold gets banned. He is the #1 Twitch streamer for politics and news. All right, the biggest thing that
I don't know who this person is, but this is interesting.
was going on in the world at the time was Trump drops a 48-hour ultimatum
Like, they have almost 1 million followers or something on YouTube.
on Iran, saying that if Iran doesn't capitulate to, engage in peace talks, we're going to obliterate you. Right? That was literally the Trump threat to Iran. And then they banned Asmongold, who was covering all this deeply, obviously on the pro-Trump.
Oh yeah, no. I like Asmongold. Asmongold is great. Asmongold has been a huge supporter of, like, the Iranian people.
Side, on the anti-Iran side, on the pro-obliterating the Iranian regime side, because the Iranian regime is shut off the internet in Iran and massacred the protesters. So basically, the only actual broadcast for stuff like this are videos like mine, for example, or Asmongold's stream and his videos, which were very, very massively popular. Now, what if I told you that at around the same time that Asmongold got banned on his platform on Twitch, I got my entire channels demonetized? That's right. I have 2 YouTube channels, and neither of them are making any money now for over a week. Total demonetization on both channels. They say they've run into issues and they need to process things. And I'm just sitting in this processing phase forever, making 0 revenue on all of my work and effort. I'm literally just doing it for the love of the game because I feel like some people need to talk about the crazy shit that goes on in this world. I will keep you updated when I get my monetization back. Hopefully that does happen. But right now, it's some of the most demoralizing shit I've ever had to deal with. So if I missed a couple of uploads, you might know why. Now, again, they never told me it had anything to do with Iran or anything like that. And of course, I don't expect it. It's just a really funny coincidence that, I have been covering this on the side of obliterate the Iranian regime, liberate the Iranian people if we can. God bless Donald Trump for actually doing something about these terrorists. And then you have Asmongold, who basically has the same political position in this regard. We don't agree on everything, but on this we do. And Asmongold also gets banned on Twitch. He's silenced in his own way. And, I saw these 2 things and I was like, well, that's a really funny coincidence, isn't it? And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if there are any other, like, pro-obliterating the Iranian regime channels that are also undergoing any issues. So I looked around, and this is Goldie Gamari. She is the #1, from what I understand, voice of the Iranians outside of Iran. She currently lives in Canada. She is Iranian herself. She showed up on Piers Morgan a whole lot of times. And she made this video titled, "YouTube is silencing my voice under false allegations." Oh my God. So really, is it now? Is it still a coincidence, guys? Is it really still a coincidence? It's like big tech is still playing with these fucking fires the same way they did during COVID. They're just much more subtle about it.
He swore! Bad Nux. whatever your name is.
But this is insane.
That's okay. But this is why, like, wow. You know what? I'm glad that other people are noticing this.
Fucking fires the same way they did during COVID. They're just much more subtle about it. But this is insane. So I wanted to see what her situation was about.
Hi, everyone. If you haven't heard by now, yesterday when I
Oh fuck! No, the video. Okay, I don't think the video.
was live streaming
I'm
day
so
106
paranoid,
of
man.
Iran
I'm so paranoid. The YouTube snipers are out to kill me. I will let you know if I or when I get my monetization back. Okay, I will let you know when it happens. All right, never fear. But right now, I'm making no money.
Live, which I have been doing since December 28, when the Iranian Revolution started. My live stream was taken down by YouTube.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to bring it back up. And then when I tried to restart my live stream, I was told that my live streaming capability has been disabled.
So let's just understand what she does on her live streams. On her live streams, every day, she goes live for like 4 or 5 hours and basically covers the actual geopolitics in Iran, because the Iranians themselves have no internet, because the terrorist Iranian regime shut off their entire internet and the entire country and massacres them in silence. All right, so she basically took it upon herself. Every single day she streams for like 4 or 5 hours, specifically about the ongoings in Iran. And oopsie poopsie, she lost her live streaming capabilities.
What's even crazier is the reason why YouTube disabled not only my live stream yesterday, but is now preventing me from live streaming on my biggest platform.
All right.
So I received an email yesterday, and YouTube is basically saying, hey, Goldie Gamari MPP, it looks like Iran Revolution Live with Iranian hosts Goldie and Armin, day 106, didn't follow our community guidelines. We removed it from YouTube. What we found.
All right, get ready.
We think your content violated our firearms policy.
Bro.
Content that shows someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting a firearm isn't allowed on YouTube.
That's insane, because there are so many live streamers with weapons on YouTube. All right, but anyway.
Channels not in compliance with this policy may temporarily lose their ability to live stream.
What? Because someone made an oopsie, allegedly, now they can't stream at all? Like, she didn't even get a strike on her channel. From what I understand, she didn't even get a strike on the channel. They just removed the stream, and now she can't stream anymore.
You can see an instance around 5:03:58.
Apparently, they were combing through her videos so well that 5 hours and 3 minutes into one of her streams, they saw a streamer with a firearm.
Although there could be other instances.
All right, get ready. Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now, YouTube? Are you kidding me? Here, guys, look at this.
There we go.
Here is 5:03:58. You see that? Here, let me make this bigger, guys. How do I make this bigger?
All right, as you can see, this is Cardboard Khomeini.
Here we go.
He's gay, by the way.
This is 5:03:58. You see the timestamp? Okay, there's the timestamp. There's me.
Where's the gun?
There's me.
Where's the gun?
There's me. There's Armin. And, you know, we're watching this music video or whatever, which, by the way, this music video was available on YouTube. So we were broadcasting, playing.
That has happened to me before, by the way, where I reacted to a video that was on YouTube and then they took down my video.
Something that was already uploaded and available on YouTube and, you know, presumably has passed all the YouTube checks, right? So this is what was going on at 5:03:58. Do you see a gun in this screenshot?
That doesn't look good. I don't
Do
see
you
a gun.
see a firearm?
No, I don't.
You
I
can't
don't
even
see a
see my
firearm.
hands. I mean, unless you're talking about, these guns maybe, but
I don't
do
think
you
that's what you're
actually
talking about.
see a firearm here? Because I certainly don't. In fact, I don't even own a fire gun, like a firearm or gun or
The Canadian be like, I don't even own a fire gun. Many such cases.
you know, whatever.
They're too busy with their MMORPG LGBTQQRS plus. You know.
I don't even know the proper term for that kind of stuff because I don't own one. I live in Canada. It's illegal to have these sorts of things anyway.
Go back to Iran where they have real freedom. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Without a permit. And in the last 106 days, I love this guy. Oh my gosh. I need to subscribe to this guy. Oh my gosh, this guy is hilarious. Oh my gosh, he's so good. Oh no, he's so good. Oh, kudos to him. Shout out to Nuxanor. Shout out to Nuxanor for using his platform. He has like almost 1 million followers. Aw. Shout out to him for, helping me raise awareness. What a good guy. What a good guy. Oh, this is amazing. I love how he's like teasing me because I was so frustrated about like firearm and then I said fire gun and then, anyways, but that's so wholesome. So wholesome. Oh, what a great guy. In fact, never in my life have I ever live streamed myself brandishing or holding or carrying or whatever a firearm. I don't even own one. So anyways,
I really do think this is just because again, it's just so hyper specific. 5:03:58 into a live stream. We saw you with a gun, so therefore we're disabling all streaming on the channel. And then at 5:03:58, there's no gun. And yet they're still disabling streaming on the entire channel. It seems to me like there are way too many instances of this happening at the same time to a lot of streamers. Specifically, that's like, well, we really don't like your coverage of the Iranian revolution situation.
This happened, and I was like, you know what? This could be just a misunderstanding. Maybe this is just a misunderstanding. Let me appeal this, decision by YouTube.
Yeah, that's getting rejected immediately.
Obviously, it's
no way,
unfair.
that's working.
Maybe it's like an AI thing.
Yeah, no, you're cooked. You're cooked.
So I filed an appeal, and literally within 4 minutes, 4 minutes. And guys, I have the timestamp in the emails. Okay, so when I got the initial notice, like when I got this notice, okay, the time difference between this notice and the appeal, 4 minutes. So I appealed YouTube's obviously erroneous decision to take down my live stream and block me from live streaming. Within 4 minutes, this is the email that I got. Hi, Goldie Gamari MPP. We reviewed Iran Revolution Live with Iranian hosts Goldie and Armin Day 106 again and confirmed it's not allowed under our firearms policy. What firearms policy am I breaking?
Bro, you are so cooked. You are so cooked. You can't even argue with the machine overlords, man. It's like, we are terminating your channel for violating the firearms policy. I didn't violate your firearms policy. Must not be you're just over. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say to these people? They have all the power.
Your video won't be put back on YouTube. We understand this may be frustrating, but we're committed to keeping YouTube a safe place for everyone.
Bro.
Our goal is to help you succeed on YouTube.
Sure.
Well, you're certainly not doing that, YouTube. You're certainly not helping me succeed when you are taking down my videos and then you are falsely accusing me of holding a firearm. What is it? Someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting a firearm. So how are you actually helping me succeed on YouTube when you are falsely accusing me of live streaming while holding a gun, which I have never done and of course never will do? My entire show, Iran Revolution Live, is about being a voice for the Iranian people. That's what I have been doing. That's what I have been doing for the last, not just 100.
Yeah, I think that's why they don't like you. I don't want to be rude here, but I think that's why YouTube has an issue with you.
In 6 days, but for the last 10 years of my life. And now when we're getting to the critical point, now when we are getting to the moment where things are escalating and heating up, this is the moment that you choose to block me from live streaming when 90 million Iranians have been shut off from the
Wow.
internet for the last, what, 44, 45 days now? The internet in occupied Iran has been shut down for the last 45 days. 90 million Iranians do not have a voice. They are unable to speak out because the terrorist Islamic regime that is occupying Iran and occupying them does not want the world to know what they think. That is literally the reason why I have been live streaming day in and day out for the last 106 days. So that at least someone can be a voice for people in occupied Iran.
Yeah. I think that I don't want to be that guy, but I think that is kind of why YouTube has an issue with you. And you'll notice.
Are holding a gun. And then that person said to me, well, I don't have the specifics. I don't have access to the specifics, but we trust our internal review team. So obviously there's a disconnect between the support.
Oh my God. So you were holding a gun. We took down your channel. Request review because it wasn't holding a gun. Nope, you still violated our gun holding policy. Okay. Get to speak to the actual support team at YouTube. Hey, support team at YouTube. I got my video taken down because they said I was holding a gun, which I wasn't. And the support team was like, well, you were holding a gun. And she was like, no, seriously, look at this timestamp. You'll see I'm not holding a gun. Yeah, I don't have access to the timestamp, but you were holding a gun. Oh my God, dude.
That's on
brutal.
The YouTube
This
dashboard
is just a nightmare.
versus the internal review team. And how is it that the internal review team can just operate with impunity?
First time.
Right? And no one can challenge their decision. How am I supposed to get in touch with someone?
You're not.
This is literally a life or death situation.
Yeah, and they're on the other side. They support the other side.
I know this isn't only happening to me. This is happening to a lot of other YouTube content creators whose videos are being taken down and their ability to live stream is being removed.
True.
Because of this weird firearms policy. I heard about someone who was live streaming an active shooter situation, basically sharing the news, and he was taken down. I'm sharing news videos and content about the conflict in Iran. Of course, there's going to be people holding firearms. That's why I've made sure that I say my content is not intended for children. My content is for adults only.
Yeah, they don't actually care at all. Like you're hitting them with a moral argument. They don't care. They wanted you to get shut down, and they don't care how. Now, the craziest thing is they could have hit you with some sort of showing violence or controversial topics or anything, but the fact that they went for firearms and then doubled and tripled down is insane. Now, just to understand what I'm dealing with, this is my revenue graph. For those of you curious, this is my graph of revenue, where I was making this much every single day, this much every day, and then all of a sudden I got my entire channel demonetized right over there. Right over there, I got the channel demonetized, and then it actually just flatlined in the most insane way ever. So yeah, no, I'm totally with you. Again, this is ridiculous that it's like this. It's ridiculous. It's been like this for this amount of time. I think it's like 8 days, 9 days now, and it's insane. It's absolute insanity. It really is. And I'm going to do my absolute best to keep going as much as I can. Hopefully, this gets undone. Don't get me wrong.
This is wild.
I'm really waiting for that to happen as soon as possible because this is fucking miserable. I have spoken to people at YouTube directly. I've contacted them. I've directly spoken to them. They said they're looking into it, but me, I'm unemployed right now. Right now, I'm working on zero pay. Pretty efficient way to get people to, not talk about things that you don't want them to talk about if they have zero incentive to put the effort in and actually do the research and the broadcasting and everything. So I'm just saying, if it would have just happened to me, I would have been like, well, that's just a funny coincidence. And Asmongold got banned. Yeah, but that's on Twitch. That's not even on YouTube. That's just a funny coincidence. And then you see this Goldie Gamari character over here getting her entire stream. Not
this Goldie Gamari character. Oh, he's so funny. I feel terrible. Guys, how can we help him? We need to help him. I don't know this guy, but he's like sharing my story, so we need to help him.
Not only taken down, but blocked from future streaming for like.
I was blocked, but I was able to I don't know how, because I'm still waiting for an answer from YouTube, but my videos that were taken down still haven't come back up, but I can live stream again, thank God. But he's been demonetized, which is horrifying if that's his main income.
obvious bullshit. And it's like, well, this does remind me of when I got
Guys, I can't bring him on my show. He's like a cartoon character. How is he going to come on my show if he's a cartoon character?
got a strike on my channel for talking about COVID a couple of years ago. Mark Zuckerberg literally admitted that under the Biden administration, he was shutting shit down and he was actually censoring things. Who knows? Who knows what operatives of the old guard are still fucking in place?
Oh,
I know that the propaganda warfare online is insane. You see all the AI fake posts with bajillion likes from retards in Pakistan, illiterate goat herders dropping likes on fucking tweets of AI American battleships getting blown up by flying magical donkeys. But there's something really suspicious going on, and I urge you all, do not fall for the fucking psyop. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. I definitely had a wild ride today. Did a lot of research, did a lot of work for zero pay. God. Every Jewish bone in my body shrieking at me to take a day off. I'm not getting paid anyway, but, you know, I'm doing my absolute best out here. Definitely subscribe. You can support me on Patreon. That'd be great. Link in the description. You can go over there. You can pledge something. You can donate or whatever. That'll be very nice. You'll get nothing in return, but it would be very appreciated. Don't feel obligated or anything, but thanks in advance. Honestly, I'm just grateful you're here. Grateful we were able to have this glorious time together, making fun of retards. It's cathartic and therapeutic and awesome. I'll see you in the next one, everybody. And remember, God is good. God obviously wanted me to lose my monetization here for a reason. I will overcome his challenge. God is so great. Bye. Trump.
Wow. Okay. I'm not used to watching videos of like people commenting on my videos, so it's kind of like whoa, but it's interesting. But yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. So, you know what? I'm glad that my video my video that I made yesterday is getting out there. I hope that it helps raise awareness, right? Like that's one of the reasons why I made my video, because it was to raise. You know what? There's also this crazy thing. It's not just him that got demonetized. Do you know the account Baby News Network? So Baby News Network was demonetized as well. I don't even know why. Baby News Network was demonetized. You know, I helped them. I posted about it on X. Like I was like, this is horrible because Baby News Network, you know, just it was like one of my favorite channels, and they were demonetized for like 4 or 5 days or something. And then, you know, once I sort of like posted about it and I helped raise awareness, finally they got a notice 3 hours ago. We're officially back in the YouTube partner program. So Baby News Network has been restored after the wrongful demonetization. We're incredibly grateful for everyone. Yeah, guys, Baby News Network was demonetized for quote unquote inauthentic material. Literally the weirdest thing. I don't understand. It's everyone like how could you like look, they said after reviewing your channel using combination of automated systems and human reviewers, we found that it does not follow YouTube's channel monetization policies for inauthentic content. Are you kidding me? Baby News Network is basically a channel where they make like video clips of like babies doing like audio of whatever. And Baby News Network was demonetized. And then finally they were able to get their YouTube account monetized again, right? And like I don't follow a lot of okay, Navajo, you need to stop like spamming the chat with like all caps. I see your comments, just stop repeating it. Like I see them, but I'm focusing on something else right now, but thank you. But look, Baby News Network, one of my favorite news networks. And I can't believe they were demonetized and now finally they're back up, but they have the funniest stuff. And like, guys, I've played their like videos here on
Tonight,
like I've literally played their videos on Iran Revolution Live. So I don't understand how they were demonetized, but thankfully now they're back. But they were struggling for like 4 or 5 days. And then I found out today, I was like, oh my gosh, Baby News Network. I was not demonetized. I was just prevented from live streaming. But now I can live stream again.
good evening. I'm Bill Maher. Tucker's out sick, so I'm filling in. Tonight, a roast battle between the President of the United States and the Supreme Leader of Iran. Let's find out how this goes.
Why is that flag here? Remove it. I told my assistant, I said, Farouk, call them. No American flags. And Farouk said he called. Did you call Farouk? I bet you did not call.
Ali, relax. Sit down. Have a juice box. You're already blaming an assistant, and we haven't even started yet. Very revealing. And Bill, good to see you. Last time I saw you, you were on your little show calling me a dictator for 45 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm sitting next to an actual one, and he can't even get his intern to make a phone call.
I call everyone a dictator. It's kind of my thing.
I also do not like this man. He came to my country, ate my kebab, lamb, saffron rice, the whole spread, smiled to my face, and then went home and called Iran a theocratic nightmare on HBO.
It was a documentary. That's what documentaries...
We don't even have HBO in Iran. I had to watch it on a pirated stream. My nephew set it up. It took 3 hours because the Wi-Fi in my palace is terrible, Bill. And this is what I see when it finally loads.
Wait, you pirate HBO? And your palace has bad Wi-Fi? Ali, you've been in charge for 37 years and you can't get a router to work. I have Wi-Fi on my golf cart. Very embarrassing for a supreme leader. Extremely embarrassing, actually.
Ayatollah Khomeini, 37 years as supreme leader. Walk us through the highlight reel.
When I took over, people said, Khomeini, you cannot fill Khomeini's shoes. I have survived 8 American presidents. 8. Bush, Clinton, Bush again. Why did they do that twice, by the way?
Surviving isn't a legacy, Ali. A cockroach survives. I accomplished more in my first term than you did in 37 years. You've been in office since the Berlin Wall, and your biggest achievement is simply lasting. That's a participation trophy.
United my country under one vision, one ideology, one...
Yeah, maybe one outfit. Everybody wears the same thing. Everybody chants the same thing. You didn't build unity. You built a damn copy machine. And quite frankly, it's out of toner. And nobody can even fix it because you banned Google.
We did not ban, okay? We banned some of Google. The parts that show TikTok dances. You know what TikTok dances are doing to the youth? My niece did one in the living room, and my sister almost had a heart attack.
You're losing a cultural war to teenagers, Ali. And I'm very confident that's the funniest thing I've heard all year. Actually, Bill, I'm not done with you. This has been bugging me. I invite you to Mar-a-Lago. Beautiful dinner, by the way. The best steak you've ever had. Tremendous wine. My staff treated you like royalty. And the following week, you went on your show and ripped me apart for an entire monologue.
It was a good steak, I'll give you that.
It was the best steak, and you don't deserve another one. You ate my filet mignon and used the energy from it to insult me on national television. I'm still very upset about it, Bill. Not happy about it.
He did same thing in Tehran. He sat with my ministers, drank our tea, Persian tea, the best in the world, said, oh, this is fascinating. Tell me more. So we told him the poetry, the architecture, thousands of years of civilization.
Okay, and?
And you went home and put my face on screen next to a donkey and said, we have similar energy. A donkey, Bill, on premium cable. What the heck?
Bill, that's actually terrible. I'm on his side for this one. Temporarily. Very temporarily. But a donkey? Lazy work. I'd be a lion. Ali would be, I don't know, maybe a goat.
Why would I be a goat?
The beard, Ali. Come on, everyone knows it.
Okay, moving on. The point is, Bill eats your food, smiles, and betrays you. He is a kebab traitor.
Kebab traitor? You know what? I think that's going on my tombstone.
Ali, I never thought I'd say this, but me and you agree on something. Bill Maher eats your dinner and stabs you in the back.
Yes, finally. At least when you insult me, you do it to my face. This man does it behind your back with a studio audience. That is worse.
You know what, Ali? We should both subscribe to the Baby News Network. At least BNN insults you honestly to your face every time.
Fair point. I subscribe.
Good. Now let's get back to hating each other.
Ayatollah Khomeini, how do you think the world sees Iran right now?
The world respects us. When I speak, nations listen. I gave a speech last month, 3 hours, very powerful, and the entire assembly gave me a standing ovation.
Oh, please. They stood because it was 3 hours and their legs fell asleep, Ali. I just got off the phone with 12 world leaders and not one mentioned Iran. Not one. Your forwarded email, nobody opens anymore. People see Iran in the subject line and hit delete.
We have influence everywhere. Hezbollah, the Houthis. The answer to me personally.
Your proxies are your whole resume. When you pick up the phone, it goes to voicemail. You're like a cell phone plan nobody wants to renew, but they're too lazy to cancel.
At least my allies fear me. Yours just play golf with yourself and write books about how crazy you are.
Okay, that one was decent, Ali. Still wrong, but decent delivery. You're improving very slowly, just like your country's Wi-Fi.
Ooh, he actually got you with that one.
He didn't get me, Bill. Nobody gets me. And you definitely don't get me. You got a free steak, and that's all you're ever getting.
Okay, final round. Ayatollah Khomeini, you've made a lot of threats over the years. What have you actually backed up?
We launched over 300 missiles and drones. I personally approved everyone. I stayed up until 4 in the morning watching the radar.
And 99% got slapped out of the sky like mosquitoes at a barbecue. You had the most exciting night of your life, and it ended with a 99% failure rate. 99.
My wife brought me tea and dates. I was pacing. I called my generals every 10 minutes and said, are they hitting?
And they said no, Ali, every time. I mean, you threw a Super Bowl party for a team that lost 60-0. Your wife served snacks for a disaster, quite frankly.
The 1% that got through.
He's bragging about 1%. If I got 1% on anything, a deal, a poll, anything, I would never speak again. I'd retire. Nobody's hiring at 1%, Ali.
You think you can talk to me like this? You think I am some Bill Maher you can push around?
Why am I catching strays in the final round?
Because you are easy to hit, Bill. Like my missiles, except I actually land on you every time.
He just called you easier to hit than a country. Bill, that's historically bad, even for you.
Okay, that's time. I came in as a neutral moderator, and I'm leaving as the most roasted person in the building, which is impressive considering one of these guys chants death threats for a living. Ayatollah, you were surprisingly entertaining. Mr. President.
Incredible. I was incredible. You can say it. Go ahead, Bill.
You were present.
Basically incredible. Ali, you're still the worst leader I've ever dealt with. Actually, that's Zelensky, but your military is a comedy special. But tonight you had moments, brief little sparks of something almost resembling competence, and I respect that.
I am not sure if that was a compliment, but I will take it because this has been the most stressful night of my life. And I launched 300 missiles and watched them all fail. Bill, I hope you get food poisoning. Trump, I hope your Wi-Fi goes out for 1 day so you understand my suffering.
Good night from the Baby News Network.
God bless Baby News Network. And Ali, I'll be seeing you very soon. Very, very soon. Believe me.
I'm very, very glad that Baby News Network is back and that they have been remonetized. So just really quickly, the comment here that I have that you can see, it says, Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. So it's pretty much become like a running joke amongst Iranians now. Like whenever you want to make fun of Khamenei, we'll basically say Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. So we'll write like is dead in Persian. And then you see like the, you know, I don't know, the end of that. Anyway, so it's dead. So in honor of Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, couple more songs, and then that's going to be the end of the night. So
Iran's formerly supreme.
And before I go, I just want to say, as always, I'm Yusrael Chai, Payande Iran, God bless America, and Javid Shah. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 109.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته.
اشکم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است،
به پیش به پیش به پیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است،
به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی
از بحر خزر تا کیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی.
تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب.
President Trump finally called out the Pope for his hypocrisy when it comes to Iran. Look at this. We Iranians, we have been calling out the Pope because the Pope has been all about like, peace with the Islamic regime, blah, 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 blah. Right? And like, no offense to Catholics or whatever, but your Pope is like compromised. President Trump called him out. Finally, look at this. Look at this. Sorry, I just opened up my X and I just saw this. Will someone please tell Pope Leo that Iran has killed at least 42,000 innocent, completely unarmed protesters in the last 2 months, and that for Iran to have a nuclear bomb is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. America is back. President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Because you don't understand, many of us Iranians, we have been posting under the Pope's comments about, even I posted under the Pope, right? And I even said respectfully, because he was like going on about like, oh, we need to have peace and no war and blah, blah, blah. And I commented under him, I was like, have you ever spoken up about the persecuted Christians in occupied Iran? I said to the Pope, I'm like, when was the last time you spoke about Christians in Iran who are being persecuted by the Islamic regime? Forget the 42,000 innocent people. What about the Christians? What about the Christians in occupied Iran who are being persecuted by the Islamic regime? Why have you not been a voice for them? Why are you supporting the Islamic regime and carrying water for the Islamic regime? So now President Trump posted this half an hour ago. Good for President Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for calling out the hypocrisy of that Pope. I'm just saying, I don't want to get involved in religious stuff here. Like, I'm not going to comment on the religious stuff, but I'm just glad that someone with a big platform is calling out the hypocrisy of because the Pope does not care about the Iranian people. Shame on the Pope for getting himself involved in politics. Like, you know what? You're a religious leader. Stick to religion. Don't get involved in politics. The moment that you get involved in politics, you open yourself up to political criticism. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. So that's what I saw from President Trump. Anyways, we're going back to the song, but we'll talk more about this tomorrow. But this was fantastic. Amazing. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? Thank you for being our voice. Thank you for calling out the hypocrisy of all these like garbage people who are supporting the Islamic regime. Thank you, President Trump.
همون بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش، به پیش، به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش، به پیش، به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش، به پیش، به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش، به پیش، به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش